Chapter 743. The Soaring Dragon Sword was not one of the 10 renowned swords of the Sword Collection Palace, but it was close. Perhaps what it lacked was a powerful swordsman for its name to spread across the world, or perhaps it just lacked an empty spot among the 10 renowned swords for it to fill. In terms of quality, the Soaring Dragon Sword was definitely an arcane treasure. Arcane treasures were not divided into inferior or high quality, as every single arcane treasure was unique. They all possessed different spirituality and power. In terms of resources, the Azura field obviously consumed more than the Soaring Dragon Sword, but in direct combat, the Soaring Dragon Sword's destructive power was still slightly greater at the end of the day. The reason why Li Qingshan had never used his Sumeru ring to refine the Soaring Dragon Sword was because he did not want to attract the attention of the Sword Collection Palace. However, he had even fallen out with the Dragon King of the Sea now, so an additional Sword Collection Palace was nothing. Although the traitorous demon sword had other special abilities and could constantly grow stronger, perhaps becoming extremely powerful in the future, it still could not compare to an arcane treasure-renowned sword that had been passed down for several thousand years right now. What are we doing here? Xianghua Lu asked in confusion. As the cloud descended, the swampland of Cloud Dream unfurled, becoming more and more vast and boundless. Even the rather scheming Xianghua Zi momentarily forgot about her worldly possessions. Light reflected in her eyes as the speck of jade green rapidly expanded. Sightseeing. Li Qingshan smiled. The swampland of Cloud Dream was enveloped in a layer of mist that lingered throughout the year. The air steamed and hot winds surged, filled with heavy moisture. The vegetation on the islands and the lake was particularly lush. The dense greenery piled up, almost overflowing the edges of the islands. Like large flower pots, a flock of white water birds flew up from the islands, flying over the lake as they cried out before diving into another island. Under the setting sun, it was as beautiful as a painting. No natural scenic spot in his past life could compare to it. Calling it sightseeing was obviously a joke, but it was not exactly wrong. Wasn't this life just a tour? The cloud beneath his feet dispersed, and he stood in the center of the island. Towering trees filled the surroundings. They stood in great numbers, blotting out the sky. It was still dusk outside, but it was already late at night here. Li Qingshan patted a tree beside him that would require 10 people to wrap their arms around. The trees here were clearly much larger than those in the fragrant flower market. It seemed to be due to the climate. The further south one went, the taller the trees became. It was said that in the southernmost region, ancient trees that were hundreds of feet tall could be seen everywhere, and there were even some that were thousands of feet tall. It was known as one tree, one mountain. In other words, every tree was a mountain. However, the largest tree was obviously the Banyan Tree King. However, the island was not at peace either. The island was not peaceful either. A strange roar came from the dense forest. In an instant, thousands of birds flew up in fright and circled around the island. Xianghua Lu and Xianghua Zi both trembled. This island clearly had a master, and it wasn't an ordinary demonic beast. Of the Banyan Saint Spirit King of Spirits, sneered Xianghua. King of the Tree of Saint, Xianghua of Dragon King of the Lee of the Hat. A silverback gorilla glared angrily at the tiny figure on the tree branch. It pounded its chest with its fist, roaring and howling. A foul smell filled his face with saliva. Li Qingshan wrinkled his nose. You don't mind if I borrow your place for a while, right? His demon heart flashed and demon chi surged. King's figure shrank, and it turned to flee to the other side of the island. Thanks. Li Qingshan smiled and waved his hand. He returned to the Xianghua sister's side and said, I'm going to start cultivating. You two run around and play. Don't forget to make up a good excuse. Tell us how we escaped from the Z Lotus altar, what hardships we experienced along the way, and finally arrived at the main altar to ask for help. Xianghua Zi, I'll leave this to you. After settling the matter, Li Qingshan found a secluded cave and dove into the Azura field. On the peak of the snowy mountain, wild winds danced in his crimson hair. Demon chi surged out and poured into the Sumeru ring. A moment later, the Sumeru ring opened up, revealing a vast space. Li Qingshan did not have the time to see what was inside. A golden beam of light shot out with a dragon roar, shooting into the skies. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and looked up, not in a hurry to give chase. The flying dragon sword flew into the skies and slammed into an invisible barrier, bouncing back. That was the boundary of the Azura field. Under Li Qingshan's control, it was not something that an ownerless Dharma treasure could break through. The dragon roar grew louder and louder. The flying dragon sword turned into a majestic golden dragon with scales and claws. The golden light swam rapidly, dragging a golden arc behind it as it rampaged through the azure field. It was bounced back continuously, unable to find a way out. Suddenly, it turned back and stared at Li Qingshan, who was on the peak of the mountain below, as though it had realized that he was the problem. It's true that divine swords have spirits. Li Qingshan let out a long roar and leapt up. The snowy peak beneath his feet shattered, and he was already high in the skies. He threw a punch at the flying dragon sword. Famed swords were like fierce horses. Only the strong could tame them. The flying dragon sword suddenly turned into a streak of golden light and shot towards Li Qingshan. Boom! The golden dragon was sent flying. Although it was intelligent, it was still just a sword after losing the control of a swordsman. How could it contend against Li Qingshan's great strength of the ox demon? I was worried that I'd break it, so I didn't dare to use the tremors of the ox demon. Never did I think that I would fail to even defeat the golden dragon it conjured. It really is a good sword. Li Qingshan praised with a smile. He flew up, determined to refine the flying dragon sword. The flying dragon sword was extremely unyielding. It knew that it was no match, but it still charged over. However, the dragon's roar was slightly more solemn, and the golden light it gave off was even more dazzling. In the Sword Collection Palace, generation after generation of disciples would ascend the Sword Collection's peak in search of their fated sword. It seemed like they were choosing a sword, but in reality the sword was choosing a successor. Only then would it be drawn. However, Li Qingshan wanted to leave it with no choice, forcefully becoming its master. It might not have had the concept of dignity, but the will that its past masters had left behind in the sword was only 4 words. It would rather break than bend. Boom, boom, boom. They clashed 3 times in a row. Li Qingshan did not take a single step back, sending the flying dragon sword flying 3 times. The golden light dimmed, and the golden dragon conjured became much thinner. However, it still showed no signs of yielding. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. If this continued, even if he could refine the flying dragon sword, its intelligence would be worn away at the same time, causing its quality to drop. It really was a famed sword that had been passed down through the Sword Collection Palace for generations. It really was not something that outsiders could lay their hands on so easily. The flying dragon lunged over once again. With a flash, Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed the dragon's horn, flipping over and standing on the dragon's head. Demonify. Li Qingshan suddenly assumed his demon commander form. The curved visor surged with waves. Waves surged on his curved visor, demonstrating his excitement. Chains of demon suppression. Several dozen black chains extended from thin air. It stretched out from the void, locked onto the golden dragon, and abruptly tightened. The golden dragon let out a sorrowful cry and turned back into a 3-foot-long blade. Li Qingshan grabbed the dragon-shaped hilt. However, he still felt the sword tremble in his hand. It refused to yield. He could not help but smile. What's too hard is easy to break. Let's see who's more patient. Li Qingshan left the azure field. Now that the flying dragon sword had been completely sealed up by his power, it was no different from keeping it in his Sumeru ring. He did not have to worry about the Sword Collection Palace tracking him down. Droplets of water dripped from the tips of the stalactites in the dark, silent cavern, landing in the shallow water below. Li Qingshan sat with his legs crossed. His eyes were firmly shut and he did not move at all. The flying dragon sword wrapped in chains rested across his knees. In his vast sea of consciousness, he constantly visualized the ox demon and tiger demon. The demonic nature in his chest surged, becoming as firm as a boulder, eager to kill and fight. At this moment, demon suppression statues appeared in his sea of consciousness. The nameless demon folk had transformed from human to demon, but they refused to yield to their demonic nature the entire time, constantly fighting against it. They did not achieve the great enlightenment of casting aside the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot. Instead, they fought against themselves endlessly with a tenacious will. This spirit seemed to be connected to the ox demon and tiger demon. The demon heart has no regrets. We are unwilling to achieve great enlightenment. We are only willing to grasp the sharp blade firmly and stare at the dripping blood. The demon heart shone with rings of light, extending a meter out of the body and condensing without dispersing. Sometimes, it would turn into the tiger demon that fought against the world, sometimes it would turn into the indomitable ox demon, and in the end, it would turn into a demonic person, constantly changing into the various forms of the demon suppression statues. The stronger the demonic nature, the brighter the demon heart, and the greater the power of the demon suppression statuary. Before he knew it, Li Qingshan's method of cultivation had already become drastically different from the unraging monks. It had even deviated from the imagination of the creator of the cultivation method. Normally speaking, existences with demonic nature like the ox demon and tiger demon would look down on the demon suppression statuary. They would only walk towards the apex of the demonic path, either destroyed by the demonic nature, or become a powerful figure of the demonic path. Only the wisdom and forbearance of the spirit turtle and the nobility and virtue of the phoenix could suppress such a powerful demonic nature, creating a sliver of possibility within the impossible. Surging demon chi flowed along the demon suppression chains and wrapped around the flying dragon sword. Since he could not use force, then he would use a different method. He would use his own will to influence it. It was just like when he faced a rebellious teenager. If he used force alone, it would only lead to even more intense resistance. He was better off taking it slow and making it accept a new principle. Fu Qingjin used the heart of the sword as his own heart, but he lost himself in the end. He only found himself after the sword broke. However, Li Qingshan wanted to make his own heart the heart of the sword. If he succeeded, not only would the flying dragon sword retain its spiritual nature, but it would even strengthen after receiving the powerful will of its new master, Li Qingshan. However, who knew how many times more difficult it would be? Could he really defeat the heart of the sword forged by the previous masters of the flying dragon sword? Even Li Qingshan himself was uncertain. If he really had no other choice, then all he could do was erase the spiritual nature of the flying dragon sword. Several days later, he smiled and opened his eyes. A sliver of demon chi had already seeped into the flying dragon sword, leaving behind a demonic mark. Just like how it was easy to learn the bad, it was difficult to learn the good. It was very difficult for a rebellious teenager to become a good student who developed morally, intellectually, physically, but becoming a hoodlum was as simple as it could be. In the words of the cultivation community, it was easy to become demonic, but difficult to enter the path of cultivation. The sword is a weapon of slaughter. Rather than destroying it for the sake of pointless perseverance, why not follow me and kill to our heart's content, realizing our original intentions? Li Qingshan laughed softly. The flying dragon sword trembled endlessly, but its will to resist weakened somewhat. A dam of 1,000 li could be destroyed by an ant's nest. Once a hole appeared, the rest would follow naturally. The black mark continued to expand. In a mere 3 days, it had dyed the entire flying dragon sword. Its color became somewhat deep and gloomy, but its edge became increasingly sharp. Only the dragon eye at the hilt continued to shine with golden light. After another day, the dragon eye suddenly became the same color as the demon heart. It let out a deafening dragon roar from low to high, echoing endlessly in the entire cave. Chapter 744. Li Qingshan's soul sense flowed like water, entering the soaring dragon sword along with the demon chi. Suddenly, a world unfolded before him. Countless figures stood with swords in their hands, wielding countless soaring dragon swords as they danced through the air. Flicking, stabbing, hacking, and slashing. Countless exquisite sword techniques combined into a majestic path of the sword unique to the soaring dragon sword. The famed swords of the Sword Collection Palace were precious not just because of their power, but because they were the legacy of the Sword Collection Palace's power. The figures were the comprehensions and wills of the past masters of the soaring dragon sword over the path of the sword. Perhaps they paled slightly in comparison to the profound sword intent of the Three Absolutes calligraphy, but they were clearer and easier to comprehend. Streaks of light crisscrossed in the depths of Li Qingshan's eyes. He nodded from time to time as if he had comprehended something. Quite a while later, he dismissed his thoughts and comprehended the path of the sword. He felt like he had benefited quite a lot again. Though, I don't need so many voices. The surging demon chi spread out in the world within the sword. The countless figures vanished, merging into a single person in the end. It was Li Qingshan's demonified self, more condensed than any of the figures in the past. He swung the soaring dragon sword gently. Clang! The demon suppression chains broke apart inch by inch. The flying dragon sword let out a long dragon cry, and its overall shape changed greatly. The perfectly straight blade became curved, and a layer of fine dragon scales covered it, giving it a sinister air. The golden light was gone. Dark light flowed like a dragon and a sword. It was obvious with a single glance that it was a demon artifact. Unless they were extremely familiar with the soaring dragon sword, they would never be able to connect the two together. Li Qingshan's fingertip brushed past the spine, and the edge of the sword thrummed gently, becoming submissive. It began to dance slowly. His movements were extremely slow. The light from the sword swam around him like a dragon, flowing and profound. However, in terms of compatibility with the sword, even the soaring dragon elder paled in comparison. Their minds were one like an extension of their limbs. From today onwards, you will be called the Demon Dragon. Fragrant Flower Market. Chrysanthemum fragilis currently soaked in the hot spring. Within the rising steam, a figure walked over and called out her name, Chrysanthemum fragilis. It was a woman's voice. It was extremely pleasant. However, it was rather cold. It sounded like metal. Who is it? Chrysanthemum fragilis leaped out of the water and struck out with her palm. Layers of mist dispersed, revealing a white-clothed woman with an ice-cold expression. He turned a blind eye to the incoming energy. However, when Chrysanthemum fragilis saw the woman's clothes, she was shocked. He twisted his right hand. The energy swept past the woman and with a loud bang, a wall was split open. The woman's clothes were embroidered with lotus flowers. It floated slightly. Sir, may I ask which hall master of the White Lotus sect is it? Chrysanthemum fragilis said. That was the attire of a hall master of the White Lotus sect. Normally, she wouldn't even see an altar master here, so why would a hall master of the White Lotus sect grace her with her presence? Clear Ripple Hall. So it is Hall Master Sher who has graced us with her presence. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Please allow me to change my clothes. Chrysanthemum fragilis was shocked. She had also heard of the great name of the Clear Ripple Hall, or rather, the infamous name. It made her tremble with fear. The infamy that the Clear Ripple Hall Master Sherji had made in these 3 years was simply too resounding. If she was offended, the Fragrant Flower clan would face the calamity of extermination. No need, this is fine. I am here to investigate the matter of the Z Lotus altar. Sherji said coldly, standing with her hands behind her back. What happened to the Z Lotus altar? Chrysanthemum fragilis' heart trembled. 3 months later, Li Qingshan stepped out of the cave. Specks of sunlight twinkled between the leaves like stars. He raised his right hand and a ferocious demon dragon coiled around his wrist. 3 months of cultivation was still not enough for him to unleash the full power of the 6th layer of the demon suppression statuary, but it was close. Coupled with the demon dragon sword, he had basically recovered most of his strength. Congratulations on emerging, sir. You. Xianghua Zi and Xianghua Lu rushed over. How's your story coming along? As long as I don't investigate it in detail, there definitely won't be any loopholes. Xianghua Zi said confidently. Then let's go check it out. Li Qingshan unfurled the mental map of the Mist Province and found the Lotus Flower Peak where the headquarters of the White Lotus sect resided. With a wave of his hand, a cloud rose up and he flew off. The Lotus Flower Peak appeared on the horizon, like a lotus flower that was about to bloom. It glowed with rings of white light, illuminating the night sky. Let's just leave her here. Li Qingshan gazed at the lotus flower in the distance and descended on the cloud. He switched to walking and rushed to the foot of the Lotus Flower Peak under the cover of night. Everything went much more smoothly than he had imagined. He did not even have to say the words he had prepared beforehand before being let in. It was even easier than entering the formations of the Z Lotus altar. This originated from a form of confidence. Even if the cult leader of the snake god was bold enough to infiltrate the headquarters of the White Lotus sect, he could only enter but not leave. Xianghua Zi mentioned Xianghua Hong's name, but the person who came was an unfamiliar man with a cold expression. He asked, "You're the disciples who escaped from the Z Lotus altar?" "Yes." "Come with me." The man turned around and made his way up the mountain. "May I ask where we're going, brother?" "You'll know once we get there." Moving along the mountain path, Xianghua Zi and Xianghua Lu were both uneasy. They subconsciously moved closer to Li Qingshan. Very soon they arrived before a building. A boulder at the entrance was engraved with the words Clear Ripple Hall, lifted up by a lotus flower. The Clear Ripple Hall. Xianghua Zi cried out involuntarily. A sliver of fear appeared on her face. Li Qingshan thought, there really are a lot of people who know about the Clear Ripple Hall, but if they have not personally seen her and identified her, they would not know even if they knew. Our hall leader wishes to see you and ask about the Z Lotus altar. Be careful when you speak later. If you show any disrespect. A sliver of killing intent flashed through the man's eyes. Xianghua Zi said in a hurry, "I wouldn't dare." They passed through the hall and arrived in a quiet courtyard at the back. The man bowed politely. "Hall leader, I've brought her." Ruexian. Li Qingshan almost blurted out these 2 words. He stared straight at the woman in white. Who else could it be apart from Ruexian? However, Ruexian did not seem to recognize him. She was indifferent. How dare you? The man called out, and Li Qingshan imitated Xianghua Zi and Xianghua Lu and bowed. Disciple of the Z Lotus Altar, Goldie Yu, greets the hall leader. You can leave first. Ru Xen waved her hand, and did not even look at Li Qingshan. She arrived in front of Xianghua Zi and Xianghua Lu, and placed her hand on their shoulders. She said softly, Your mother told me everything. There are spies in the Z Lotus Altar. Was it you? We are not spies. Xianghua Zi cried out involuntarily. Under that pressure she could not maintain her calm at all. She could not help but raise her voice. Xianghua Lu was even more speechless. Then it's you. Ru Xian glanced at Li Qingshan. That's right, it's me. Li Qingshan suddenly turned into his crimson-haired and crimson-eyed form. He looked at Ru Xian with a burning gaze. Chapter 745. Ru Xian? Li Qingshan frowned. This was not her usual tone of voice. I never thought you'd actually find your way here. However, the Ru Xian of the past is already dead. Right now, I am the leader of the Clear Ripple Hall, Shiji. Ru Xian's voice was filled with distance and indifference. Don't tell me you really plan on spending your days with that bullshit White Lotus mother. Li Qingshan went up and grabbed her hand. It was as cold and hard as jade. Shut up. The White Lotus mother saves the world and saves all life. If you continue to speak rudely, don't blame me for being merciless. Ru Xen shook off his hand and said resolutely. Oh, I'd like to see just how merciless you are. Li Qingshan's eyes turned cold. Of course he was not angry at her. She had clearly been struck by the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple, and her mind had been completely twisted. What a White Lotus sect. Before he had even finished speaking, a hand whistled towards his heart. Ru Xen had actually tried to kill him mercilessly. Li Qingshan did not dodge. There was a sliver of pain in his heart, but it was mostly anger. His chest ached. The tip of her finger pierced through his skin. It was much easier than Ru Xian had imagined, but the hand stopped. What, didn't you want to kill me? A gleam of light flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes. I know I'm not your opponent, and I don't want to make a powerful enemy for the White Lotus sect. You can go. Ru Xen pulled back and returned to her senses, turning her back to him. I've come this time to take you back to the Green Province. I won't be returning to the Green Province. Ru Xian looked back. The determination in her eyes made Li Qingshan's brows furrow even tighter. You've been struck by the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple, but I will heal you. Li Qingshan took a step forward. His expression was equally resolute. Now was not the time to be conflicted. No matter what she said or did, he had to take her away from the White Lotus sect. Li Qingshan, do you know what kind of place this is? The spell formation of Lotus Peak has been activated. You won't be able to escape even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms. Ru Xen said righteously, a mischievous glint flashing in the depths of her eyes. 3 years ago, after meeting Venerable Black Lotus, she was invited to join the White Lotus sect, but her purpose was to use the power of the White Lotus sect to search for the whereabouts of Li Qingshan. However, Li Qingshan had hidden himself too well. It was only after the destruction of the Z Lotus altar that she finally found some clues. He found Chrysanthemum Fragilis, convinced that he was still alive. Fortunately, he wasn't in front of her at that time. At that time she really lost her composure. Of course, she also tried the heart-cleansing ripple technique. The effects were nothing special. Perhaps it was because she practiced the heavenly tome of Cloud Furnace, or perhaps there were just too many things she could not let go of, but it did affect her a little, but it was nowhere close to the level of brainwashing. He had made her worry for so long for nothing. It was such a great opportunity to reunite after so long. If she did not tease him a little, it would be far too much of a waste. However, she could not continue or this guy would actually attack her. She had already begun to anticipate his expression. Li Qingshan was ready to strike. He wanted to directly subdue her, shove her into the Azura field and take her away. Ru Xen sucked in a breath gently. Just when she was about to speak, the faint fragrance of lotus flowers drifted over, and a white-haired old woman approached the courtyard with her back bent. Cough cough, you're right. Shiji, with me here no one can take you away. The White Lotus Mother. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He should have hidden his aura very well, unless Ru Xian had secretly reported this to the White Lotus Mother. Originally he had some doubts, but as it seemed now, she really had been brainwashed by the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple. Ru Xian was taken aback as well. She had specially told them to directly bring anyone from the Z Lotus altar to see her if they came to the Lotus Flower Peak, as she did not want to attract the White Lotus Mother's attention. Why has the White Lotus Mother come? We're in trouble now. If she continued to pretend to be brainwashed by the clear ripple heart cleansing technique, then Li Qingshan wouldn't give up until he took her away. The White Lotus Mother definitely wanted to kill her as a traitor as well. She still could not find a solution. You know me? The White Lotus Mother's voice went from old and hoarse to young and pleasant. The wrinkles on her face vanished in that instant, turning into a beautiful young lady who seemed to be in her 20s. The white lotus in her hand bloomed as she pointed it at Li Qingshan from afar. The lotus flower peak shook, and a streak of white light shot into the air, dispersing in the air and enveloping the entire mountain. All of the formations had been activated. The headquarters of the White Lotus altar that had already been a dangerous place became even more dangerous. Bitch, release the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple, and I'll give you a quick death. Li Qingshan turned into a tall, slender demon commander in red and blue armor. The fury in his heart was reflected on his curved visor, surging with rage. It had already been a very long time since he had been so furious. Even when he was forced into a dead end by the Dragon King of the Sea, he treated it as another risk. But now he had basically been touched. With the demon dragon sword in hand, dragon cries rang through the entire lotus flower peak. Only death can cleanse away something as impure as this. A cold light flashed through the White Lotus Mother's eyes. How dare he speak to her like that on the lotus flower peak? He really was reckless. Hold on. Ruexian wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Lotus bloom. The lotus in the White Lotus Mother's hand completely bloomed, turning into rings of pure white light that resembled the petals of a flower. They flew towards Li Qingshan layer by layer. Li Qingshan felt threatened as well. The lotus was anything but ordinary. It was very likely to be the arcane treasure that the White Lotus Mother had slaughtered several 100,000 people to refine, like Gu Yening had mentioned. It seemed pure and innocent, but it was filled with a deep, evil nature. However, his killing intent became sharper and sharper. He drew the demon dragon sword with a clang, and the dragon's cry immediately turned into a dragon's roar. With a flash, sword chi shot out like a rainbow, splitting the layers of petals in half. An arcane treasure. The White Lotus Mother was surprised. She understood just how rare an arcane treasure was. In order to refine the lotus in her hand, who knew how much effort she had put into it, but all of it was worth it. The petals seemed fragile, but even golden core cultivators would struggle to escape death if they were sucked in. The lotus had played an important role in defeating the snake god cult. Lotus bloom. The White Lotus Mother bellowed out, and the white lotus shone with even more resplendent light. It conjured white lotuses that constantly bloomed. There was nothing around Li Qingshan, only thousands of white lotuses that gathered around him. The power they contained wanted to forcefully grind him to pieces. Dragonification. The demon dragon sword flew out of his hand, turning into a demonic dragon that danced around Li Qingshan. It even used a profound sword technique in its dragon form. For a moment, sword chi rampaged. The demonic dragon danced about, ripping the lotuses to pieces. It was unable to approach Li Qingshan at all. However, the lotuses continued to multiply, giving him no room to catch his breath. This was a clash between two demonic arcane treasures. The shockwave knocked Ruexian away. All she saw was the clear ripple hall she had stayed in for almost 3 years, crisscrossing between the two lights. It was completely destroyed. It was reduced to fragments. Specks of white light. They gathered over from all directions. The White Lotus Mother seemed even younger as she murmured to herself. Under her control, the entire clear ripple hall seemed to become a lotus, wrapping around Li Qingshan. The White Lotus Mother has the geographical advantage, but his strength hasn't completely recovered. If this continues, he'll be in danger. Ruexian thought with a frown. Suddenly, she saw Li Qingshan step onto the dragon's head within the white light. The demon dragon flew forward, and the lotuses surged over. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and demon chi wrapped around it as it spun rapidly like a vortex. The ocean pearl had vanished, but it had been converted into a brand new power in the demon heart. Meanwhile, the various methods of circulating power from ocean wielding still existed, and they had been demonstrated once again in a brand new manner. The vortex form. The demon chi spun rapidly like a drill, piercing through the countless lotuses and pressing towards the White Lotus Mother. Just where did such a powerful figure come from? The White Lotus Mother shivered inside. She was surprised, but she did not panic. With a flip of her left hand, she grabbed a pure white lotus seed and flicked it away. The lotus seed turned from white to red in the air. Like a bolt of lightning, the violent flames swallowed Li Qingshan, turning him into a sea of fire. The White Lotus Mother stood on the lotus pedestal with her bare feet. The surging flames were unable to approach within a meter of her. She sneered. Every single lotus seed of divine fire was extremely rare. It required the lotus to be planted in a lake of fire and fire to gather the fire spiritual qi. Only a single lotus seed could be produced after a decade of meticulous nurturing, so its power was obviously extremely great. At this moment there was a dragon's roar, and Li Qingshan emerged on the dragon. He parted the sea of fire and threw a punch at the White Lotus Mother. The White Lotus Mother was surprised. He seemed completely unscathed. Lotus closure. The petals on the lotus pedestal below her closed up, wrapping around her as they flickered with white light. She felt no fear at all. If he swung the demonic sword over, she would still be in some danger, but it was impossible for him to break through her defenses with just his fist. Bang! The petals twisted and collapsed. Li Qingshan's punch smashed through the lotus, landing on the White Lotus Mother's face. Even though he had yet to fully recover from the strength of the ox demon, how could a regular technique stop him even without the power of tremors? Die. Cult Masters, that as Zhong has already made it to the Lotus Flower Peak. Jin Si reported to a man and a woman in a hidden underground cave over 100 kilometers away from the Lotus Flower Peak. The man possessed a dignified bearing. He wore faint, golden robes, and he wore a circlet with a golden snake coiled around his head. The woman had a graceful figure. She wore a silver-white dress and a circlet with a silver snake circlet on her head. Since ancient times, the snake god cult had always had two cult masters, and there was no distinction between them. They were the cult master of the left and the cult master of the right. One was a human while the other was a snake demon. Unbeknownst to Li Qingshan, a scheme had already taken shape. Jin Si did not kill everyone in the Z Lotus altar. Instead, she left one person alive, and that was a Zhong. The cult master of the left of the snake god cult, the man with the golden snake crown, was rather doubtful. Do you think it'll work? Jin Si said, I'm 50 to 60% confident. That kid definitely doesn't belong to the White Lotus sect. If that old hag White Lotus learns that someone has destroyed the Z Lotus altar and even infiltrated the Lotus Flower Peak in an attempt to take away the lord of her Clear Ripple Hall, she'll never let the matter go. That kid is no saint either. When the time comes, it'll be a heaven-sent opportunity for us. 50 to 60% confident? That's enough. If you succeed, you'll have done a great deed for the snake god cult. I'll definitely reward you. White Lotus, Black Lotus, I want you to die a horrible death. The cult master of the right said viciously. His snake eyes flickered with a vicious light. Tremors rang out from afar, and the cult master of the left riled up. They really have begun. Chapter 746. Li Qingshan struck the White Lotus Mother's face viciously, and violent energy poured out. The White Lotus Mother's beautiful face twisted and collapsed. With a bang it exploded and blood and brain matter scattered everywhere. He brushed past her. The White Lotus Mother's headless corpse still stood on the lotus pedestal without moving at all. The demon dragon turned into a sword and returned to Li Qingshan's hand. He snorted coldly. So that's all you've got? The headless White Lotus Mother suddenly moved again. With a flash, lotuses bloomed with each step she took, pulling away. Li Qingshan was rather surprised. Normally, even demons with powerful vitality would probably die if their heads were directly blown up, let alone human cultivators. She really does have some skill to be able to last so long against Gu Yenying. At the very least, it's a skill to take a beating. Another head grew out of the White Lotus Mother's empty neck in the blink of an eye. She stared at Li Qingshan in disbelief. If it were not for the wondrous cultivation method she practiced, she basically would have failed miserably at such an easy task, dying to the punch for no reason. Just who are you? She understood something. Even on the Lotus Flower Peak, enveloped by the numerous formations, he was not a weakling that she could crush as she pleased. Instead, he was like a vicious beast trapped in a cage. The person who will kill you. 2 streaks of white gas sprayed out from the back of Li Qingshan's shoulder plates, and he suddenly accelerated, shooting towards the White Lotus Mother. Suddenly he sensed danger and came to a halt. A streak of white light brushed past his body, leaving behind a startling wound on his back. Even the body of a demon commander could not block such power. If he were directly struck, it would be no laughing matter. He lunged to the left again. A streak of white light pierced through the afterimage he left behind. In that moment, streaks of white light shot over. Li Qingshan's figure flickered, constantly turning and dodging with the senses of the spirit turtle. At times he would fly to the foot of the mountain, and at other times he would fly to the peak, leaving behind a long white streak. Under the White Lotus Mother's control, the protective formation that enveloped the entire lotus flower peak began to operate madly. "I don't care who you are. Only death awaits those who dare to barge into my White Lotus sect." Li Qingshan roared with laughter as he flew. The White Lotus Mother's expression became stern. The rays of white light did not disperse. Crisscrossing, she waved the lotus in her hand and pointed at Li Qingshan. Inescapable net, cut. Hundreds and thousands of white lights crisscrossed and sliced towards him. Li Qingshan was alarmed. The light was as dense as a spider web. He had sealed off all escape routes. He seemed to be scared silly. He stood motionlessly in the air above the lotus peak, still releasing the interweaving beams of light, displaying his might to the extreme. In an instant, the place where he stood became a blazing white focal point. The White Lotus Mother's expression eased up slightly. No matter how tough his body was now, he would not be able to escape the fate of being reduced to ashes. Moon reflection. The focal point flashed and thousands of rays of light shot out in all directions. Li Qingshan's eyes became as calm as still water. Pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell danced around him, reflecting every single ray of light back. Under his exquisite control, the spirit turtle's profound shell changed angles, and the rays of light instead became his weapons. From the buildings on the Lotus Peak to the disciples and hall masters of the White Lotus sect, several dozen rays of light shot towards the White Lotus Mother. Several dozen streaks of light shot towards the White Lotus Mother. At the critical moment, she powered the formation in a hurry and deflected most of the streaks of light, but there was still one that she could not deflect or dodge in time. It directly punched a huge hole through her body. Basically all of her organs had been incinerated. Only a thin layer of skin and flesh around her waist remained, holding her upper and lower body together. The White Lotus Mother stopped the attacks from the formations. Ignoring her wounds, she gazed at the Lotus Peak. The headquarters of the White Lotus sect that she had managed for over a decade had already been reduced to ruins. Basically all of the buildings had been destroyed, and countless elite disciples of the White Lotus sect had died. Even 3 hall masters had died. She could not help but become furious. Ru Xian's eyes were filled with surprise as well. She already knew he was powerful, but she still found it unexpected when she saw it in person. Originally, she thought it would be an extremely dangerous battle, but the White Lotus sect was slaughtered instead. Li Qingshan had never expected the Water Mirror's image to be so effective. His strength had yet to recover completely. Originally, he planned on using the Water Mirror's image to open up a path of survival the moment all the rays of light gathered on him and catch the White Lotus Mother off guard. However, the moment he used the Water Mirror's image to reflect the rays of light, he changed his mind as it was just too effective. Basically all of the attacks were reflected. Compared to physical attacks like blades, fists and kicks, it was clearly easier to reflect light. And while the rays of light were powerful, they did not possess the will of a cultivator. They were just pure, blind destructive power, which was why he had grasped the opportunity. The light vanished, but before he could even celebrate, he felt his head spin. Using the Water Mirror's image took an extremely great toll on his mind. He was already extremely exhausted. The demon chi in his demon core had basically run out. If the White Lotus Mother continued to use the formation to attack him without any regard, perhaps he would be the one heavily injured. Fighting against the White Lotus Mother in the headquarters of the White Lotus sect was indeed extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could cost him his life, but he had far too many tricks up his sleeve, which was why he seemed so relaxed. If it were not for his phoenix bloodline, the Fire Lotus Seed alone would have been enough to injure him. If it were not for the strength of the Ox Demon, it would have been impossible for him to smash through the White Lotus Mother's protective technique in a single punch. Then, with the home advantage, she would be able to constantly recover her strength, making her invincible. And if it were not for the Water Mirror's image, probably no second heavenly tribulation humans or demons could face the attacks of the protective formation head-on, let alone launch a counterattack. This was the power of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. It basically allowed him to deal with any situation. Even though he did not possess an advantage in terms of overall strength, it allowed him to gain the upper hand in every single clash, forcing the White Lotus Mother into a retreat. Li Qingshan ignored the stunned White Lotus Mother. He gripped the hilt of the demonic dragon sword with both hands and raised it high into the air. The light from the sword extended to several hundred meters, producing a tremendous dragon's roar. He aimed it at the lotus flower peak below and swung it down in a devastating manner. There was a flash of resplendent light in the surroundings. It was like a meteor piercing through the sky. The lotus-like mountain split down the middle, collapsing to the two sides. It produced a deafening rumble and the ground shook gently. Without the spiritual vein of the lotus flower peak as a foundation, the formations all collapsed. Wuxia flew in the air and watched this startling sight. Looking at this shocking scene, is the White Lotus School destroyed because of my joke? Li Qingshan exhaled and felt his anger ease up slightly. He looked back at the White Lotus Mother, but his killing intent burned even more intensely. The White Lotus Mother used her wondrous technique again to heal her horrific wounds. She seemed to become slightly younger. When the pair of eyes filled with killing intent looked over, her anger turned into coldness. Die! Li Qingshan bellowed out. The demon dragon sword roared furiously. The White Lotus Mother used the wondrous technique of blooming lotuses with every step again. Lotus flowers bloomed in the sky one after another. They bloomed everywhere. Her figure drifted about, flashing through the lotus flowers one by one. Before long, a White Lotus Mother stood on every single lotus flower. Her figure drifted about, flashing through the lotus flowers one by one. Thousands of them scattered in all directions. The lotus blossoms was one of her most powerful moves. She could move between the lotus flowers. Even if he found her true body, he would only be able to attack an illusion. Whether it was for offense or defense, it was wondrous, and her escape was even more mysterious and unpredictable. The reason why she could escape so many times when she clashed with Gu Yanning was because of this move. Chains of demon suppression. Li Qingshan shuddered, and thousands of black chains shot towards every single lotus flower. From afar it seemed like a huge spider spitting out thousands of strands of silk. The lotus flowers shattered, and only a single chain was knocked away by the White Lotus Mother. That was where her true body was, and there was not a single lotus that she could move away from. Li Qingshan whistled over with a trail of white smoke. Demon suppression. The demon suppression tower descended from above, crushing down viciously on the White Lotus Mother. Obviously she was not a benevolent person. She possessed a powerful demonic nature, so the demon suppression tower she drew over was particularly lofty and powerful. It was impossible to dodge. As she gazed at the pitch-black tower, it was as if she wanted to suck in her mind and seal it up. Boom, boom, boom. The White Lotus Mother flicked her finger and produced 3 fire lotus seeds, sending the demon suppression tower flying. Just when she wanted to continue fleeing, a bloodied sword protruded from her chest. She turned around and the ripples on her curved mask formed a vicious grin. An icy cold voice rang out from behind, "You're dead. Is the lotus flower about to wither?" The White Lotus Mother frowned slightly. She was filled with pity. She did not put up any more pointless resistance. The sword was an arcane treasure. As long as the sword chi spat out, she would be directly shattered to pieces. No matter how ingenious her technique was, she would not be able to recover. Only death awaited her. "Please show mercy, fellow." A streak of black light shot over. Venerable Black Lotus called out from afar. "Black Lotus, go. The lotus flower will bloom and wither by itself. Don't avenge me." The White Lotus Mother said. Her talent was extraordinary, and she had undergone the second heavenly tribulation, but she was not this person's opponent. "May I ask how the White Lotus sect has offended you?" Venerable Black Lotus flew over and bowed politely. Li Qingshan's curved visor rippled. He could still remember the altar lord of the past. His bearing was extraordinary, even more so than before. In the past in ancient Wind City, he had once had the opportunity to kill him and Han Qiongji, but he did not do so. It was not because he looked down on them, treating them like ants. As a result, he was in no hurry to take action. He explained the entire story indifferently. "Remove the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple and I gave her a quick death. Seeing how you're a reasonable person, I'll spare your life today." Black Lotus complained, "Fellow, you're talking about Shiji. But in my knowledge, she hasn't been affected by the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple at all." "What? That's impossible," the White Lotus Mother said. In her memories, the effects of the technique on Shiji were extremely great. It was exactly because of this that she trusted her so much, bestowing her with such great authority and status. If she really was loyal to the White Lotus sect, would she behave like this right now? Black Lotus pointed at Wuxia from afar. As the Lord of the Clear Ripple Hall, She did not show any sorrow or anger over the destruction of the White Lotus sect and the White Lotus Mother's death. Instead, she seemed rather embarrassed. Afterwards, she waved her hand at Li Qingshan with a smile. How could Li Qingshan not understand what was going on? He roared out, "You bastard! Hee, I was just joking. Sure gee." The White Lotus Mother said in shock. Her expression said, "I never thought you'd betray me." She was even more reluctant to accept the reality that the White Lotus sect had been destroyed because of a joke. She roared at Black Lotus, "If you knew earlier, why didn't you tell me? She has no ill intentions towards the White Lotus sect, and she's contributed quite a lot in the past 3 years. I thought it would be fine." "That's called fine." The White Lotus Mother pointed at the lotus flower peak that had been split in half and bellowed. "The affairs of the world never go according to your expectations. Calm down. At the very least, it's much better than when we first came to the Mist Province, isn't it?" Black Lotus was gentle. Then he turned around and said to Li Qingshan, "Look, fellow, it's all a misunderstanding. Why don't we just stop here and bury the hatchet?" However, Ruexen said, "It's not a misunderstanding." The White Lotus Mother said furiously, "What else do you want to say, you traitor? I've treated you well over the past few years. Will you only be satisfied if you kill me? What I, the traitor, want to say is, why have you suddenly appeared at my place, Holy Mother? There's no such coincidence in the world. That's why I said it's not a misunderstanding. You've probably fallen for a trap." Originally, Ruexan planned on joking around with Li Qingshan before sending him away from the Lotus Flower Peak. As long as the White Lotus Mother had appeared a little later, the situation would not have developed to this extent. In the Z Lotus altar, a person called a Zhong escaped as well. He reported everything to me and I'm certain he didn't lie. The White Lotus Mother was slightly taken aback. Ruexan said, "He didn't lie, but what he said was probably what you wanted to hear from someone else, and he omitted a lot of the truth." The White Lotus Mother returned to her senses slightly. Under those circumstances, could a measly Qi practitioner really escape? Is the snake god cult? When Li Qingshan heard the name Zhong, he immediately understood. He had specially used his killing intent to stun everyone so that the snake god cult could silence them. It would be impossible for him to escape with his own strength. He wanted to use others, but he never thought he would be used by others instead. We'll find out right away whether it's true or not. As they said that, 2 streaks of golden and silver light shot over. The 2 leaders of the snake god cult arrived together. "Sir, we've come to assist you. Let's destroy the White Lotus sect together." "White Lotus, I never thought you'd have a day like this too." They hid and watched from afar. When they saw the Lotus Flower Peak destroyed, they felt indescribably delighted. However, they were also stunned by Li Qingshan's great strength. Most of their thoughts of subduing him had been extinguished. When they saw that White Lotus and Black Lotus were about to die to their swords, they suddenly began talking and no longer had any intentions of fighting. As a result, they could no longer hold themselves back and rushed over. Even if they could not subdue Li Qingshan of unknown origins, they had to completely kill White Lotus and Black Lotus and take back the snake god cult's heritage. "It really was you." The White Lotus Mother flew into a rage. Then Black Lotus bowed towards Li Qingshan. "We've never harmed you or Shiji, nor do we stand against you in any way. This is all the scheme of those 2 despicable people. Please investigate this clearly and don't be used by others." The White Lotus Mother said, "Let me go. I'll die with them. It won't dirty your hands. You can go." Li Qingshan drew the demon dragon sword and waved his hand. The demon dragon sword produced a long, reluctant thrill. Apart from Ruexan, everyone was surprised. However, he had his own plans. In the past, Altar Lord Black Lotus had spared him and Han Qiongji. If he spared them today, he could basically put an end to this. "I hate being played around with very much," Li Qingshan said to the 2 leaders of the snake god cult before glancing at Ruexan viciously. Chapter 747. Black Lotus clasped his hands at Li Qingshan and thought, "Thank you for your kindness, fellow." Then he shot a glance at the White Lotus Mother. Although the White Lotus Mother was extremely reluctant, she still bowed reluctantly. The 2 cult leaders of the snake god cult were surprised. They never thought the situation would turn out like this. "Don't even think about leaving here alive today." The cult leader of the left swung his hand, and a cloud of golden sand flew out. It flickered with light and enveloped Black Lotus and White Lotus Mother. Although it was not an arcane treasure, it was a complete set of arcane artifacts. Every single grain of golden sand possessed the might of an inferior arcane artifact. They did not seem to be of great quality, but there were thousands of them. No matter what kind of opponent they encountered, as long as they enveloped them, they would be reduced to dust immediately. Li Qingshan was vaguely enveloped by the golden sand as well. Fellow, you've spared them today, but they'll definitely come for revenge in the future. If you don't want to do anything, just watch from one side. We're willing to serve you. A strange, ring-shaped weapon appeared in the cult leader of the right's hand as well. Its edges flickered with light, splitting into 2, then into 4. Before long, there were over 100 of them revolving around him. Li Qingshan ignored them. Instead, he extended his hand towards Ruexan. His hand was also covered in armor, and the light on the back of his hand extended to the tip of his fingers. It was sharp and rather vicious. Ruexan placed her hand in his. It was still as tough as jade, but it seemed to be warm now. The ripples on his curved visor formed a smile. It's time to go back. Then he said to the cult leaders of the snake god cult, "Are you prepared to die?" The smile on his visor became a vicious grin. "Do it. Kill him as well." The cult leader of the left called out. "You're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I don't believe you still have much strength left after a bitter battle." The cult leader of the right said coldly. The golden sand enveloped over like mist. The circular blade was like a blade, cutting through everything. "I really am a little tired," Li Qingshan admitted calmly. He was mentally exhausted right now, and his demon chi had run out. Even most of his demon chi had been used up. The White Lotus Mother was not some random person after all. She could not be killed so easily. "However, as long as I can move one hand, I can still kill people like you." Li Qingshan gripped the demonic dragon sword tightly and thought to himself, "This time I'll let you start a massacre." Suddenly, white lotuses bloomed and blocked the golden sand ring blades. The White Lotus Mother brandished the white lotus in her hand, while Black Lotus held a black lotus in his hand, conjuring black lotuses. They seemed much weaker than White Lotus, but their teamwork was flawless. Not a single speck of sand was able to penetrate them. Li Qingshan said, "Didn't I tell you to leave? Do you think he doesn't want to leave? Don't tell me you can't see with this thing on you?" Ruexan extended her hand and knocked Li Qingshan's visor. The surface rippled. "All right then. I'll send you on your way." Li Qingshan swung the magic dragon sword, but Ruexan grabbed his hand. "Why don't we take a break and recover some strength first? You're so naggy. Haven't you heard that women shouldn't interfere with men's business?" "Tisk, it's not like I'm a woman. And do you even count as a man?" Ruexan was unconvinced and mocked him. "Don't anger me. Be careful that I don't leave you here." "That's exactly what I wanted. Long live the Holy Mother. I want to live or die with the White Lotus sect, hee. Ruexan was determined, like the most loyal follower. In the end, she could not help but laugh. The corner of the White Lotus Mother's eye twitched. She was tempted to kill this traitor with a single palm strike. Li Qingshan said, "Don't you think it's a coincidence?" "How is it a coincidence? 3 organizations and they just happen to be a man and a woman, or a man and a woman, or a man and a woman. Whatever you want. Do we count as an organization too? Alright, what are you trying to say? They just happen to be a couple. The kind that's deeply in love." "Eeh. Don't laugh like that. That's cursing in my hometown." "What a coincidence. What coincidence? It's the same in my hometown. Fuck you." The White Lotus sect and the Snake God cult fought to the death outside, while Li Qingshan and Ruexan stood in the center of the battlefield and chatted idly. It made them feel rather displeased for some reason. "Sir, we can't last much longer," Black Lotus said. The White Lotus Mother was currently weakened, while he had only undergone the second heavenly tribulation a few years ago. He was already in a disadvantageous situation of being surrounded and attacked right from the beginning. He was unable to keep up with the 2 cult leaders who were in peak condition for too long. "Move aside. Let the professionals do it." Li Qingshan bellowed out, and a dragon-shaped streak of light whistled over. It pierced through the golden sand and the circular blades, forcefully carving out a path. The White Lotus Mother grabbed Black Lotus, and the lotus pedestal beneath her closed up, wrapping around them. She charged out of the tunnel. "Chase them. Don't let them go." The cult leader of the left shot a glance at Li Qingshan with killing intent before pursuing the White Lotus Mother. "Suppress." Li Qingshan casually extended a finger, and the demon suppression tower descended from above. Clearly, the cult leader of the Snake God cult was no kind soul either. The demon suppression tower was extremely majestic. It crushed down viciously with the power to suppress everything. The cult leader of the left sensed great danger. He raised his hands, and the golden sand gathered into two huge golden hands, forcefully stopping the demon suppression tower. Hey, you're still glaring at me? Haven't you heard that the grievances of a single eye must be avenged? Suppress. As Li Qingshan said that, he brandished the demon dragon sword into a streak of light, knocking away the circular blades. The cult leader of the left was obviously unable to pursue the White Lotus Mother, while the cult leader of the right did not dare to pursue them alone either. All he could do was watch them flee into the distance, unleashing all of his fury on Li Qingshan. The cult leader of the right's snake eyes shone with silver light as she used the innate ability of demons. Ruexan said, "Don't make eye contact with her. You'll turn into rock." However, she was a step too late. Li Qingshan had already made eye contact with the pair of snake eyes. He immediately felt his body stiffen as if his flesh was about to turn into rock. The cult leader of the left used this opportunity to open his mouth and spit out a streak of golden light. It produced a shrill cry whistling towards Li Qingshan's head. Even though it was not as powerful as the white light from the protective formation of the lotus flower peak, it was close. And it contained the cult leader of the left's will. Even if he could use the water mirror's image, he would struggle to reflect it back. In the face of danger, Li Qingshan shuddered. He used the innate ability that he rarely used, the strength of the earth. He felt like he was connected to the boundless earth. He had always been a rock on the earth, so why would he be afraid of petrification? The silver light surged back, and the cult leader of the right felt a piercing pain in her eyes. Tears streamed down her face. In the past, when she used the innate ability, even if she failed, she had never been restrained like this. In that instant, she seemed to see the boundless earth. It was vast and thick, and it was not something a mere innate ability could shake. Li Qingshan raised his arm and cut open the golden light with his sword. He then asked Ruexan strangely, "How come you're fine?" "I've always been a rock." Ruexan knocked the back of her hand. It was as if jade and stone were striking each other, producing a clanging sound. "You won't be like this in the future, right?" Li Qingshan understood that this was the manifestation of her cultivating the heavenly book of cloud furnace to a higher realm. However, he couldn't help but feel sorry that she had become such a jade beauty. What does it matter? It just happens to break some people's unrealistic fantasies. Ruexan seemed to see through his thoughts and said with a chuckle, "It doesn't matter if I'm a rock," Li Qingshan said resolutely. The cult leader of the left roared and pushed upwards, sending the demon-subduing pagoda flying. The golden sand condensed into a fist and punched at Li Qingshan. "Good." Li Qingshan punched back. The demonic aura turned into a whirlpool and collided with the golden sand, producing an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other. Boom. The two fists collided. Li Qingshan's body didn't even shake, but the cult leader of the left flew out. His arm exploded into pieces and broken bones flew everywhere. The cult leader's eyes widened in disbelief. How can his strength be so strong? Another one who can fight me head-on. Li Qingshan withdrew his fist and saw that a layer of the armor on his hand had been scraped off, leaving behind a deep wound. There were a few grains of golden sand left in the wound, and they were desperately drilling into his body. As soon as the devil chi surged, it immediately demonized the golden sand. There were a lot of golden sand, which meant that each grain contained very little intent. Even a magic treasure like the flying dragon sword, which contained a strong intent, could be demonized by him, let alone a small inferior magic tool. This person is too powerful. Let's merge. The cult leader of the right withdrew his circular blade and flew to the side of the cult leader of the left. Merge? Li Qingshan was surprised. Ruexan said, "The snake god cult has always been a fusion of man and snake. The man is a snake gu and the snake is a man gu. Once they merge, they will become the true cult leader of the snake god cult. Their strength will increase greatly, so be careful." The two types of light intertwined and melted in the air, turning into a humanoid figure with a snake's tail. It seemed to be a mixture of a man and a woman. There was a golden and silver snake circlet on its head, and it wielded a circular blade in its left hand. Its exploded right arm rapidly recovered with the powerful life force of demons. The golden sand stuck to it, making it shine with golden light. "How dare you ruin our plans? Do you really think we can't kill you?" The voices of a man and a woman mingled together. A pair of snake eyes stared at Li Qingshan viciously, but it no longer dared to use its innate ability carelessly. "Then let's give it a try." Li Qingshan placed the demon dragon sword on his shoulder. The cult leader let out a shrill howl and spat out another streak of golden light. The golden sand danced and the circular blade flew, leaving behind a silver trail as it lunged over. Clearly, it had used its innate ability. The golden sand, the golden light, and the circular blade all shot over together, but their target was not Li Qingshan, but Ru Xen beside him. He didn't hesitate to go through so much trouble just to find this woman. She must be extremely important to him, and her strength is only at the first level of heavenly tribulation. It's impossible for him to let her be killed. If he wants to protect her, he will be greatly restricted, which will become his fatal weakness. Ru Xian did not dodge, or in other words she could not dodge at all. Suddenly, a vicious, terrifying figure appeared behind her, passing through the golden sand and the circular blades and lunging towards the cult leader. Before the cult leader could even understand what the figure was, another blood-red swirl appeared before them, devouring them. Before they could even react, they charged headfirst into it. Li Qingshan withdrew the Azura field. Merge. Don't you know 1 + 1 = 2? Chapter 748. Alright, let's cut the bullshit. Let's talk slowly after I deal with them. Li Qingshan tossed the Azura field to Ru Xen and dove into it. Ru Xen fiddled around with the Azura field. Suddenly, she exhaled deeply and completely relaxed. Her eyes were filled with smiles as she flew towards the edge of the sea of trees. A while later, the White Lotus Mother and Black Lotus returned. They gazed at the lotus flower peak that had been split in half and looked at one another. The cult leader's aura had vanished. He had obviously died to his hands. The headquarters had been destroyed and countless disciples had been killed, but they had also eliminated a great problem. Was it a profit or a loss? The White Lotus Mother said, "Just what are his origins? With such a high cultivation he definitely isn't a nobody. He seems to use a demonic art. Is he a demonic cultivator from one of the sects in the south? Feels familiar." Black Lotus suddenly thought of a possibility, and a gleam of light flashed through his eyes. 3 years ago, the Dragon King of the Sea had killed the demon commander of the North Moon in the Setting Moon Lake. He had encountered Shiji there. He could tell from many aspects that Shiji had come to the Mist Province to find someone, but she had never found him. Until today when he had come looking for her. The answer was already on the verge of being revealed. The White Lotus Mother asked, "What have you thought of?" "Nothing." Black Lotus shook his head with a smile. With his understanding of the White Lotus Mother, if she knew his identity she would definitely think of a way to get revenge. At the very least she would make this matter public. However, there was no point in doing that. It would only lead to trouble. He had guessed correctly. His strength was even greater than what he had demonstrated today. He had managed to escape in an open clash against one of the 10 demon kings. Just that alone was enough for people to feel reverence. The White Lotus Mother said in annoyance, "You better not underestimate me too much. I won't do anything stupid pointless. Once I undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation, whether it's Gu Yenying or this guy, I'll make them all regret it." Yes. Long live the Holy Mother. You'll unite the 9 provinces. Don't try to brush me off. When the time comes I'll definitely make you suffer. Have a taste of the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple. The White Lotus Mother ground her teeth. Black Lotus was helpless. Under the thick shade of the trees, Xianghua Lu woke up from her sleep and rubbed her eyes. "Where is this place? Weren't we in the Clear Ripple Hall?" Xianghua Zi opened her eyes as well. He could clearly see the figures surrounding him. He turned pale with fright. "Night roamers?" Yi Liubo asked in surprise. "You know about night roamers? Could it be that he was discovered as a spy? He was gifted to the night roamers tribe? The odds are against him." Xianghua Zi gazed into the distance. Who knew how many night roamers there were vaguely in the forest? Many other folk lived in the jungles of the Mist Province. Night roamers could be regarded as a large race among other folk, so they obviously did not just exist beneath the Clear River Prefecture. However, most of these other folk lived further south, so Xianghua Zi had only heard about them. Apart from the giant lumbermen and a few other mutant races, most of the mutants were hostile to humans. Any other folk could be described as a natural-born shaman. They possessed various mysterious powers and were extremely dangerous. At this moment, a rumble rang out in the distance. "What's wrong now?" Yi Liubo turned into a shadow and arrived at the very top of the great banyan tree, gazing into the distance. Beyond the canopy was a blood-red world, enveloped by a faint blood-red mist at all times. As the power of the Azura realm constantly seeped in, Even she dared not stray too far away from the great banyan tree. Regular night roamers could be corrupted even more easily, turning into madly slaughtering monsters. However, as long as they could endure it, their strength would increase drastically, which was why night roamers would often leave the great banyan tree to undergo trials regardless of the danger. But what was strange was that while the demons had mutated and become extremely aggressive, sometimes even attacking night roamers who ventured out for trials, none of them had gone mad. Was it exactly because they lacked rationality that they did not care about losing it? Yiliobwa dismissed her thoughts and sensed a powerful aura appear in the lake in the distance. What did Master toss in this time? Boom. With another great rumble, the leader of the snake god cult threw a punch. The fist condensed from golden sand smashed an Azura general into minced meat. Waves of air erupted and kicked up a huge wave. The minced meat twisted and churned in the air, turning back into a human form in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, he stepped on the waves and charged over fearlessly, working together with the other Azura generals and launching constant attacks. What is this place? It's in one of his arcane treasures. What a heavy murderousness. Is this the legendary Azura field? He actually has an arcane treasure like that. The leader of the snake god cult asked and answered himself with two different voices. He flew over the surface of the lake and used the circular blade to cut another Azura general in half. However, the Azura general's wounds healed in the blink of an eye. The leader of the snake god cult was much more powerful than the Azura generals. Originally, it should have been a one-sided slaughter, but the Azura generals possessed extraordinary battle techniques and startlingly great life force. They fell into battle formations and worked well together, which actually caused him quite a lot of trouble. Moreover, his body began to experience various discomforts. Red rashes appeared on the back of his hands, and they showed signs of spreading. It's all because of that figure earlier. If this were any other time, he would be able to suppress and remove it with some effort. However, the killing intent of the Azura field had already begun to affect his mind. Coupled with the constant harassment from the Azura generals, he struggled to calm down immediately. "Oi, don't you want to kill me?" A figure with a sword on his back suddenly appeared. He stood on the surface of the lake with his hands behind his back, blocking the leader of the snake god cult. The leader of the snake god cult suddenly came to a halt, and the Azura generals caught up. "Back down," Li Qingshan ordered as his murderousness surged. The Azura generals did not dare to act rashly. They all backed down and watched the battle from afar. "Sir, we've never had any grievances in the past. Do you really want to fight to the death with us?" The leader of the snake god cult began to feel diffident. "That's not what you said earlier. Cut the bullshit and do it." Li Qingshan raised the demon dragon sword and pointed it at the leader of the snake god cult. The demon dragon roared out impatiently. "Kill him and take the Azura field." The leader of the snake god cult roared out and shot over as a streak of silver light. A pair of magnificent phoenix wings unfurled on Li Qingshan's back. He flapped them gently and with a flash, he turned into a string of blurs. The leader of the snake god cult missed. He turned around in disbelief, and the edge of his sword swung over. Blood splattered. The leader clutched the wound on his shoulder and retreated. How can he be so fast? Don't tell me he's been hiding his strength the entire time when he clashed with the White Lotus Mother earlier? Li Qingshan nodded. The demon suppression statuary and the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine really are quite compatible. On the Lotus Flower Peak, he did not want to expose his identity as the North Moon, so he did not use his innate abilities. He only used the demon suppression statuary to fight. He only used the strength of the ox demon that did not stand out too much from time to time. Now that he had fused the two powers together, it would really be a joke if he still could not defeat 2 stray dogs. "Hold on." The leader of the snake god cult called out. Li Qingshan completely ignored what he said and launched a palm strike from afar. "Tremble." The leader of the snake god cult felt like he had been struck in the chest by a huge hammer. Blood sprayed from his mouth and with a flash, he assumed a defensive posture in a hurry. The golden sand condensed into a wall before him. Li Qingshan's right hand was wrapped in black cracks. He pierced the golden sand with a single strike and grabbed the leader of the snake god cult's head. He crushed it forcefully and with a crack the skull shattered. With a swing of the sword, blood splattered everywhere. He had split the leader of the snake god cult into 2 again. Chapter 749. The demon dragon sword turned into a dragon shadow and returned to Li Qingshan's wrist in satisfaction. Li Qingshan stored the corpse into his Sumeru ring and extracted a strange golden core from its body. It was pale gold in color, and there seemed to be a small silver snake swimming within it. It contained a strong power. Li Qingshan directly threw it into his mouth, dispelled his demon commander transformation, and returned to the outside of the Azura field. The spring gurgled and a stream splashed down, landing in the clear green pond. Ru Xen sat on a green stone beside the pond. The plague ghost flashed and pounced into her body. She smiled and rubbed Li Qingshan's head. "You look much more pleasing to the eye now." Li Qingshan slapped her hand away. "It's time to go." "To where?" Ru Xen looked up. The blue sky was bright and beautiful and white clouds floated in the sky. "Of course to Qing province." Li Qingshan looked at her with a puzzled expression. "I don't want to go back." "You can go by yourself." Ru Xen's eyes were misty. "You can't be planning to stay in this forest for the rest of your life, right?" Li Qingshan was shocked. "When you go back this time, it should be about time for you to get married. I want to continue south and take a look at the coast of the South Sea. Otherwise I could invite you to go with me." "The coast of the South Sea." Li Qingshan thought for a moment. "Must I go?" "Definitely." Li Qingshan said, "Then wait for me. We're friends, so there's no need to be like this. I don't want to stay for 2 or 3 years. Could it be that you've fallen in love with me and want to fall in love with someone else?" Ru Xen said mischievously. The lake rippled and her eyes twinkled. "I'm not doing this for you. I'm going to find the flower of water and fire. Didn't I tell you before? Does it not exist?" "Woman with long hair and short vision, who knows if what you said is true or not?" Li Qingshan said as he stroked her hair. Ru Xen still wanted to say something, but Li Qingshan said, "I once swore that I would travel across the 9 provinces, so how can I stay in the Rui Commandery for the rest of my life? If you trust me, then wait for me. With your current strength, no matter what you want to do in the South Sea, it won't be enough. I'll find you a good place to cultivate." Their eyes met. No matter how firm her heart was, she couldn't bring herself to reject him. It was because they understood each other. So he didn't ask her why she insisted on going to the coast of the South Sea. He would never persuade her to turn back. She also knew that no one would be able to change the mind of this man in front of her. If he was forced into a corner, he would definitely resort to violence. 7 days later. On the dreamy cloud swampland. Torrential rain poured down. The turbid waves rose into the air. The sun did not rise for several days and it was as dark and gloomy as night. Ru Xen stood at the lakeside, gazing into the depths of the lake. Hearing the roar from the great swamp. Boom. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, directly striking the center of the great swamp. A huge eel burst out of the water, wrapped in dazzling lightning. It just happened to be struck by the lightning, so the lightning became even more intense. A tiny figure stood on its huge head, clad in magnificent armor that blended red and blue. It wielded a demonic sword that resembled both a dragon and a sword. Within the surging lightning, the demonic sword was raised high into the air, producing a deafening dragon's roar as it stabbed deeply into the top of the eel's head. With a sorrowful cry, blood splattered across the armor. It remained unfazed, like a merciless god of slaughter. The wind and rain subsided, and the clouds parted. The sun dispersed. Li Qingshan stood above the great swamp and said sternly, "The last one." The water god seal appeared, and surging water spiritual energy gathered. Steam rose above the great swamp. The spirit turtle appeared, sinking into the depths of the great swamp as if it could suppress everything. After who knew how long, the water god seal suddenly erupted with extremely dazzling light, becoming much larger than before. However, the figure of the spirit turtle vanished, as if it had completely merged with the great swamp. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and sucked the surging spiritual qi into his lungs. It was pure and dense, making him feel refreshed. "I can use this place as the foundation of my dwelling." Li Qingshan smiled freely. As long as he completely recovered his strength, dealing with a third heavenly tribulation demon king soul nascence with the great swamp as his foundation would not be a problem at all. Of course, if it was someone on the level of the 10 demon kings, then it would be best if he fled first. Although the water god seal had not grown by much, the power from an entire region of water was countless times greater than the power from countless rivers and lakes combined in the Rui Commandery. From the perspective of a water god, it was a completely different level of power. Li Qingshan flew back, passing through the resplendent streaks of light between the clouds. Ru Xen watched this and felt rather intrigued for a moment, but she soon shook her head. "This guy." Li Qingshan arrived before her and handed the water god seal to her gracefully. "You can play with it for a few days. Don't forget to leave behind your aura." Even if you come across a second heavenly tribulation enemy, you can still kill them. Ruexeng gazed at the water god seal deeply. She could not help but be drawn away by its deep, resplendent light. Suddenly she raised her head and glanced at Li Qingshan. She said in surprise, "You still haven't left." She waved her hand with a smile. "Then I'll be leaving first." She turned around and made her way into the great swamp of Cloud Dream. She snickered sinisterly. Men sure are easy to fool. The corner of Li Qingshan's eye twitched. Even she could not help but be drawn away by its deep, resplendent glow. She had spoken far too loudly at the end. With a flash, he blocked her way and smiled obscenely. "Do you know what this is called in my homeland?" "What's it called?" "It's called keeping. Usually the woman has to pay a price." Li Qingshan licked his lips. "Is that so? Then what price do you want me to pay?" Ruexien took a step forward with a smile. She seemed to be sure that Li Qingshan would not dare to do anything. Li Qingshan sized her up and said helplessly, "Forget it. You have it easy. I'm leaving." Ruexien leaned forward and moved her beautiful face close to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's breathing paused. Just when he thought that something was going to happen, he heard her say in his ear, "Go early and come back early." Her breath smelled like orchids and was filled with mischief. Li Qingshan pushed her away in annoyance and leaped up into the sky. He looked back from afar. She had already become as tiny as a mustard seed. She was still standing by the great swamp of Cloud Dream. If he stayed any longer, he might really not be able to control himself and do something. "Are you afraid that I will leave alone?" Ruexen looked at the water god seal in her hand. Even if it was for this precious water god seal, she could not leave the great swamp of Cloud Dream. As long as she stayed in the great swamp of Cloud Dream, as half the master of the great swamp of Cloud Dream, she could activate the water god seal at will. There would not be many who could harm her. Such meticulousness and thoroughness was really unlike him. Since that was the case, then she would cultivate properly. Li Qingshan sent Xianghua Zi and Xianghua Lu back to the fragrant flower workshop and stayed for a few more days. Just now he was leaving. As for what he did, only he knew. However, in the end he still saw Xianghua Hong. In order to prevent this loyal disciple who had been brainwashed by the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple from hearing any rumors, Ruexan had sent her out in advance. She was very lucky to escape and was then sent back by the White Lotus sect. Li Qingshan stretched and sniffed his body. There seemed to be a lingering fragrance of flowers on him. As expected, the land of gentleness is the grave of a hero. At this moment, the smell of sulfur entered his nose. On the horizon, a black smoke rose into the sky like a beacon. There was a chain of volcanoes, the land of nirvana and rebirth. Chapter 750. Li Qingshan flew towards the erupting crater, passing through the thick, sulfuric smoke. The scorching magma rushed over, swallowing him up and kicking up a huge, dazzling splash. The volcano stopped erupting. Before long it began to rain again. A group of barbarians appeared at the foot of the mountain. The old barbarian in the lead bellowed, "Kids, hurry up. Don't fall into the pit of fire and get roasted." "Yeah." The barbarians answered loudly. They all carried bamboo baskets on their backs and began searching the ground carefully. If Li Qingshan in the stone egg had been conscious, he would have discovered the barbarian who had picked him up was among them. He seemed much more mature, and he had gained another son in the past few years. It was a good thing, but it also made the pressure on his shoulders heavier. However, the barbarian who had picked up the Azura field was not so lucky. He was bitten to death by a venomous snake in the forest a year ago. The lives of mortals alternated between life and death, day after day. A few years occupied a very large portion of their lives. When they thought back to the matters of a few years ago, it was already a very distant matter. However, for the cultivators who lived in seclusion for a long time, did time become heavier, or was it diluted? Probably no one could answer that. Li Qingshan flapped his phoenix wings and rapidly dove deeper. The fire spiritual energy became denser and denser, but the influence of the underground magnetic field grew stronger and stronger. The circulation of demon chi began to stagnate, and he could not even activate his Sumeru ring anymore. I might have some of the phoenix's bloodline, but I still can't dive into the depths of the magma like the golden cicada spirit king. It's said that there are many bubbles of the earth's lungs deep underground. They're much more powerful than any divine lightning, and they're much more dangerous. Going too deep would instead be detrimental to cultivation, so Li Qingshan rose up again and found a suitable depth. He spun around, and the flames of the earth revolved around him, forming an egg. He took out the pills he had bought from Gu Yenying from his Sumeru ring and ingested them one by one, beginning to practice the second layer of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. In the depths of the marsh, even the sky darkened. The water god seal shone with faint light. The surroundings were tranquil. I should be able to maintain a basic balance like this. Ru Xen took out Zhu Lai's heart and murmured to herself. She gently broke free from her legs and suddenly turned into a blue fishtail. He swam deeper into the forest. The sun and the moon shuttled back and forth. Time flew. Wisps of fire spirit merged into Li Qingshan's body. It was converted into pure cultivation. Now that he had the experience of the first stage of the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, he felt that the second stage was much easier. Actually, the first two stages of the 9 transformations of demons and gods. These were all the foundations, so it wasn't particularly difficult. When Li Qingshan first cultivated the bull, tiger and turtle transformations, it went very smoothly at the beginning. However, the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva conflicted with the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, so it was suppressed, which was why it was so difficult. Now that he had grasped the basics of merging fire and water, he also knew how to control the spirit turtle so that it would not affect the Phoenix too much, so it was obviously much simpler. During this process his body also gradually grew bigger. When he opened his eyes again, he heard the long cry of the Phoenix. He suddenly realized that it was his own voice. He sucked in a deep breath and smiled in relief. He had finally reached the second stage of the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva. However, after the Phoenix became stronger, it was forced to face a new problem. The perfectly round demon core became sluggish again. The fusion of fire and water that he had just achieved after so much difficulty began to clash again. Correspondingly, the second ability of the Phoenix transformation did not appear either. However, this was within his expectations, so he did not feel disappointed. Right now he already knew how to go about it. All he needed to do was spend some time slowly getting used to it. The most important thing was that his figure and appearance had finally been completely restored. Although he still needed around a year or two to truly complete the Phoenix's Nerva this time and balance the various powers in his body, there was no need for him to be in too much of a hurry. He believed that once the Phoenix's Nerva was complete, he would merge fire and water again, and his strength would reach an unprecedented height. There would not be a lot of existences in the 9 provinces that could threaten him anymore. The next morning, Li Qingshan stood on the edge of the Mist Province and gazed towards the north. Green Province, I Li Qingshan have returned. Wasungzan was currently cultivating on the mountain. Suddenly he sensed something and arrived outside the hall. A tiny sword paced around outside the formation, unable to enter. What's this? A flying sword delivering a letter. Wasungzan frowned and waved his hand. The tiny sword flew over with a swish, and he held it in his hand like it was nothing. The tiny sword shone brightly, crisscrossing with the patterns of clouds and condensing a strand of sword chi as if it had been tempered countless times. There was a line of tiny words engraved on it. I've long heard of your great name, fellow. Your talent is extraordinary, and your brilliance is astounding. I'm filled with admiration. May I ask to meet you and meet you with the sword? We can discuss the prodigies of the world together. Yin Xiaoqiu of the Sword Collection Palace greets you respectfully. The time and location were written at the back. The tone was rather polite, but every single word contained sword intent, displaying its sharpness. This was a letter of challenge. It's still here in the end. Wasungzan sighed. On the other side of the Qingxiao dwelling, there was a tiny sword nailed to the rock wall. Suddenly, the dwelling that had remained silent for a very long time opened loudly. Li Qingshan strode out and bellowed out, I've emerged from seclusion. The birds took flight in fright and the mountains echoed. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. Suddenly he saw the tiny sword on the opposite wall. He extended his hand and grabbed it. The tiny sword flew into his hand and he finished reading the words on it. What's the Sword Collection Palace doing sending people here again? What kind of crappy name is this? Yin Xiaoqiu? I wonder how it compares to Fu Qingjin. Sounds a little more annoying. Fucking hell, they even changed my Moon Court Lake to Clear Court Lake. Li Qingshan casually stowed the sword letter into his Sumeru ring and flew towards Clear River City. In the Hawkwolf Guard, Hua Qinglu was currently bent over her desk diligently. Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared before her. Her heart skipped a beat and she leapt up. When she saw who the feet belonged to, she could not help but blurt out, Big Brother Li, you've emerged from seclusion. Thank you for the past few years. I really haven't been a good commander at all. It's been a few years since I last saw you, and you've become even more handsome. Li Qingshan sniggered. "I've stopped being a little girl a long time ago," Hua Qinglu said. "Then you're the big girl. Come, tell me what's happened in the past few years." Hua Qinglu told him everything that had happened in the past few years. Li Qingshan had heard most of it from Hua Sengzan. Even after so much time had passed, nothing had changed on the whole. The pace of cultivation was actually much slower compared to the world of mortals. There were fewer changes. It was very rare to hear about someone dying in an accident or getting married or having children. Most of the time, it was just their cultivation progressing. "What's going on?" Li Qingshan placed the tiny sword on the table and asked the question he wanted to ask the most. "You received it too." Hua Qinglu took out an identical tiny sword. As it turned out, the renowned Foundation establishment cultivators of the younger generation in the Clear River Prefecture had all received a sword letter like this, inviting them to the greatest lake of the Clear River Prefecture, Clear Court Lake, in 7 days' time for a gathering of heroes. Chapter 751. The bright moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling its light over the lake. In the middle of the lake, there was an island with undulating mountains. It was the former Qing court sect, which later became the abode of the Moon Devil. The pavilions and terraces were still there, but they were no longer as prosperous as they were in the past. Under the illumination of the moonlight, it seemed a little desolate. But tonight, he had become the center of attention of the entire Clear River Prefecture once again. This Yin Xiaoqiu of the Sword Collection Palace wields one of the 10 renowned swords, the Breaking Water Sword. He's at the peak of Foundation establishment, and it's said that he's already comprehended the true essence of the sword, becoming one with the sword. He's even more powerful than Fu Qingjin in the past. He's declared that he wants to challenge all the geniuses of the younger generation in the 81 prefectures of the 9 commanderies of the Green Province. He's already challenged 21 prefectures and he's yet to taste defeat. His name has spread through the world. Above the Great Lake, the soaring dragon ship broke through the clouds and soared into the sky. A few vague figures stood on the deck. Hua Qinglu introduced Yin Xiaoqiu's situation to Li Qingshan. Wei Yangxing added, in the beginning he visited them one by one, but many of them found an excuse to avoid him. Later on he sent out a sword letter and invited all the challengers in the prefecture. Anyone who didn't show up would become a laughing stock. This is to build up the might of the Sword Collection Palace and strengthen the unity of the Demon Slayer. However, it's only 81 prefectures, so it'll already be impressive if even half of them go. Is he bold enough to go to the southern commanderies? Hua Sengzan shook his head. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and stood at the bow of the ship. The wind blew, but he was as still as a mountain. It made Hua Qinglu sigh inside. Big Brother Li's bearing is becoming more and more unfathomable. Just how much stronger has he become in the past few years of secluded cultivation? Is he Yin Xiaoqiu's opponent? Li Qingshan looked down at the familiar Moon Court Lake. The island was dark. There were no lights in the pavilions. Only specks of spiritual light flickered on the mountaintop. Those were the geniuses of the various sects. The most powerful aura was at the peak of the mountain. A black-robed man was sitting cross-legged. He looked to be in his 20s or 30s, but he had an aura of vicissitudes. This must be Yin Xiaoqiu. Li Qingshan touched his arm. There was a dragon-shaped shadow hidden there. Having refined the soaring dragon sword, he knew the origin of this aura. It was the will of the previous sword masters. 1,000 years passed. After experiencing the vicissitudes of life, the successor would naturally be influenced. Unless it was like Li Qingshan who used his own will to suppress the will of the sword. Yin Xiaoqiu seemed to sense something. He looked up at the sky. Their gazes met from afar. Yin Xiaoqiu's eyes shot out 2 sharp sword essences. Straight up into the sky. Infusing sword intent into one's vision to stun people was a great technique of the Sword Collection Palace. If one's cultivation was high enough, they could even destroy the enemy sea of consciousness. However, when the sword intent shot into Li Qingshan's eyes, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Yin Xiaoqiu, who had intended to let Li Qingshan suffer a loss, felt a chill in his heart. Who is this person? Then he glanced at the so-called geniuses around him. Is there finally a worthy opponent? Li Qingshan retracted his gaze with a smile and turned his head. The Breaking Water Sword? Yi Danqing, did you bring a brush and paper? How can I not bring something that makes a living? As one of the invited geniuses, Shu Danqing seemed rather absent-minded today. His eye sockets were slightly dark and his eyes were bloodshot. Who knew what he was thinking? Only when he heard Li Qingshan's question did he return to his senses. Hua Qinglu knew that Li Qingshan had specially gone to find Chu Danqing during the small gathering last night. Ever since then, his mind had wandered off, and he had even bid farewell and left first. Only tonight did he emerge from the soaring dragon ship. She could not help but become rather curious about what Li Qingshan had said to him. Li Qingshan smiled. Take them all out. Prepare to paint a painting. Sure. What painting? Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and thought seriously. Let's call it the painting of divine might, where the wise and valiant Li Qingshan defeats the brainless, pretentious Yin Xiaoqiu. The deck suddenly fell silent. Everyone seemed like they had been struck by lightning. Even the corner of Han Tie's eye twitched. Chu Danqing smiled bitterly. I feel like this name is an insult to my painting. Then you can choose the name. I'll be going down first. Li Qingshan waved his hand and leapt off the bow of the ship, landing right in front of Yin Xiaoqiu. He smiled. Li Qingshan. Greetings, Commander Li. The geniuses from sects set aside their arrogance and bowed. There was no one in the Clear River Prefecture who did not know the Scarlet Hawk Commander Li Qingshan. Yin Xiaoqiu. Yin Xiaoqiu could not help but straighten up and stare at Li Qingshan deeply. The first disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga's unraging guardian king, Li Qingshan, the Scarlet Hawk Commander of the Clear River Prefecture. I heard that he practices the greatest secret technique of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, the Demon Suppression Statuary. His strength far surpasses regular Foundation establishment cultivators. Because he hasn't joined the monastery to cultivate, he possesses the title of the greatest secular disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Even a prince has suffered greatly at his hands. When I left the Sword Collection Palace, Junior Brother Fu also told me to be careful of this person. He's definitely not someone easy to deal with. Though, hasn't he always been cultivating in secluded cultivation in the Chain Mountains in the past few years? Why has he suddenly emerged? Yin Xiaoqiu was not afraid of Li Qingshan. He possessed absolute confidence in his own strength. He just cared a little about the two words Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Of the three great sects of the Green Province, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga mediated the balance between them, which was why the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbral Yin sect could maintain such a long period of peace. However, he cast his worries to the back of his head very soon. The path of the sword was about advancing forward fearlessly and fearlessly. He would never cower in fear. Since he's bold enough to come, I'll just take a hit at the Chan Monastery of Devanaga's reputation. Let's see whether the legendary Demon Suppression Statuary has an undeserved reputation or not. Your sword is called the Breaking Water Sword. Li Qingshan looked at the sword on Yin Xiaoqiu's knees. The dark sheath seemed simple and unadorned, with a few lines of poetry vaguely engraved on it. However, it was a little curved, not perfectly straight. That's right. My sword is called the Water Sword. Li Qingshan smiled and waved his hand casually. The moist water vapor condensed into a transparent water sword in his hand. He flicked the edge gently and there was a clang. Very well then. I'll see how it goes today. Yin Xiaoqiu's eyes narrowed. He was clearly making fun of his sword. To a swordsman, this was the greatest form of provocation, and it was filled with contempt. This was different from any opponent he had encountered in the past 21 prefectures. Danqing, are you ready? Li Qingshan said to Chu Danqing, who had hurried over afterwards. Yeah. Chu Danqing took out a brush and paper as he was told. He was ready to paint. Let's change the name of this painting to The Water Sword Destroys the Breaking Water Sword. Li Qingshan called out. He pointed the tip of his sword at Yin Xiaoqiu and smiled. Draw your sword. Even now, he did not act like he was facing a powerful enemy at all. He was as relaxed as if he was taking a stroll in the park. The successor of the 10 renowned swords of the Sword Collection Palace, the supreme swordsman who had challenged 21 prefectures in a row, was only a weakling that he could defeat easily. Yin Xiaoqiu stood up slowly and drew the breaking water sword slowly. In that moment, clear light shimmered. The bright moon paled. It paled as well. And everyone's faces. The geniuses that had been invited from the various sects and clans could not help but hold their breaths. All of the light gathered on the sword-wielding Yin Xiaoqiu. His clothes drifted about. He stood aloof from the world. It seemed like he was about to be blown away by the wind. However, what attracted them even more was, it was still the breaking water sword. The blade was curved and slender, like a crescent moon. It gave off rings of light. Li Qingshan's gaze was attracted by it as well, but he remained unfazed as if he could not sense the threat from the breaking water sword at all. Without a doubt, this displeased Yin Xiaoqiu even more than cursing. He had traveled through the 21 prefectures, but he had never been treated like this. As a result, he said nothing more and swung his sword. No one could describe the breathtaking nature of this strike. It cut through the moonlight, cut through the flowing water, and cut off all the worries of the world. Chu Danqing wanted to paint the elegance of this strike subconsciously, but he was unable to put his impulses into action. Han Tie instinctively imagined what he would do if he faced this strike, but he admitted helplessly that he had no idea how to block it. It was no wonder he had heard that many geniuses and experts from the other prefectures would be defeated by a single strike from Yin Xiaoqiu, while the spectators would often lose the courage to face him, directly choosing to forfeit. However, little did he know that this strike was the most powerful strike Yin Xiaoqiu had unleashed ever since he left the Sword Collection Palace. In order to sharpen his heart of the sword, he had never used the power of the breaking water sword in his past battles. He only used it as a sharp, treasured sword, which was undoubtedly equivalent to binding his hands and feet in battle. But at this moment Yin Xiaoqiu broke through all restraints and became one with the sword. Using the momentum of his consecutive victories, he poured all of his strength and belief into the strike. Breaking water. Li Qingshan stopped smiling and swung the water sword in his hand. It was as swift as a dragon emerging from the ocean. "I've got it." Chu Danqing's eyes suddenly lit up, and his brush began to move. Last night, Li Qingshan had passed the 2 scrolls of the 3 Absolutes calligraphy to Chu Danqing, asking him to complete the final repairs so that the supreme calligraphy, painting, and sword manual could once again appear in the world. Before this, Li Qingshan had already refined them separately and comprehended the sword intent within them. He then corroborated it with the sword intent from the soaring dragon sword. In the end, it was his own belief, condensing the unparalleled sword intent that belonged solely to him. The dragon soared through the 4 seas, rampaging through the world. The seas surged, vast and boundless. The 2 swords collided. The breaking water sword swept past the water sword and landed on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan raised the broken sword in his hand and sighed. A sword casually condensed from water still can't compare to a true arcane treasure at the end of the day. The breaking water sword was not just an arcane treasure. The Sword Collection Palace possessed many arcane treasure-grade swords, but there were only 10 renowned swords. They possessed the wills of the past masters of the sword and were powered by the secret sword techniques of the Sword Collection Palace, so their power could not be compared to regular arcane treasures. Even among the 10 renowned swords, the breaking water sword was renowned for its destructive power that could cut through everything. The spectators all felt that Li Qingshan was being a little too careless if he wanted to take on it head-on by condensing a random sword out of water. However, at this point it was meaningless to use this as an excuse. Han Tie frowned slightly. This did not seem to be his personality. He seemed crude and straightforward, but he was actually the person with the most thorough thoughts. In particular, when he fought against others, he was basically extremely clever. He would never be defeated because he underestimated his opponent. As the victor, Yin Xiaoqiu's behavior was rather strange as well. "Big brother?" Hua Qinglu cried out involuntarily. She would probably see the terrifying sight of him being cleaved in two. Hua Sengzan said softly, "Don't worry. It's fine." Li Qingshan smiled at Hua Qinglu and tossed the broken sword aside. It turned into mist in the air and returned to the void. Then he asked Yin Xiaoqiu, "How was it?" Yin Xiaoqiu opened his eyes and looked at Li Qingshan as if he had encountered something unbelievable. His lips parted and he said with some difficulty, "How was it?" Chapter 752. There was an uproar in the surroundings and some were even puzzled. It was clearly Yin Xiaoqiu who had broken Li Qingshan's sword with a single strike, and had slashed at his body. Even if he had held back and did not kill him with a single strike, with such a divine weapon, Li Qingshan would have died at the very least with just a little bit of force. How could it be that Yin Xiaoqiu had admitted defeat instead? Yin Xiaoqiu's eyes were also filled with unwillingness. Failure had come too suddenly, and it was filled with an unreal feeling. Then he understood and suddenly fell from the peak of success. The moment their swords collided, he was shocked. His opponent was clearly not a swordsman, but the sword will he possessed was no weaker than his. Although he still relied on the sharpness of the broken water sword to cut off Li Qingshan's sword and fell on Li Qingshan's body, it could not move an inch further. Li Qingshan's right hand was in a demonized state. His 5 fingers were as sharp as knives. He tightly grasped the broken water sword, and the devil chi was surging between his fingers. He did not borrow the strength of the ox demon, but only the power of the demon commander. He easily suppressed the breaking water sword, which was at the end of its tether. If he had a better sword, even if it was just a low-grade magic tool, the situation would not be like this. Furthermore, his demon suppression statuary has only revealed the tip of the iceberg. As Yin Xiaoqiu thought to himself, a deep sense of unwillingness welled up in him. He had not even seen his opponent's true strength, yet he had no choice but to admit defeat. This feeling was really unpleasant. But if he couldn't even accept failure, then he wasn't qualified to be the owner of the broken water sword. But regarding Yin Xiaoqiu's decisiveness in admitting defeat, Li Qingshan was also a little surprised. He originally thought that Yin Xiaoqiu would still struggle a little more. It was a good opportunity for him to display the power of the demon suppression statuary and announce that he had transcended the second heavenly tribulation. Once it reached Si Qing's ears, he would be able to carry out the next step of the plan. Li Qingshan let go of the broken water sword and said patiently, "I think you can try again. After all, I haven't hurt you yet." "There's no need. I'm no match for you. Even if I try 1,000 times, 10,000 times, it'll still be the same. Fellow Taoist, you have a great teacher and a great disciple. Your reputation is well deserved." Yin Xiaoqiu took a step back, sheathed his sword, and cupped his hands in greeting. The breaking water sword was different from the Green Ruins sword. It could not create Green Ruins illusions. He couldn't let the sword master turn into a spiritual light and scatter. He was invincible. The sword intent of the broken water sword was concise and decisive. With a wave of the sword, no matter if it was a human or a ghost, a demon or a demon, it would not be able to escape. They were about to be severed. Although it was only one strike. He had poured all of his heart and soul into this. Now that his sword intent had already suffered a setback, he would only be asking to be humiliated if he continued fighting. However, he really wanted to know. Just how strong was he? Forget it then. Li Qingshan sighed. If he had known this would happen, he would have held back a little. At the very least, he would have fought for 300 rounds or something. Back then, Fu Qingjin was able to force North Moon into a corner. But now Yin Xiaoqiu, who was stronger than Fu Qingjin, could not even make Li Qingshan use his full strength. As expected, experts are lonely. But I still have to work hard to become even more lonely. May I ask what realm of cultivation you're at right now, fellow? Yin Xiaoqiu could not help but ask. He just could not understand how his opponent could defeat him with the breaking water sword without even a single arcane artifact on him. Their comprehension of the way of the sword should not be too different. The demon suppression statuary was powerful, but he practiced the secret sword techniques of the Sword Collection Palace too. "Kid, you sure know your place." Li Qingshan praised inside. He said earnestly, "You don't have to be too dejected. I've already undergone the second heavenly tribulation, so my cultivation is slightly higher than yours. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle might not even be certain." "How old are you?" Yin Xiaoqiu was shocked. Every heavenly tribulation was a huge dividing line for cultivators. He had never thought of such a simple answer, and it was none other than because it was too inconceivable. Based on his age, how could he possibly overcome the second heavenly tribulation? Even among the geniuses of the Sword Collection Palace throughout history, it was extremely rare. In a small place like the Clear River Prefecture, how could he achieve this without a master or clan? "I've been in secluded cultivation for too long, so I don't really remember. I'm probably not even 30 yet. I've basically completed my initial objective. The world didn't laugh at me for bragging." Ah. Yin Xiaoqiu was speechless as well, as if his defeat at Li Qingshan's hands had dealt him an even greater blow. He had challenged the geniuses of the various prefectures of the Green Province because he believed he was a genius among geniuses. Yet now, someone who was inferior to him in every aspect had left him in the dust, setting foot into an even higher realm of cultivation. Apart from Hua Sengzan, who knew about Li Qingshan's other identity, everyone else was dumbfounded. Everyone knew what undergoing the second heavenly tribulation meant. Establishing a sect and dominating an entire region was nothing more than a walk in the park. They might not be able to do whatever they wanted in the 9 provinces, but they could come and go as they pleased. There were already very few existences that could threaten them. However, it was very difficult to say what undergoing the second heavenly tribulation before the age of 30 meant. Did it mean they had a very high chance of undergoing the third heavenly tribulation and truly becoming one of the rulers of the 9 provinces? "It's getting late. You should continue your challenges. Danqing, how's your drawing coming along?" Li Qingshan called out loudly. "It's done." Chu Danqing stopped his brush and said. Li Qingshan walked over to take a look. There were 2 figures drawn on it. Although the figures were blurry and there were no facial features, it fully displayed the two's completely different temperaments, allowing people to distinguish between Li Qingshan and Yin Xiaoqiu at first glance. The drawing of the two swords was even more wonderful, as if they were about to leap out of the painting. He had also written the name of the painting. According to what Li Qingshan had said, it was called The Water Sword Destroys the Breaking Water Sword. However, the issue was the scene that Chu Danqing had drawn was the scene of Yin Xiaoqiu cutting through the water sword with a single stroke. Hey, you really know how to seize the opportunity? If people who don't know about this battle were to see this, wouldn't they laugh at me? Chu Danqing said, this battle has already become famous all over the world. Who doesn't know about it? Fair enough. Li Qingshan nodded. That was his original objective in the first place. At this moment Yin Xiaoqiu's voice rang out from behind, please fight me, fellow Hua. Li Qingshan never expected him to continue challenging people. He thought he's just experienced a great defeat, yet he can immediately rouse himself. This person's temperament can be described as resolute and resolute. As a disciple taught by the Sword Collection Palace and a successor of the 10 renowned swords, he really does live up to his reputation. I wonder how Zijian is doing. I'll have to ask him about it later. Afterwards Yin Xiaoqiu challenged everyone present one by one. Not only did he defeat everyone but he even defeated all of them in a single strike. If it were not for Li Qingshan, his accomplishments would have become even more glorious tonight, and his name would have spread through the Green Province once more. But now, even the people being challenged seemed rather absent-minded. They would glance at Li Qingshan from time to time, as if they were looking at a monster they had never seen before. Their eyes were filled with surprise and respect. The gathering of heroes came to an end very quickly. As everyone dispersed, the news of Li Qingshan undergoing the second heavenly tribulation spread rapidly. Yin Xiaoqiu reported this to the Sword Collection Palace as soon as possible. The master of the Sword Collection Palace also sighed. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga has produced an impressive disciple. Such outstanding talent is basically rare. Chapter 753. The prefectural city of Clear River was brightly lit. Although it was already past midnight, the streets were still filled with people. It was bustling and noisy. The dazzling lanterns and bustling stages all attracted people to stop and linger around like it was some grand festival. However, today was not a festival. Most of the common people had no idea why they were celebrating. They only knew that the prefectural city had become lively with a stroke of the pen from the prefectural city. They vaguely knew it was because of the Scarlet Hawk commander, Li Qingshan. However, the entire cultivation community of the Rui Commandery was shaken up by this. Li Qingshan's name rang through the Green Province, spreading to the other provinces. The lanterns on the upper floor were resplendent. A grand banquet was currently being held. Streaks of light constantly flew over and were invited into the building. However, only Foundation establishment cultivators who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation at the very least had the right to set foot on the platform on the top floor, and they had to be a little more careful with their words and actions. In a corner of the platform, Gu Yenying and Han Anjuan were discussing something. Han Anjuan, who had always been stern, smiled slightly too. The Marquis of Rui listened to them from one side, and to their left and right were all Golden Core cultivators who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Although there were fewer of them due to the disaster of the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures, and everyone had concealed their auras, the presences they gave off still made people feel slightly pressured. They're here. Gu Yenying suddenly looked back at the horizon. Under everyone's gazes, Li Qingshan descended from the sky with Han Qiongji. Li Qingshan was dressed in a set of azure, tight robes. His bearing was as lofty as a mountain, making him look around proudly. Han Qiongji was dressed in splendid clothes too. She wore a fiery red palace dress that was as bright as fire, outlining her graceful figure. They were truly a perfect match, as if they were a match made in heaven. In the past, there had even been people who found it difficult to understand why the daughter of the Han family would take the initiative to pursue a kid from the countryside. It was rumored that Han Anjuan had vehemently objected to it. Because of this, she had almost fallen out with the Han family. In the end, she even ended up living together with him without any status. Although the cultivation community was not as particular about birth and etiquette as the secular world, it had basically become a laughingstock among the aristocratic clans of the Clear River Prefecture and Rui Commandery. They all said that Han Qiongji had become infatuated. However, Han Qiongji never cared about these rumors, and Li Qingshan didn't have the time to listen to such gossip. Now, everyone admired Han Qiongji's foresight. Such a peerless genius was enough to make a large sect flourish. It would be easy for him to establish an aristocratic family that was not inferior to the Han family. No matter how pessimistic Han Anjuan was about this relationship, he couldn't help but nod slightly at this moment. Merely from the perspective of a cultivator, he couldn't help but sigh with admiration. He had admired Li Qingshan from the very beginning. The reason why he refused to accept Li Qingshan as his son-in-law was not because he despised Li Qingshan's low birth as the rumors said. On the contrary, he was worried that his daughter would not be able to control such a man, and it was indeed so. In his entire life, the only woman with such magnanimity was probably the smiling Gu Yenying beside him who held a folding fan. Fortunately, she had abstained from romantic relationships, so it was impossible for her to have any thoughts about Li Qingshan. Otherwise, his daughter really would be done for. Li Qingshan was not an irresponsible person either. What he did was equivalent to declaring his relationship with Han Qiongji once again. Han Tie was happy for his elder sister too. His brother-in-law did things as he pleased, completely different from infatuation. At least he had not let down his elder sister's love. Daughter, speaking of which, you knew Commander Li first. I think you even saved him back then. In the small garden on the top floor, the patriarch of the Hua family said to Hua Qinglu. His voice was filled with pity. Even though Hua Qinglu had become much more mature after the wisdom imbuement, she could not help but roll her eyes at her father before raising her head again. Back then she was still a little girl. She was ignorant about the matters between men and women. Now that she thought about it, she did feel a hint of regret. If she had taken action first back then, this lustful elder brother would not have turned her down at all with her charm. Sigh, first impressions are the strongest in everything. Suddenly she shook her head. What am I thinking about? Big sister Han treats me like her own younger sister. How can I think about something so shameful? She was not envious of the limitless glory. She just wanted to stay by his side legitimately. Once feelings arose, it was difficult for her to forget them. Female cultivators really did have the heaviest tribulations of love. Suddenly she understood her elder brother a little. Since she had already fallen in love with a man like that, what interest would she have in other men? She would be better off focusing on cultivation. Hua Qinglu sighed gently. This could be considered a good thing. At the very least, she was not as obsessed with the word love as Hua Sengzan was. Because of Gu Yenying, Hua Sengzan did not appear tonight. Even if he drank 1,000 cups of water of oblivion, he would still fall in love at first sight if they met again. This was something he understood. The patriarch of the Hua family shook his head. The Han family had really struck it rich. However, he also understood that even if his daughter was willing, he might not have agreed. His objections would definitely have been even more intense than Han Anjuan's. Who would have thought that a country bumpkin could actually reach such a level in a mere dozen or so years? Everyone had different thoughts as they cast different gazes at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan remained unperturbed. He looked down and smiled. This celebration was Lu Changqing's suggestion. Originally, Li Qingshan might not have accepted it with his personality, but when he considered his own plans he still agreed. However, since he was already here, there was no need for him to care about keeping a low profile. Tonight, he would make Li Qingshan's name known throughout the world, completing the ambition of that mountain village teenager in the past. In that instant, Li Qingshan's aura completely erupted. Demon chi surged and malice surged into the air. The stars and moon dimmed in comparison. Everyone felt a tremendous pressure weigh down on their heads, filled with pressure and aggressiveness. Even their breathing became rather difficult. If it were not for the fact that this power only spread out in all directions aimlessly and did not target a single person, no one present apart from the Golden Core cultivators would have been able to endure it. The Golden Core cultivators were even more shocked. Didn't he just undergo the second heavenly tribulation? How is he so powerful? If they really fight, there probably aren't a lot of people present who are his opponent. On a tall tower in the distance, Yin Xiaoqiu stood with his sword on his back. He silently closed his eyes and sensed the aura. He sighed. Is this the demon suppression statuary? It really is powerful. No, it's not just the cultivation method. It's also because of this person. The Chan monastery of Devanaga has produced such a genius. Among the younger generation of the Sword Collection Palace, no one can surpass him apart from first senior brother. Fortunately, he doesn't come from the Umbraline sect, or he would definitely become a great problem. Stop showing off. You can go down now. Han Qiongji secretly pinched Li Qingshan. In the beginning she felt rather proud of receiving the attention of so many people, but as time went on she began to feel uneasy. "Aren't I trying to make you proud?" Li Qingshan replied with a smile. "Humph, I think you're doing it for your own happiness," Han Xiongji said. So be it if he had suddenly entered secluded cultivation for a few years, but the first person he went to after emerging was actually Hua Qinglu. She had actually only found out he had emerged from secluded cultivation after receiving a notification. Li Qingshan knew why she was angry. Following the principle of a lion using its full strength even when hunting a rabbit, he first completely refined the half of the cursive sword calligraphy he had obtained from Mou before handing it to Chu Danqing. Afterwards he comprehended the sword intent within it. He spent 2 days on this. Time was tight, so he did not have the time to go to her. In her anger, Han Xiongji did not even watch his battle with Yin Xiaoqiu. Of course, she also knew that he had undergone the second heavenly tribulation a long time ago, so there was no reason for him to lose, let alone face life-threatening danger. Li Qingshan also knew that he had done something slightly wrong, so he tried to persuade her. It's all my fault. Don't be angry. I'll definitely make it up to you tonight so you can resolve the pain of yearning you've endured these past few years. I don't want to. You can go find other women to pass your time. Han Xiongji turned him down flatly, but her heart softened. She was very curious about what she would have to do so that she would never be able to forgive this reckless man. As long as he said a few more sweet words, all of her anger would vanish. Which woman can compare to my Jia? Li Qingshan said with a smile. He landed on the second floor and he did not purposefully hold back, nor did he purposefully release his emotions. He clasped his hands in greeting, then took his seat and toasted the golden core cultivators one by one. The first was obviously Han Anjuan. His father-in-law did not say anything, and he drank all the wine in his cup in one gulp. Next was his superior, Gu Yening. Commander Gu said, "Congratulations." Then she said, "Come to my waterside pavilion of listening wind tomorrow." Li Qingshan said, "That's exactly what I intend to do." Afterwards, Li Qingshan drank to his heart's content. The entire building was filled with guests and hosts. Qian Rongji withdrew her gaze and began patrolling the building. This was her duty as a White Wolf guard. Suddenly a voice rang out, "May I ask if you're Senior Qian Rongji?" Qian Rongji turned around and saw a handsome young man standing there. He said, "I'm Lin Xian, also from the 100 Schools of Thought of the Clear River Prefecture. I'm still cultivating in the School of Taoism right now, so I've heard of Senior's great name a long time ago." Qian Rongji had heard of this name before. He was a rising star from the 100 Schools of Thought of the Clear River Prefecture. He had made quite a name for himself in the past few years, but she had seen far too many geniuses in her life. Let alone Li Qingshan and Little N, even she herself had been crowned as a genius now. She had once received Yin Xiaoqiu's letter of challenge, but she had completely ignored it. As a result, she did not believe a measly qi practitioner like that was worth his attention. She only found his gaze to be sincere and his bearing to be gentle, which made her recall a distant memory for some reason. What's the matter? The next morning, lotus flowers flowed endlessly in the waterside pavilion of listening wind, filling the surroundings with a refreshing fragrance. Li Qingshan and Gu Yening sat before one another, tasting tea together. They were very leisurely. Gu Yening placed down her teacup. "In other words, you've made up your mind about going to the Mist Province." Li Qingshan smiled. "The world is pressing. With my cultivation, I can't possibly remain a Scarlet Hawk commander, and according to my knowledge, there's no empty position for me in the Green Province." Gu Yening said, "And with your name right now, neither the imperial government nor the Hawk Wolf Guard will let you leave. Even the Chan Monastery of Devanaga can't do anything about it." Having a resounding name was both a good thing and a bad thing. A supreme genius who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation before the age of 30 was something that even the imperial government could not help but value. They had to keep them within the system. Although the Chan Monastery of Devanaga was renowned throughout the Green Province, it was impossible for them to contend against the Hawk Wolf Guard or even the Great Xia Empire. "Oh right, you should return to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga to take a look. There's no rush for that." Li Qingshan planned on pushing the first 7 layers of the Demon Suppression Statuary to the peak before attempting the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall. "That girl of yours has already emerged." Chapter 754. Gu Yening said, "I just received the news." "That's fantastic." Li Qingshan stood up. He was tempted to rush to the Chan monastery of Devanaga immediately, but he paced around before sitting down again. He still had to prioritize. It was true that Little N had undergone the second heavenly tribulation, but he probably had to become the head monk and learn the chant of Devanaga before he could meet him. Even if he rushed over right now, the door would probably be shut in his face. It was better to stick to the original plan. Si Qing definitely won't let go of the opportunity for revenge. You'll probably face quite a lot of danger if you go to the Mist Province, and it won't just come from Si Qing. Gu Yening tapped her palm gently with her jade folding fan. Since the Mist Province was known as a lawless land, then it was obviously filled with hostility towards the Hawkwolf Guard who represented the law. Apart from these superficial conflicts, there were also many hidden dangers. I've even offended the person I can't afford to offend the most, so what danger do I still have to be afraid of? Li Qingshan smiled. Was there still any danger that could be greater than the Dragon King of the Sea's pursuit? His relationship with the Demon King of the Mist Province, the Banyan Tree King, was quite good. Gu Yening smiled. Fair enough. You don't have to agree too readily. I'll help you fight for it. The Hawkwolf Guard will compensate you accordingly. Then I'll be troubling you. It's nothing. Alright, which commandery do you want to go to? The South Sea Commandery. Gu Yening raised an eyebrow. That's easy. None of the commanderies of the Mist Province are more dangerous than the South Sea Commandery. I shouldn't ask too much, but I really am rather curious. Why do you suddenly want to go to such a distant place? I agreed to accompany someone to the coast of the South Sea. A woman? A friend. He left the waterside pavilion of Listening Wind and arrived in Han Qiongji's dwelling. Han Qiongji was waiting for him. Seeing him return, she asked in a hurry, Qingshan, what did Commander Gu say? Looks like she's going to be promoted. Li Qingshan sat down with a smile and picked her up, placing her on his lap. Word. I probably have to pay a visit to the South Sea Commandery. South Sea County. Han Qiongji cried out involuntarily. In the records of the Hawkwolf Guard, there were not many places more dangerous than the South Sea Commandery. White Hawk commanders and White Wolf commanders had died there. Don't worry, your husband is about to go and gain experience. There aren't many people in this world who can hurt your husband. Then I will go with you. Cultivate in peace. I won't have anything to worry about, Li Qingshan said softly. Han Qiongji understood this as well. With her strength, even if they went, they wouldn't be able to help him much. Instead, they would easily become a burden, preventing him from using his fists and legs. Then you should wait for Little N to come out of seclusion. She will definitely be able to help you. She has already come out of seclusion. Great. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga probably won't release their most outstanding disciple. Come adventuring in the Mist Province with me. Li Qingshan shook his head. He was not optimistic about it. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga basically guarded against him like he was a thief. They were tempted to never see Little N again. Then what are we supposed to do? Han Qiongji frowned. What are we supposed to do? It's not like I'm made of clay. Even if I'm alone, I can still turn the Mist Province upside down. Li Qingshan saw how furrowed her brows were, and he was touched inside. He pinched her cheek with a smile and embraced her firmly, kissing her ear. He said gently, Qiongji, the 3 years of mourning have passed. We can officially get married. Han Qiongji was very tempted, but she said, wasn't that time in the past official? Of course it was. Then isn't that enough? There's no rush for something like this. You better make good use of your time right now and cultivate properly. I don't want to become a widow right after getting married. Han Qiongji broke free from his embrace. Li Qingshan thought about it and agreed with her. If he had to travel to the South Sea before he could even have a honeymoon, that would not be too good either. As a result, he smiled. Madam, we'll be apart more often than not. The night of love is too short, so let's go at it again. The Samadhi flames of white bone blazed as a white bone Sarira revolved, possessing a luminous and wise Buddhist nature. Dragon cries rang out, sometimes soft, sometimes loud, as if they were slowly reciting an eternal scripture. His eyes suddenly snapped open. They were clear and flawless like glass. Little N sat under a verdant Bodhi tree. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were boundless emptiness. Apart from this body and this tree, there was nothing else. This place was known as the Bodhi realm of emptiness, a miniature world similar to the Azura field. It possessed a Buddhist nature and was a place of cultivation provided by the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. There was nothing outside the body and nothing outside the mind. The concept of time had become non-existent. If his mind was not resolute and he was not wise enough, not only would it be useless but it would even be harmful. Throughout history, countless eminent monks had comprehended the way here, but there were also many who suffered from chi deviation and lost their minds. But to her, this place was no different from the bustling, secular world. All she lacked was a single person. Li Qingshan cultivated in the dwelling for a few more days. Suddenly he opened his eyes one day and arrived outside the dwelling, gazing in the direction of Great Buddha Mountain. After a moment of thought, he was finally unable to hold himself back anymore, setting off for the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Below Great Buddha Mountain, pilgrims continued to rustle against one another in an endless stream, rushing over from all directions to pay their respects. Suddenly a streak of light flew over. The guardian monk called out, "Who goes there? Flying is forbidden on Great Buddha Mountain." Li Qingshan landed before the entrance and clasped his hands. Secular disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan. The monks were surprised. All of them had heard of this name before. The reception monk returned in a hurry to pass on the news. A while later, on Great Buddha Mountain, bells and drums rang out, and the gates opened wide. Monks lined the path to welcome him. I've only ever heard of the Buddha saying that all life is equal. Today I've finally experienced it for myself. Li Qingshan smiled gently. In the past, when he came to pay his respects to the monastery with little n, he had suffered quite a lot of setbacks. But today he had undergone the second heavenly tribulation, and he had done it before the age of 30. With such a supreme genius, even the Chan Monastery of Devanaga had to lower themselves and consider his feelings and thoughts. He strode in, making his way straight to the top of Great Buddha Mountain. Even when he arrived at the entrance of the inner courtyard, he did not stop at all, arriving before the grand hall. Just now he stopped and gazed inside. The dauntless monk sat in the center, with the various head monks beside him, and behind him was the Buddha, overlooking all life. Logically speaking, secular disciples, even true disciples of the inner courtyard, might not necessarily have the right to enter the grand hall. But now there were no longer any obstructions before Li Qingshan. He stepped over the tall doors, brought his palms together and bowed. Disciple Li Qingshan greets the dauntless abbot and the various masters. Amitabha. With the Buddhist chant, the monks returned the greeting. They no longer possessed the slightest arrogance. The dauntless monk was solemn as he studied Li Qingshan. The rumors were true. He had indeed undergone the second heavenly tribulation. May I ask where little n is right now, abbot? Li Qingshan cut right to the chase. The dauntless monk said, One Will is currently studying the chant of Devanaga, preparing to succeed as the head monk of the Wuz nunnery. She's temporarily unable to meet with you. Sure enough, Li Qingshan thought, I wonder how long she'll need for now. The chant of Devanaga is the very foundation of the monastery. The Buddhist Dharma is vast and profound. If you want to completely master it, it'll take 30 to 50 years at the very least, up to 100 or 80 years at the very most. One Will's Buddhist bones are naturally formed, and she's intelligent and wise, but it'll probably take a decade or so. The head monks all nodded in agreement. The abbot is right. I began studying the chant of Devanaga 30 years ago, but even now I feel like I've only scratched the surface. Yeah, the Buddhist Dharma is boundless. It'll take a lifetime, no, an entire lifetime to comprehend and explore. Li Qingshan cursed inside, What the fuck, you damned bald donkeys, it's all because your ability to comprehend is too low. Afterwards, the dauntless monk tried a series of threats and promises, trying everything he could to get Li Qingshan to accept the precepts and become a formal disciple of the monastery. He expressed that he only needed to shave his head, and he would immediately become the head monk of the Hall of Arhat. There were countless other benefits as well. Eating well and drinking well was not out of the question. The other head monks chimed in too, which annoyed Li Qingshan. He suddenly bellowed out, Enough! How dare you yell at the Buddhist hall? The dauntless monk shot him a glance, glaring furiously. Li Qingshan laid out his hands and said lazily, Masters, please spare me. I'll never ever become a monk. I have neither a Buddhist nature nor a root of wisdom. All I like in my life are fine alcohol, delicacies and beauties. Not all the heavens under Buddha Tathagata are monks. You can just treat me as a foreign demon that accidentally converted to Buddhism. Amitabha. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and the shore is at hand. Then I'll roam the four seas and go with the flow. No matter how furious the dauntless monk was, there really was nothing he could do to him. If a regular disciple were bold enough to speak like that in the grand hall, he would have directly subdued them a long time ago and sent them to the disciplinary courtyard for reflection. The monks all shook their heads and sighed. Li Qingshan acted like he feared nothing, but he was troubled inside. How was he supposed to see little Anne? A few casual words were fine, but if he really barged in forcefully, the dauntless monk would definitely deal with him for the sake of the monastery's dignity. At this moment, a gentle voice rang out from behind, "Qingshan." Li Qingshan suddenly looked back. A young woman stood before the steps. She wore faint, gray monk robes, but even that struggled to hide her beauty. Her long dark hair that resembled seaweed reached her ankles. Her clear, flawless eyes were filled with deep joy. When she saw him she smiled. She was alluring and the hall dimmed in comparison. Little Anne. The two of them strode over at the same time, standing in front of the grand hall and embracing one another firmly. At that moment, Li Qingshan felt like his heart was filled to the brim. Little Anne's glass-like eyes shone brightly too. All they could see was each other. They had forgotten about everything around them. The dauntless monk frowned heavily. He was almost tempted to launch a palm strike. The monks all had different expressions. Some raised their eyebrows, some widened their eyes, some curled their lips, some pinched their noses. They were all indescribably strange. A sight like this had appeared before the greatest holy land of Buddhism in the Green Province, the Grand Hall of the Monastery of Devanaga. It was very displeasing to the eye no matter how he looked at it. She was originally arranged to cultivate in a place called the Bodhi Realm of Emptiness. That place is cut off from the world. Even if she can emerge, how does she know he's come to the monastery? The dauntless monk was perplexed. You've grown up again. Chapter 755. Even with the dauntless monk's mental fortitude and cultivation, he could not help but fly into a rage right now. He bellowed, "Vile spawn, why don't you split up?" His voice contained a dragon's cry. He had already used the chant of Devanaga. For a moment, even Li Qingshan felt his mind waver. He could not help but let go of little Anne, but he immediately composed himself again. "Why must you be like this, abbot? This is a holy land of Buddhism. How dare you act like this? It's been several years since I've been separated from my loved ones, so what's a hug? The abbot's heart is colored, but this disciple's heart is colorless." Li Qingshan did not back down. Little Anne stood beside him silently, grabbing the corner of his clothes and smiling faintly. He did not resemble the one Will that the monks remembered at all. The dauntless monk became even more furious. He had practiced the Buddhist Dharma arduously for all these years, so how could he be fooled by Li Qingshan's half-baked words? At this moment, a voice rang out from the back of the mountain. "Damned brat, you've come to Great Buddha Mountain, yet you don't even come greet your master first. You only care about fooling around on the mountain. Why don't you get your ass over here?" "Yes, master. Abbot, I'll be taking my leave first." Li Qingshan was overjoyed. He clasped his hands and left the hall, making his way to the back of the mountain. Little Anne followed closely behind. Even though it had been a few years since they last saw each other, and they had gone through their own experiences, even their appearances had changed quite a bit. However, the current situation was no different from the past. The unraging monk laid on the stone tablet of the demon suppression hall with his chest and stomach bared. He looked at Li Qingshan with a smile, filled with relief. His disciple had worked so hard. As his master he felt honored too. However, when he saw little Anne behind him, his relief turned into some helplessness. Over the past few years, little Anne's name had basically shaken up Great Buddha Mountain. Whether it be his Buddhist scriptures, his debate, or even his cultivation speed, coupled with his talent for battle, he had completely surpassed regular people. He had become the most powerful star of hope in the history of the monastery. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation and condensing a Saraira, she had even become a figure of great influence in the monastery. Li Qingshan was close to 30 years old, while she was only in her early 20s. Even the reincarnated living Buddhas of Tantric Buddhism were not so powerful. Originally, the evaluation of her was that she was very confident in becoming a monk king, but now the evaluation had already been changed to having the potential to ascend. If it were not for the fact that she was a woman, she would definitely be the next abbot of the monastery. Right now, if anyone was bold enough to touch her, even the Chan monastery of Devanaga would throw their lives at them. In other words, Li Qingshan was the unraging monk's disciple, so he was technically a part of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. He was also a startlingly talented prodigy. Otherwise, if a man were bold enough to try hugging her in front of the Grand Hall on top of Great Buddha, Even if they were a prince of the empire, the dauntless monk would definitely fall out with them and spill their blood all over Great Buddha Mountain. "Thank you for helping me out, master," Li Qingshan said. If it were not for the unraging monk's support, he would have never gone against the dauntless monk out of his mind. Did he really think the dauntless monk was someone to be trifled with? "As long as you understand," the unraging monk said in exasperation. "The dauntless abbot has gone too far. If I hadn't agreed, would Little N have come to the Chan monastery of Devanaga to become your disciple? Look at you now. You have a genius disciple, and it's even a buy one get one free deal with me as a bonus, yet you're actually thinking about burning the bridge after you've outlived your usefulness. Do you still want us to go out and chop people up for the Chan monastery of Devanaga in the future?" Li Qingshan said with righteous indignation before turning to Little N. "Little N, don't you think so?" Little N smiled resplendently and nodded gently. Even Li Qingshan was taken aback by her momentary radiance. He sighed emotionally. "It's been a few years since I last saw her, and this girl's looks really are getting stronger and stronger. The path of white bone and great beauty really is impressive." Afterwards he turned around and continued to look at the unraging monk. He did not feel like he had been seduced at all. Even the unraging monk, a monk who ate meat and drank alcohol, who did not adhere to conventional etiquette, still felt the corner of his eye twitch when he heard what Li Qingshan said. He suddenly bellowed out, "Hey, you damned brat. The Chan monastery of Devanaga is a holy land of Buddhism, not some gang of the Jianghu. Who wants you to chop people up?" "That's exactly what I meant. Please pass on this to the abbot. As long as he doesn't make things difficult for us anymore, he wants us to guarantee that we'll contribute to the Chan monastery of Devanaga in the future and add to its glory. The Buddha has said that you can't force anything, much less become attached to it." Li Qingshan had absolutely no interest in the true Buddhist Dharma, but he had read quite a lot of things like Chicken Soup for the Soul in his past life. He could pick up most of the tones of the various masters and eminent monks in there. "Shut your mouth. If you mention the word Buddha again, I'll kill you with a single palm strike." The unraging monk sat up. "Master, you violated the precepts of anger. Aren't you unraging? All right. I'll stop talking. It's true that we're fated, but I just feel like there'll be a day when you bring me an overwhelming disaster, brat." The unraging monk let out a long sigh. He had watched over the demon suppression hall for many years, so he actually understood that Li Qingshan's words were crude, but they were not crude at all. If just lecturing on the scriptures and Dharma could deliver everyone from suffering, what was the point of having abilities? The Buddha is merciful, and it also needs a guardian to purge demons and demons. To put it bluntly, it was no different from a gang of the Jianghu. Where there were people, there would be conflict, let alone the fact that the cultivation community was not limited to just people. You could choose not to chop people up, but if you lacked the power to chop people up, you would be close to death. Now that the world was in chaos, the demonic cultivators and heretics hiding in the cloud, mist, frost, and thunder provinces beyond the 5 central provinces were ready to make a comeback at any time. If the two of them could work together and work wholeheartedly for the monastery, it would be equivalent to gaining 2 pillars of support, and they would definitely become more and more important. As a result, even with the dauntless monk's decisiveness, he did not mention punishing the two of them in the Grand Hall just now. Discipline was important, but survival was what mattered most. If he could force 2 genius disciples to develop grudges and fall out with him because of a few words, then he would have a huge problem as the abbot. The unraging monk had summoned Li Qingshan to the back of the mountain to give his senior brother a way out of this embarrassing situation. "I'll take responsibility for what I've done. If there are any disasters, I've always shouldered them all by myself," Li Qingshan said vehemently. Even when he was hunted to death by the Dragon King of the Sea, he did not try to rely on anyone. He made it through with his own strength. Suddenly he felt someone tug at his sleeve. Looking back, Little N pouted slightly, rather displeased. Li Qingshan rubbed her head with a smile. "And my Little N will shoulder it for me too. If we work together, there's nowhere we can't reach." Only then did Little N smile in satisfaction. The unraging monk said, "What you said is reasonable, but senior brother doesn't have his own concerns too. For your cultivation and for the monastery's reputation." Li Qingshan said, "He just thinks too much about us. If Little N were a man, he wouldn't be so suspicious." The unraging monk shook his head and glanced at Little Anne. With her appearance alone, if she were a man, the dauntless monk would probably find it even more difficult to put up with her. "I'll talk to senior brother about this." Your demon suppression statuary has begun to embark on the right path too, so why don't you show it to me? As someone who also practiced the demon suppression statuary, the unraging monk could vaguely sense the demon qi in Li Qingshan's body. All right. Li Qingshan stood up and backed away. His eyes suddenly turned scarlet blue, covered by a curved visor. His entire body surged with demon qi as he assumed his demon commander form. He had comprehended the first 7 layers of the demon suppression statuary, but right now he could only unleash the 5th or 6th layer. During the past few days he had spent in the monastery, he had attempted to continue cultivating, but he discovered that even with the support of his endless, powerful demonic nature, his cultivation speed could not avoid slowing down. If he wanted to truly master the 9 layers of the demon suppression statuary, he would probably need to undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Did you really undergo the 2nd heavenly tribulation a few days ago? The unraging monk asked. He knew that Li Qingshan practiced a cultivation method called the Arts of the Boundless Ocean. He planned on converting his cultivation to the demon suppression statuary after condensing a golden core. This was also the same path he had taken in the very beginning, merging his Saraira with his demon heart. Originally he thought Li Qingshan had only just begun treading this path, but from the posture he displayed right now, he had clearly succeeded, completing the conversion of his cultivation method and cultivation. This was not something that could be achieved in just a few weeks. I won't hide it from you, master. I condensed an ocean pearl a few years ago, which is also known as a golden core. I was just afraid of Si Qing's revenge, so I've always kept it a secret. I see. I should have thought of that a long time ago. The unraging monk shook his head with a bitter smile. Undergoing the 2nd heavenly tribulation before the age of 30 was already startling. Who would have thought he had already kept this news a secret for several years? His talent was no less than Little Anne's. Little Anne was under the guidance of the dauntless monk and the other masters in the monastery, but he had completely relied on himself. Such cultivation speed was truly startling. The Chan monastery of Devanaga really was blessed by the Buddha for accepting these 2 disciples. They were quite fortunate. Aren't you afraid of Si Qing's revenge now? I've already made my preparations. I want to go to the South Sea Commandery for training. Since it's all within your plans, then I won't say anything more, said the unraging monk. This disciple of his had brought him far too many surprises, and he had always been meticulous and well prepared. Even if it was a dangerous place like the South Sea Commandery, he was not too worried. As long as he did not run into 3rd heavenly tribulation experts, he would not be in any danger. I want to take Little Anne to the Mist Province with me, said Li Qingshan. That's impossible. Senior brother will never let him go. The unraging monk said firmly, do you know just how many demonic cultivators are hiding in the Mist Province? There are even large sects no weaker than the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Just how many attacks will a head monk of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga attract if he goes there? It's exactly because there's danger that we have to go together, Li Qingshan said. As long as he had some time and his strength completely recovered, so what if he ran into 3rd heavenly tribulation experts? Moreover, he believed that with Xiao An's current strength, he would definitely be able to help him. He just happened to require an environment filled with danger so that the tiger demon could break through to the 5th layer through battle after battle, so that Little Anne could obtain even more, so that he could continue his cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty. I still haven't mastered the chant of Devanaga, but I've already memorized it firmly. I don't need to stay in the monastery to cultivate it. I'll go talk to the dauntless abbot. Little Anne, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly said. Unwavering determination flashed through his eyes. It had been far, far too long since they parted. This time he had to be by his side no matter what. The unraging monk said, all right then. He changed the topic. Qingshan, are you ready to explore the demon suppression hall again? Chapter 756. The unraging monk swung his sleeve, and the door of the demon suppression hall swung open loudly. It was like a huge, pitch-black mouth sucking in the fierce wind. Li Qingshan's clothes and hair ruffled. The 8th floor of the demon suppression hall is still very dangerous to you. You can't be careless. You definitely can't enter the 9th floor. No matter how confident you are in your strength, what's suppressed there isn't something you can handle. The unraging monk put away his usual playful smile and said sternly. Li Qingshan said, I'm not someone who doesn't know what's important. The unraging monk said, I'll go talk to senior brother right now. As for the outcome, it'll be up to fate. Li Qingshan smiled. If we cultivators let fate decide, we'd sink into the mundane world a long time ago. In a century we'd be reduced to dust. Little and also said, the abbot will definitely agree. The unraging monk shook his head. Only geniuses at their age and level could possess such drive. Strictly speaking, the cultivation community was just a slightly more special mundane world. Li Qingshan bid farewell to Little and leapt into the demon suppression hall. The door slammed shut. The resplendent palace once again appeared in front of him. Li Qingshan had a vague feeling that the demon suppression hall might be like the Azura field, a wondrous treasure that could carve out a space. As the first person to practice the demon suppression statuary in the past millennia, and he possessed the great strength of the third heavenly tribulation, the unraging monk wondered whether he had refined it or not. With this thought in mind, Li Qingshan flew towards the center of the first floor and arrived before the golden door in the blink of an eye. The door opened and the demon suppression statue stood majestically in the hall. The surroundings were littered with demon folk corpses. Has a disciple come in for training? As Li Qingshan advanced, he began encountering demon folk blocking his way. He could not be bothered with wasting time, so he directly transformed into his demon commander form and scared the demon folk into fleeing. However, the demon folk had all been cleared out in the center of each floor, where the demon suppression statue stood. He arrived on the 5th floor and a conversation rang out from the golden door. Senior brothers, we can't go down anymore. It's very dangerous down there. The voice sounded familiar. Li Qingshan put down his hand that was pushing the door open and listened to what they were saying. Duoj, we came to the demon suppression hall to train. If there's no danger at all, would it still be called training? A voice said disapprovingly. So it's that brat Duoj. He's now taking up a promising job as a guide. Yes, including Duoj, there's a total of 6 people. All of them are experts who have undergone one heavenly tribulation, so they should be able to pass through the 6th level. Li Qingshan didn't want to meet with this group of monks, so he simply waited for them to go down first. At that time, he would be the first to reach the center of the 6th level and eliminate the devil general that was entrenched there. This could be considered as helping them reduce some of the danger. As expected, after arguing for a while, they still chose to head to the 6th floor. Duoj was the unraging monk's disciple, and his cultivation was not weak either, but he was still young. As a demon folk, he seemed rather weak when he tried to defend himself against the formal disciples of the monastery. Li Qingshan entered the 6th floor of the demon suppression hall. Sure enough, he did not see Duoj and the others, but he did not take it to heart either. He made a beeline for the 6th demon suppression statue. Boom. Li Qingshan kicked open the gilded door, and the demon generals all looked back cautiously. Before they could even make out Li Qingshan's appearance, countless chains of demon suppression shot over, directly piercing and mincing their bodies to pieces. When they flew back to Li Qingshan's side, they all carried demon hearts of various colors. Li Qingshan took out the traitorous demon sword. The demon heart that served as the eye had already become extremely weak. He could use it a few more times before cutting it out and swapping it for the demon hearts of the demon generals. However, after trying a few, the traitorous demon sword refused to accept any of them. He lectured, "You sure are picky with your lousy sword. Alright, I'll kill a few demon commanders and give them to you." Right when he was about to set foot on the 7th floor, his ears suddenly twitched. Howls and roars rang out from outside the gilded door. It was the monks. Originally he wanted to ignore them, but he remembered that they were still fellow disciples after all. If the unraging monk found out, he would lose face. And he still had a junior brother like Duoj, so he had to take care of him a little. As a result, he flew off with a flash. Speaking of which, the monks really were unlucky. They had been moved to a spacious room on the 6th floor, and a group of demon generals just happened to be gathered there. When they saw them, they really became extremely furious when they saw their enemies. They immediately demonified all of them and attacked with their full strength. One of them died on the spot. They fell into a formation and resisted the endless attacks, no longer as high-spirited as they were just now. They all regretted listening to Duoj's advice and not coming to the 6th floor of the demon suppression hall. Normally, when they said things like cutting off one's flesh to feed the eagle, or sacrificing one's life to feed the tiger, they treated it as nothing special. Only when it was their turn did they understand what "death is the most difficult thing in all of history" truly meant. After demonifying, the demon generals became even more vicious. They either grew 7 or 8 arms or 5 or 6 eyes. Their bodies swelled up to a dozen times their original size, opening several dozen mouths filled with sharp teeth and so on. They assumed various strange and twisted postures as they attacked madly. A while later, the formation tottered on the verge of collapse. Hold on, everyone. The unraging master is watching from above. He'll come and save us very soon. This is the trial of the demon suppression hall. No one will come to save us. We have to kill our way out together. This was something that had been made clear before they entered the demon suppression hall. If the disciples knew they were under the protection of a powerful senior at all times, why would they feel any sense of danger at all? The trial would become meaningless. In reality, having Duoj lead the way with his understanding of the situation in the demon suppression hall was already their greatest guarantee of safety. Duoj was also groaning inwardly. None of the senior brothers who had come to the demon suppression hall to train were easy to get along with. There were plenty of people who disliked him, and his master had never stood up for him. This was not the first time he had come across a situation like this in the past few years either. He rubbed the demon heart prayer beads around his neck. As long as he ingested one, killing all these demon generals would be nothing difficult. However, the last time he did this, he ended up devouring all living creatures before him and losing control of his mind, falling into a frenzy. Only when the unraging monk personally suppressed his demonic nature did he return to normal. The senior brothers might not be nice, but none of them have any ill intentions towards me. I don't want to eat them even though their flesh is tender and tastes quite nice. No, how can I think like that? If I completely demonify again, I might completely lose control and turn into a demonic beast. At this moment, sword chi whistled over, sweeping through the entire room with surging malice. In that moment, all of the demon generals froze up. Under the surprised gazes of the monks, they collapsed, reduced to a pile of mangled corpses. You bunch of big baldies. Don't you understand that you should just listen to my advice and eat your fill? Li Qingshan stepped into the room with the traitorous demon sword on his shoulder. Who are you? Duoj said in surprise and joy. First senior brother. Just call me senior brother. There's no need to add the word, first. Why? Chapter 757. Li Qingshan. The monks were alarmed. Although they had heard of his reputation a long time ago, they never thought he would actually be so powerful, killing demon generals like slaughtering dogs. They walked over in a hurry to thank him. Senior brother, did Master send you to save us? Duoj asked. It's just along the way. I want to go to the 8th floor, so I'll be taking my leave first. Li Qingshan turned around to leave. The 8th floor. Do you know how many demon commanders there are? The monks asked in surprise. We'll know once we take a look. Li Qingshan smiled. Senior brother One Lamp is only undergoing trials on the 7th floor. You're bold enough to attempt the 8th floor? Are you tired of living? Who's senior brother One Lamp? You haven't even heard of senior brother One Lamp. He's the strongest disciple of our monastery. He's probably. The monk glanced at Li Qingshan, and his tone became rather uncertain. No matter how great his reputation was, it could not compare to the impact of witnessing it in person. Li Qingshan thought about it. These monks had probably spent quite a lot of time in the demon suppression hall, but they had yet to hear about him and little Anne. Instead, senior brother One Lamp had undergone the second heavenly tribulation in his 40s. He could be regarded as the cream of the crop among the disciples of the monastery. May I ask how he fares with One Will? Junior brother One Will obviously possesses exceptional talent, but he's still young after all. He's only undergone the first heavenly tribulation and hasn't condensed a Sarira yet. He's nowhere close to senior brother One Lamp. A monk beside him said, if junior brother One Will can actually overcome the bottleneck of life and death, undergo the second heavenly tribulation, and condense a Sarira, that'll be impressive. Another monk shook his head. How can condensing a Sarira be that easy? Moreover, senior brother One Lamp has practiced the scripture of great light arduously for all these years, and he possesses a Buddhist treasure. He's the strongest among the younger generation of disciples. He's renowned throughout the entire Green Province. Even if junior brother One Will condenses a Sarira, he's not his opponent. Perhaps we'll see that senior brother One Lamp very soon. Duoj, lend me one of your prayer beads. Don't be stingy. It's not like I'll take advantage of you. I'll return it to you once I get back. Li Qingshan extended his hand from the prayer beads on Duoj's neck and plucked one of better quality. He placed it into the hilt of the traitorous demon sword and sure enough, it fused with it. Senior brother, you have to come back. Under Duoj's worried and reluctant calls, Li Qingshan strode away, arriving on the 7th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall. With his posture as a demon commander, it did not take him much effort to reach the center of the 7th floor. He did not see that so-called senior brother one lamp along the way, so he did not take it to heart. He pushed open the gilded door. Dazzling light shot out from the crack in the door, colliding with Li Qingshan's protective demon chi. The gilded door opened completely, and a monk sat in front of the demon suppression statue. He was ugly with a droopy nose, upturned lips and large ears. Just from his appearance alone, Li Qingshan did not find it strange at all why he had become a monk. However, his eyes shone with crystalline light. He seemed like a roaring fire, so bright that it was enough for people to ignore his appearance. The monk brought his palms together and an oil lamp rested on his left knee. Compared to the light he gave off, it was just a tiny speck of light. However, the tiny speck of light seemed like the only source of light in the pitch-black night. It contained endless light, making it difficult for people to ignore it. Around the demon suppression statue, demon hearts were scattered on the ground, but there was not a single corpse or bloodstain. Amitabha, I'll send you to paradise in the west. The monk pushed forward with his hands, and scorching light that could blind a person filled the entire hall. The power it contained was all-encompassing and all-pervasive. Li Qingshan knew where the demon folk corpses had gone, and his competitive spirit was roused. He wanted to see just what this senior brother one lamp was capable of. He swung out with the traitorous demon sword that had gained a new eye. Sword chi whistled through the air, and a dark slash split the light and fire into two, directly approaching the one lamp monk. The one lamp monk let out a soft gasp of surprise. His opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations slightly. He had only ever seen such sharp and profound sword intent from the most outstanding disciples and elders of the Sword Collection Palace. He extended his index finger and tapped the oil lamp gently. Immediately, a streak of firelight flew out, intercepting Li Qingshan's sword chi and launching a counterattack. Interesting. Li Qingshan smiled. He pointed the traitorous demon sword at the one lamp and began to swing it gently. As if he had sprouted thousands of arms, each hand gripping a traitorous demon sword. Layers of light constantly piled up, pushing towards the one lamp monk like a heavy wall. The streak of firelight seemed extremely feeble, as if a gust of wind could blow it out. However, it forcefully passed through the wall of light and was reflected in Li Qingshan's eyes. However, it was already at the end of its tether. It was cut in half by a single strike. The one lamp monk's surroundings shone brightly, blocking the whistling sword chi. His body swayed and he stood up. His eyes were no longer just filled with surprise, but also deep fear. This demon commander is startlingly powerful, and the demonic artifact in her hand is impressive too. It'll definitely be a bitter battle this time. May I ask if you're senior brother one lamp? I am Li Qingshan. The curved visor opened, and Li Qingshan stowed the traitorous demon sword away and bowed. You're Li Qingshan? The unraging master's disciple? What proof do you have? The one lamp monk was mildly surprised, but he did not lower his guard at all. He had undergone many trials in the demon suppression hall, so he understood the viciousness and craftiness of demon folk extremely well. Many demon folk knew some illusions and arts of charm. Seduction was the most common method. There were also those who disguised themselves as children or old people to win sympathy, or they could express that they had realized their mistakes and were willing to convert to Buddhism. However, as long as they had the opportunity, they would strike valiantly. Many disciples who had come for trials had died to these sneaky tricks. In his memory, Li Qingshan should have been a young man in his 20s or 30s, so how could he possess such great strength? As a result, he was certain that this person was the demon commander in disguise. If you don't believe me, move aside. I want to go to the 8th floor. Li Qingshan strode towards the demon suppression statue. Stop. If you take another step forward, I'm going to strike. The one lamp monk called out. Suddenly, he tossed the oil lamp in his hand into the air, and it landed right above his head. His monk robes ruffled and even his skin shone with light. He had become a figure of light. Li Qingshan burst out laughing. With an oil lamp on his shiny, bald head, he seemed like he was one with the lamp. It was hilarious no matter how one looked at it. The one lamp monk had cultivated for many years, so he obviously would not be fazed by his enemy's mockery. The light around him was withdrawn, becoming even more dazzling. He was ready for battle. All right. This can be used as evidence. Li Qingshan thought about it and took out a string of prayer beads, tossing it to the one-lamp monk. The one-lamp monk caught the prayer beads extremely carefully and checked them. The string of prayer beads was not some powerful arcane artifact or arcane treasure, but it did possess a heritage. All the monks with some status in the monastery recognized it, and it possessed the aura left behind by the unraging monk, so it was impossible to fake. He raised his head. You really are that Li Qingshan who made a mess in the courtyard of secular affairs? The Scarlet Hawk commander of what prefecture? The Clear River Prefecture. I can go over now, right? The one-lamp monk withdrew the light around him and tossed the prayer beads back, basically acknowledging Li Qingshan's identity. Then he asked in some disbelief, Junior brother, you've already undergone the second heavenly tribulation? Yeah, not too long ago. Junior brother, you're not even 30 yet, right? I'm almost there. The one-lamp monk clicked his tongue in wonder. Junior brother truly is a prodigy. You've caught the unraging monk's eye and been accepted as his first disciple. Have you returned this time to visit the unraging monk and prepare to shave your head and become a monk? I don't plan on that right now. The two of them conversed a little in front of the demon suppression statue. Li Qingshan only found the one-lamp monk to be rather slow and inarticulate, so he lectured him bluntly, persuading him to renounce the secular world and shave his head and become a monk. After being turned down by Li Qingshan, he sighed and shook his head as if he was exasperated at his failure to live up to his expectations. Li Qingshan chuckled. He was not angered. After all, the one-lamp monk did not possess the arrogance of the first senior brothers he had seen in the past. Moreover, when he persuaded him to become a monk, his intentions were even purer than the dauntless monks. His face was like, why can't you understand something so great? I've been a monk for several decades, so why would I lie to you? After learning that little and had already undergone the second heavenly tribulation, the one-lamp monk's eyes flashed, and his heart stirred slightly. After Little and formally joined the Chan monastery of Devanaga, every single disciple felt pressured, and the pressure he felt was particularly great. He had no parents growing up in the monastery. With his extraordinary cultivation talent, he received the attention and care of everyone. He was one of the abbot's successors. However, as soon as Little and arrived, he took away quite a lot of his glory. Whether it was his Buddhist nature, root of wisdom, or his ability to debate, he was nowhere close to this child who was several decades younger than him, let alone his bearing and appearance. Originally, he possessed an advantage in terms of cultivation, but now that his only advantage no longer existed, he could not help but feel a little lost. However, he immediately roused his fighting spirit. Please wait here, senior brother. I'll be right back. Hold on, junior brother. The 8th floor of the demon suppression hall is extremely dangerous. There are many powerful, cunning demon commanders. The unraging master once told me that you definitely can't go to the 8th floor. I'd advise you to stop here. Right when Li Qingshan was about to head to the 8th floor, he was stopped by the one-lamp monk, who tried his best to persuade him. I've entered the demon suppression hall this time to go to the 8th floor and learn the 8th layer of the demon suppression statuary. My master has agreed to it too. The one-lamp monk became rather hesitant inside. The unraging master won't let me go to the 8th floor, but he does. Does he think I'm weaker than him? But he's only undergone the second heavenly tribulation recently. Isn't he underestimating me a little too much? He thought of a possibility. Junior brother, are you going to disguise yourself as a demon commander and make your way to the demon suppression statue? Of course not. I'm obviously going to kill my way over. That's the only way to demonstrate the might of our Chan monastery of Devanaga. Li Qingshan flicked the traitorous demon sword with a smile. He had never worried about fighting too much. In order to practice the tiger demon transformation, he had to seize every opportunity in battle. If that's the case, I'll go with you. We'll have a better chance if we work together. The one-lamp monk was in high spirits. Chapter 758. Li Qingshan studied the one-lamp monk in a strange manner. Originally, he did not feel any sense of danger, but as soon as he said he wanted to go with him, he felt such a strong sense of danger. Did this monk seem honest and kind, but he was actually harboring malicious intentions? As a result, he tried to persuade him, Senior brother One Lamp, since my master told you not to enter the 8th floor, he must have his reasons. You better stay here and continue cultivating. It's fine if you're alone, but do you think it'll be dangerous if I'm included? If there's no danger at all, how can you call falling out of love? The One Lamp monk disagreed. He was certain the unraging monk was biased towards his disciple, but he just refused to accept it. wanting to go down and compete. These words sound a little familiar. If you don't secretly try to trip me up, you'll obviously be quite the assistance. Li Qingshan curled his lip and thought. With how insistent the one-lamp monk was, he was unable to persuade him otherwise. He would just have to adapt to the situation when the time came. Just like how it was said that those who were not bald could not be venomous, those who were not venomous could not be bald. He really did have to be careful just in case he ended up getting stabbed. As a result, the two of them worked together and ventured into the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall. On Great Buddha Mountain, the dauntless monk stood on the edge of a cliff, overlooking the thousands of believers and the distant mountains below. His kasaya drifted in the wind as if it was about to drift away with the wind. Senior brother. The unraging monk bowed towards the dauntless monk's back, while Little and brought his palms together. What do you want to say? The dauntless monk asked without even looking back. The unraging monk told him what Li Qingshan had said, and sure enough, the dauntless monk became furious. Hack people. What does he take this place for? If we really want to hack, purge demons, do we even need him? Don't tell me you and I are just there for show? There will be a day when we return. The unraging monk smiled. That kid isn't a Buddhist and acts recklessly, but he's a person who knows how to repay kindness and is faithful to his word. There's no need to say anything more about this. Since he finds my monastery to be too small, I won't force him either. I'll let him go to the ends of the world, but one will never follow him, just in case it ruins her path of cultivation. Then the dauntless monk said to little Anne, I won't look into you leaving the Bodhi realm of emptiness this time. You can go back and cultivate by yourself. This disciple is willing to spread Buddhism in the South Sea. Little Anne said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Didn't you hear what I said just now? The dauntless monk frowned. How could I not understand Abbot's good intentions? However, how could the path of cultivation be arranged by others? Abbot, don't look down on me just because I'm young, Little Anne said. What if I insist on keeping you in the Chan monastery of Devanaga? The dauntless monk turned around and stared at her. Once a disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, you'll always be a disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. If you break the precepts of the monastery, I'm willing to accept all punishment. If not, Abbot, please give me freedom and let me find my own path of cultivation. Little Anne stared back without flinching. So this is the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall. It sure is large. Li Qingshan whistled. The 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall was no longer a labyrinth. There were only golden pillars that stood several dozen meters tall that extended into the distance. As far as the eye could see, it was impossible to see the end. The endless pillars were not the only thing that could not be seen. There was also the surging sea of people, no demons. Countless demon folk of various shapes and sizes lived in this vast space, roaring and making a ruckus. With their sudden arrival, it immediately fell silent. Countless flickering eyes gazed over, filled with anger, hostility, malice, and killing intent. They were like silent, invisible waves that surged over one after another. Even with the one-lamp monk's mental fortitude and cultivation, he could not help but shiver inside. He groaned inside. He never thought the terrain of the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall would actually be like this. Didn't that mean there was no room for negotiation at all? As soon as he emerged, he would have to endure the attacks of thousands of demon folk. He heard Li Qingshan sigh from the bottom of his heart. What a nice place. The one-lamp monk widened his eyes. A nice place? Where? Even if this junior brother of his is a prodigy, isn't he a little too arrogant? Within his senses, there are already over 13 demon commanders. Who knows how many more are hidden in the depths of the Demon Suppression Hall? This is clearly a place of danger. I'm Li Qingshan. I've come to kill you. Li Qingshan called out loudly. His voice pierced through the sea of demons and reached the depths of the hall, echoing between the pillars. Like a stone that kicked up 1,000 ripples, the demon folk were thrown into an uproar. The sea of demons surged. Over a dozen demon commanders pressed over, and even further away, powerful waves of demon chi approached them as well. I'll kill all of you and give her a nice gift for our first meeting. Li Qingshan said softly before turning around and smiling. Senior brother, just protect yourself. Kill them. Kill the bald donkeys of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. I want to rip off their flesh piece by piece and eat them. The voices were tremendous and the waves turned into a raging tide. Li Qingshan casually swung the traitorous demon sword backwards, and several dozen demon folk were ripped to shreds by the sword chi. Blood sprayed everywhere, blooming in that instant. The edge of the sword drew an arc, pointing straight ahead. The fingers of his left hand formed a sword, pointing at the countless demon folk. He gripped the hilt firmly with his right hand, pulling it back and tightening it. He stabbed out. In that moment, Li Qingshan vanished from where he was, appearing several hundred meters away. The edge of the sword pierced the head of a demon commander. A magnificent streak of light followed closely behind him, lingering in his field of vision for a very long time. It was impossible to tell whether it was the person or the sword that came first. Wherever the streak of light passed by, blood blossomed along the way. Dismembered corpses formed a path several hundred meters wide. The deafening battle cries came to a momentary halt. The first one. Li Qingshan drew back the traitorous demon sword. Violet blood flowed from the wound, but compared to the demon commander's colossal body, it was nothing at all. Demon commanders with their powerful bodies could still recover even if they were injured 10 times more horrifying. The demon commander let out a furious roar as if she wanted to lunge at Li Qingshan, but she leaned backwards and collapsed loudly. She did not even manage to demonify in time. She died with her eyes wide open. On the hilt of the traitorous demon sword, the demon eye swiveled around as if it was observing the surroundings. The long, narrow edge was enveloped in layers of evil light. Even the one-lamp monk was dumbfounded. A demon commander had been killed just like that. Although it was the weakest demon commander among the dozen or so, and he could still defeat it, it definitely would not have been so easy. Li Qingshan bent his waist slightly and leaned forward. He held the traitorous demon sword horizontally across his waist and struck out. An extremely sharp, circular streak of light flashed past with him at the center. By the time Li Qingshan straightened himself out, there was not a single living creature within a radius of over 30 meters. In an instant, he had begun a massacre, and the stench of blood permeated the air. If one were to look at it from above, it would seem as if a huge paintbrush was first drawing a straight line on the ground before drawing a perfect circle. Demonify. Instantly, the dozen or so demon commanders in his field of vision demonified at almost the same time. They became giants with 3 heads and 6 arms, monsters covered in barbs or seductive demonesses. But none of them took the initiative to attack. All of them adopted a defensive stance. Chapter 759. Li Qingshan turned around and swung his sword at the space there. Clang. Metal clanged and sparks flew. A completely transparent figure appeared. It was an assassin-type demon commander. He never expected Li Qingshan's senses to be so sharp, discovering him as soon as he struck. Missing, he immediately fled into the distance. Chains of demon suppression. Li Qingshan bellowed out coldly, and the chains of demon suppression shot out, pursuing him relentlessly like a parasite. No matter how the demon commander assassin dodged and moved, the clattering grew closer and closer. He could not help but be frightened out of his wits. A gigantic pitch-black shield descended from the sky, cutting off the demon suppression chain's pursuit. A ferocious-looking demon commander, who resembled a statue in a mountain god's temple, stood there like a fortress with its muscular body clad in heavy armor. It bellowed, "The demon commander is the demon commander. What are you waiting for? If we don't kill them, none of us will be able to rest in peace. Do you really want him to defeat us one by one? No matter how much grievance we have between us, can it compare to our hatred towards the Chan monastery of Devanaga?" The demon commander seemed to possess very great prestige among the demon folk, so the demons immediately responded to him. But in the next moment, Li Qingshan cleaved through the waves and arrived before the shield wall, locking gazes with him. The demon commander swung the huge pitch-black shield in her hand. The ghost face on it suddenly sprang to life, wailing like a sharp awl, piercing the soul. Li Qingshan was unfazed. He swung his sword diagonally and cut through the huge pitch-black shield. The demon heart on the hilt immediately shrank by a size. Right when he was about to take another step forward, he suddenly sensed killing intent from behind. The assassin demon commander had grasped the opportunity and struck again. If they work together and save each other, it really will be rather troublesome. They're still demon commanders after all. That's what Li Qingshan thought. He bellowed out, "Demon suppression." The demon suppression tower descended from above. With a rumble, it suppressed Li Qingshan and the 2 demon commanders together. At this moment the demons responded. They all demonified and attacked the demon suppression tower furiously. Blades and axes swung, fire burned and lightning struck. Even though the demon-suppressing pagoda was extremely sturdy, it was riddled with scars and was on the verge of collapse. There were just far too many demon folk, and there were so many demon commanders and demon generals mixed in with them too. The quantity was enough to cause a qualitative change. Boom. The demon suppression pagoda shattered into pieces, and Li Qingshan walked out from within, one large and one small head in his hands. The third one. Good kill. The one lamp monk cheered loudly. He had already felt some despair, but Li Qingshan had slain 3 demon commanders consecutively, giving him a great boost in confidence and a will to refuse to admit defeat. Junior brother is so brave. Could it be that Master Buru will let him enter the 8th floor of the demon suppression hall? Could it be that I am inferior to him? He soared into the air and activated the great light scripture. A dazzling platinum light erupted from his body. Buddha light illumination. Under the illumination of the light, the group of demons let out miserable cries as black smoke rose from their bodies. The demon generals could still put up a fight, but countless demon folk were illuminated by the light. Like snow melting under the scorching sun, they were completely incinerated before long. Not even their demon hearts remained. The attack seemed to be even more powerful than Li Qingshan's, but most of the people it killed were regular demon folk. The demon generals were injured, but they survived tenaciously. The demon commanders were completely unscathed. That's not a bad way to clear out the battlefield. Go ahead and kill the regular demon folk, senior brother. Leave these demon commanders and demon generals to me. As Li Qingshan said that, he approached a demon commander with 3 heads and 6 arms in a flash. Each of his 6 arms wielded a weapon of various shapes and lengths, swinging it at Li Qingshan randomly. It seemed chaotic, but they actually worked together with great teamwork, weaving into a seamless, metallic net. Their battle skills were basically on par with Azura's. Clang, clang, clang. In that moment, who knew how many times the edge of the sword clashed with the 6 weapons? The shock waves were like the most violent of storms, reaching several hundred meters away. Even the demon generals were unable to approach them, while the demon folk were torn to pieces and killed. The demonic eye on the hilt swiveled, its pupils enlarging and contracting at times. It wanted to grasp a fleeting opening. Spear of great radiance. The one lamp monk's voice was neither joyful nor sorrowful. It was filled with a grand aura. The light around him receded, condensing into a resplendent ball of light the size of a fist before him. A streak of light shot out. However, how could the other demon commanders just watch as he assisted Li Qingshan and killed another demon commander? The air twisted, and the pencil-straight streak of light curved, making its way around the demon commander. In the distance, a one-armed demon commander extended his long, withered arm and reached forward with his 12-fingered hand. The one lamp monk shivered inside. All he saw was Li Qingshan suddenly lose his balance. The demon commander's 6 weapons all landed on him. A few demon commanders approached him. Seeing how his life was in danger, they channeled the scripture of great radiance heavily in an attempt to save him. At this moment, a charming demoness appeared before him. She smiled charmingly. "Little master, have you tasted the pure land of ultimate bliss? Do you want me to take you there?" The pure land of ultimate bliss is a pure Buddhist kingdom. How dare a demon folk speak such nonsense? The one lamp monk scolded, but as soon as he said that, he knew the situation was bad. Smoke rose up in the surroundings. Suddenly he was no longer in the demon suppression hall. Various illusions appeared. First, many beauties danced in the surroundings. Their movements were enchanting, obscuring their figures under the thin veil as their vermilion lips sang obscene songs. The one lamp monk brought his palms together and remained unfazed. Then, the beauties flew over one by one, murmuring into his ear and gently caressing his body. He continued to look straight ahead. Suddenly, the beauties all turned into venomous insects and vicious beasts, biting and devouring his body. The pain was unbearable and the itch was unbearable, but he remained as firm as a rock, chanting Buddhist scriptures softly. The illusions constantly changed. Threats, seductions, and insults failed to make the monk who had grown up in the Chan monastery of Devanaga waver at all. He closed his eyes slightly and chanted the scriptures. As long as the lamp of his heart remained burning, a ray of light would never be extinguished. Even infinite darkness could not encroach upon it. What great mental fortitude this monk has. If a little longer, I'll be the one who can't hold on for much longer. Though I've managed to keep him busy for a while. He should be able to kill that traitor by now, right? The demoness was surprised, but she did not panic. She looked back. Her objective was to keep the one-lamp monk busy, preventing him from working together with Li Qingshan. The other demon commanders could use this opportunity to swarm over and kill Li Qingshan before turning around to deal with the one-lamp monk. However, as soon as she looked back, her expression changed drastically. 3 of the demon generals' heads were blasted high into the air by blood. It had only been the blink of an eye, yet another one had died. Just a moment ago, Li Qingshan had been locked in an intense battle against the 3-headed, 6-armed demon commander. Although the one-lamp monk's spear of great radiance had been deflected, the 3-headed, 6-armed demon commander's attention had been distracted. Li Qingshan had finally grasped an opening, and he was just about to swing down. An invisible force tugged at his right foot, shifting his center of gravity and making him lose his balance. He was immediately left wide open and 6 weapons landed on him. In the air, Li Qingshan did not panic at all. With a flip of his wrist, the figure of a dragon coiled up and flew out, coiling around the demon commander's neck. The demon dragon sword was unleashed, displaying its sharpness. Boom! A demon commander 30 meters tall with the head of a pig and the body of a human, with spikes all over like a porcupine, wielded a huge hammer upside down and smashed Li Qingshan into the ground viciously. The ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Is he dead? Nonsense, if I don't smash him into meat paste, who can live? As the pig-headed demon commander spoke, the huge hammer in his hand shook violently. Under the hammer, Li Qingshan held the sword in his right hand and raised his left hand to block the hammer. He licked his lips. Grandpa isn't dead yet. With a push, the huge hammer flew back and smashed into the pig-headed demon commander's face. Blood splattered everywhere and one of his long fangs was broken. In an instant, sword chi and dragon shadows danced wildly. Li Qingshan used the demon suppression statuary. Although it could not directly suppress and kill the demon commanders, it could still affect them and suppress their strength. The demon commander's attacks were weakened, and with the protection of the armor, it was difficult to deal fatal damage to him. He simply attacked and did not defend, killing until the sky darkened and blood flowed like a river. Suddenly there was a bright light in the distance. Li Qingshan glanced over. Did one lamp also successfully escape? The ancient oil lamp in the one-lamp monk's hand suddenly shone brightly. A streak of firelight flew out, wrapping around the demoness who had used the illusions and enchantments. Like dry firewood, the demoness burst into flames. She was reduced to ashes amidst screams and curses. Spear of great radiance. The one-lamp monk raised his hands high into the air. The ball of light that was originally only the size of a fist suddenly swelled, becoming the size of a head. Spears of light shot out in all directions, piercing countless demon folk and demon generals and forcing a few demon commanders to dodge in a sorry state. Li Qingshan nodded to himself. The one-lamp monk truly did live up to his title as the strongest disciple. He was extremely powerful, far more powerful than many of the golden core cultivators he had seen in his life. A demon commander covered in tentacles charged towards the one-lamp monk. Several hundred tentacles shot out like javelins, all filled with venom. As long as they scratched his skin, his life would be in danger. Wheel of great radiance. The one-lamp monk brought his palms together and placed the oil lamp on his head, ramming his head into the demon commander. The oil lamp produced rings of light. The tentacles shattered before they could even approach. The tentacle demon commander was smashed to pieces. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. This move was powerful enough, but it was just too funny. The two of them worked together, and after 2 hours of intense battle they killed almost 20 demon commanders. Finally they swept through all the demon folk in the area. Even with the one-lamp monk's purifying light, the hall was still littered with severed limbs. Blood flowed everywhere, enough to drown their ankles. Li Qingshan sat on the corpse of a demon commander. His armor was riddled with wounds. If it were not for the suppression of demon suppression, it probably would have shattered already. He fiddled around with a few translucent demon hearts in his hand. As for the other demon hearts, they had all become food for the traitorous demon sword, which only demonstrated the brutality of the battle. After absorbing the power of so many demon commanders' demon hearts, the traitorous demon sword had clearly grown by quite a lot. Although it was still a certain distance away from an arcane treasure, as long as it continued to grow, there would be a day when it did. By then, it would work with the demon dragon sword, and he could directly kill his enemies with one in his hand. The other turned into a dragon and danced around him. It could be used from afar or close, both offensively and defensively. Its power would definitely be extremely impressive. The one-lamp monk hovered in the air, resting with his eyes closed. His body flickered with light as he slowly recovered his strength. Rest well, senior brother. I'll go check out the demon suppression statue first. Li Qingshan made his way towards the demon suppression statue. For some reason, his sense of danger had become even stronger. Chapter 760. Li Qingshan arrived before the 8th demon suppression statue, and a violent aura flooded his face. The demon folk who had been humanoid in the beginning had completely become a supreme demon, but his eyes were filled with benevolence and peace, contradictory yet harmonious. Li Qingshan took a step forward, and a will emerged from the demon suppression statue, rushing straight into his head. I'm the one who loves to fight and kill. I'm the one who indulges in sensual pleasures. I'm the one who upholds justice. Wherever my heart goes, I do whatever I want. Why do I have to be so clear-cut? Who cares if it's Buddha or demon? What am I suppressing? Thinking up to there, demon chi erupted from his body. Red and blue intersected, churning like light and mist. It was already quite different from the will the demon suppression statue had given off. There was no conflict between sinking into the demonic path or converting to the Buddha. I am me. The one-lamp monk gazed at Li Qingshan's tall figure. His gaze was rather mixed, as if he felt some admiration, but also like he refused to admit defeat. His fighting spirit burned brighter and brighter as he made his way towards him step by step. Li Qingshan was currently submerged in his comprehension of the 8th layer of the demon suppression statuary. He did not move at all, as if he had not sensed the one-lamp monk's approach at all. The one-lamp monk arrived before Li Qingshan and extended his hand, raising his hands. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and said quietly, "Come. If you really have any ill intentions, I'll show you what I'm capable of today." However, the one-lamp monk only brought his palms together and chanted softly, "Amit Ba." Li Qingshan imprinted the 8th layer of the demon suppression statuary deeply into his head. His comprehension of this profound cultivation method deepened once again. He looked back and asked, "Is there anything else, senior brother?" "I want to thank you, junior brother. If it weren't for junior brother Li, I would have died for sure if I had barged into the 8th floor. I also want to apologize to the unraging master. The master told me not to enter the 8th floor, but he sent you, junior brother. I actually suspected that the master was biased and underestimated me. What a sin, what a sin." The one-lamp monk said sincerely, "You're too kind, senior brother. On the contrary, I should be the one thanking senior brother for lending me a hand." Li Qingshan had a good impression of one-lamp when he saw that the monk had admitted his dissatisfaction without apologizing for what he had thought. He felt that this monk was not a bad person and had an extraordinary temperament. But this was even stranger. Where did the sense of crisis come from? Junior brother's strength is far above mine. I'm just relying on a Buddhist treasure to show off. Even without me, junior brother can still come and go as he pleases. The one-lamp monk spoke extremely modestly, which instead made Li Qingshan feel rather embarrassed. Senior brother is too serious. Let's prepare to go up. When we get out of the hall, I'll treat you to a cup of tea. Oh, of course it's tea. One lamp, however, shook his head and looked down at the bottom of the statue. Junior brother, you'll have to go first. I still want to go down. What? You're going to the 9th floor of the demon suppression hall. Li Qingshan was astounded. That was something the unraging monk had warned him about, and even if the unraging monk had not mentioned it, he would not have taken the risk. That's right. The one-lamp monk nodded. Senior brother, you mustn't do that. The 8th floor is already so dangerous, so how can you go to the 9th floor? Li Qingshan tried to dissuade him. If I don't go through even more dangerous training, how can I become stronger? As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? As a Buddhist disciple, I should overcome all obstacles with a fearless spirit. The one-lamp monk's expression was firm. He actually seemed like he had steeled his heart. His fighting spirit was so high that it was almost fanatical. That's true, but Li Qingshan frowned heavily. No matter how fearless he was not rushing to his death. There would always be an undefeatable opponent in life. When it was time to flee, it was time to flee. When it was time to cower, it was time to cower. There was nothing embarrassing about that. Conserving strength and preparing for another battle was the right path. Hitting a rock with an egg was not courage. That was just being stupid. There's no need to try and persuade me anymore, junior brother. I've already made up my mind. I'll be going first. The one-lamp monk made his way towards the 9th floor of the demon suppression hall with a hint of complacency, as if he had used this to prove that he was braver than Li Qingshan. You're powerful, but you don't have my determination and willpower. Buddhist disciples and secular disciples are different after all. Hold on. Li Qingshan had no idea how to react to this rather childish competition. He stood in front of the one-lamp monk and blocked his path. Junior brother, do you want to come with me? I'd have to be crazy to go with you. Li Qingshan swore inside. He tried to persuade him gently. Senior brother, you better reconsider. If someone else wanted to die no matter what, he could not be bothered with them. However, the one-lamp monk was not a bad person. He had basically helped him earlier, so he could not just watch this disciple that the Chan monastery of Devanaga had placed great hopes on walk down the path of death. Otherwise, even the unraging monk would probably think he was in the wrong once he returned. The one-lamp monk shot a glance at him, and he shone brightly. He was dignified and glorious. Li Qingshan felt like something was amiss more and more. Something must have happened. Returning to a moment ago, the one-lamp monk was trapped in layers of illusions, unfazed. He was just about to break free from the illusions when all of a sudden, his various discomforts all vanished. He no longer wavered from temptation, nor did he feel fear from threats. His body and mind relaxed and delighted. He thought happily, looks like I've broken through again. My arduous cultivation in the demon suppression hall hasn't gone to waste. The various illusions in the surroundings all vanished, and he discovered he was sitting under the Bodhi tree. In the past, the Buddha Tathagata had also undergone various tests under the Bodhi tree before finally becoming a Buddha. Before he could think too much, flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses sprang up from the ground, extending into the distance from under the Bodhi tree. Within the melodious chime of a bell, light illuminated everything, and a Buddhist kingdom appeared. An ancient, golden Buddha appeared on the horizon, faintly discernible. Where is this? A hint of intoxication appeared in the one-lamp monk's eyes as he asked subconsciously. This is the Western paradise. The ancient Buddha's voice was magnificent, ringing through the entire world. The Western paradise. The one-lamp monk's heart was filled with endless yearning. He had grown up in the Chan monastery of Devanaga, being nurtured by the Buddhist Dharma day and night. Money, beauties, venomous insects, and vicious beasts were unable to make him waver, but the pursuit of the Buddhist Dharma was his lifelong dream. At this moment, the demoness had already lost control over the illusions. The one-lamp monk made his way forward, heading towards the Western paradise in his heart. But in that moment, the Buddhist kingdom also retreated. He sprinted forward as hard as he could, but the Buddhist kingdom constantly retreated too. It was so close, yet it actually seemed so far away. He was unable to take a single step closer. He asked in disappointment and dissatisfaction, "What's going on?" The ancient Buddha said, "You're so weak, so how can you have the right to set foot in my Western paradise?" "I'm weak?" "Yes. You need to become even more powerful than Li Qingshan, and one will. Only then will you have the right to become the abbot of the Chan monastery of Devanaga in the future, and only then can you set foot in the Western paradise." The illusions vanished, but the voice continued to echo through his ears until now. Li Qingshan said, "Senior brother One Lamp, I won't stop you if you want to go to the 9th floor, but let's wait until my master returns first." Chapter 761. Faced with the furious one-lamp monk, Li Qingshan swiveled his eyes and made up his mind. He turned around and raised his hand. "Since first senior brother insists on this, then I hope first senior brother achieves enlightenment soon and reaches the Western paradise of Pure Land of Paradise." "That's more like it. Junior brother, you might be powerful, but you can't do whatever you want. You need to learn to respect others. I'm still your senior brother after all." The one-lamp monk calmed down. He lectured Li Qingshan a little more before making his way to the 9th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall. "Senior brother is right." Li Qingshan smiled. The Demon Suppression Tower descended from above, crushing down on the one-lamp monk. "You dash!" The one-lamp monk cried out in surprise and fury. He shone brightly, but he was already a step too late. With a great rumble, he cut off what he was about to say next. "But I'm used to being free." Li Qingshan laid out his hands at the Demon Suppression Tower. Bang! The Demon Suppression Tower shook violently. The one-lamp monk roared, "Li Qingshan, how dare you attack a fellow disciple? Let me out." Li Qingshan extended a finger, and chains of demon suppression shot over, locking down the tower firmly. However, he was rather stern. Such a powerful demonic nature doesn't seem like something a Buddhist disciple should possess. Senior Brother One Lamp, I think you should properly reflect on yourself in there. The power of the Demon Suppression Tower did not only stem from Li Qingshan's cultivation, but it was also directly related to the strength of the opponent's demonic nature. The Demon Suppression Tower was relatively huge. Sure enough, someone must have taken advantage of the One Lamp Monk's weakness in the battle just now. Who was it? Regular demon commanders probably did not possess something like that, and all the demon commanders on this floor had already been slain. Coupled with the fact that he was determined to go to the 9th floor, Li Qingshan could not help but look down. He already had a rough idea, which made him even more cautious. Back when he was still on the 7th floor, a voice had almost confused him again. It was all thanks to the spirit turtle suppressing his mind and the unraging monk's timely arrival. Now that they were on the 8th floor, the power that the voice could exert was probably even stronger. At this moment, the demon subduing pagoda faintly lit up, and it was getting brighter and brighter. Not good. Li Qingshan retreated. The demon suppressing pagoda shattered. One Lamp held the lamp in his hand. A halo appeared behind his head, making him look like an enlightened monk. However, his face was filled with rage as he glared at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly. He didn't say any nonsense. If only a few words could wake him up. Then it wouldn't be an inner demon. If it was someone who had a very close relationship with the lamp monk, it might be possible, but they had only known each other for a few hours. On top of that, he had even become the target of Reverend One Lamp's competition. Saying anything would just be a waste of breath. One Lamp glared at Li Qingshan, then turned around and walked to the 9th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall. Coward, Li Qingshan said. One Lamp stopped in his tracks. Trash. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed and continued. One Lamp turned around abruptly. What did you say? I said you're no match for me. You're running away because you're afraid of me. You're a coward. Li Qingshan said with a smile. One Lamp had an artifact in hand, and his cultivation was extremely strong. If he wanted to stop him from reaching the 9th floor, he would have to use the power of a demonic cultivator. In comparison, it was easier to humiliate him. If it was the normal One Lamp monk, cursing him wouldn't even make him frown. But now that his mind was in a mess, he was especially sensitive. Spear of Great Light. The One Lamp monk let out a furious roar. The platinum light turned into spears and shot towards Li Qingshan with lightning speed. If I can use Water Mirror's image, I'll definitely show you what it means to pay someone back in their own coin. Li Qingshan swung the traitorous demon sword. Light wove into a net, cutting and shredding the streaks of light. However, the light around the One Lamp monk grew brighter and brighter. There were more and more spears of great light, denser and denser, raining down like a storm. Li Qingshan's swordsmanship was powerful, but he was gradually unable to hold on. His sword missed and the spear of great light pierced through his body. In that moment he was struck by countless streaks of light and sent flying. Behind the curved visor, Li Qingshan remained calm. Sure enough, enemies who have lost their cool are easier to deal with. You've only just recovered, so how long can you last with such a frenzied attack? Even without the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, just his body as a demon commander was enough to endure these attacks. The only thing that could affect him was that Buddhist treasure. As long as he waited for the One Lamp monk to run out of strength, he could subdue him with a single counterattack. Afterwards, he could immediately take him to the upper floors of the Demon Suppression Hall and wait for the unraging monk to return. Just as Li Qingshan was planning inside, a powerful and brutal will barged into his mind. A voice roared out, "Die!" It was like a clap of thunder had exploded in his head. Li Qingshan felt dizzy, basically unable to control his body. A battle between experts only lasted for a split second. Even though the One Lamp monk was under the control of his inner demons, he would never let such an opportunity slip by. He chanted the name of Buddha. Wheel of Great Light. A ring of light appeared above the One Lamp monk's head, slamming heavily into Li Qingshan's chest. His armor immediately shattered and scattered. What a hilarious move, but it's not so funny when it's used on me. Hold on, don't tell me this move is the famed rocket headbutt? Li Qingshan was sent flying. He stabbed the traitorous demon sword into the ground, and only then did he come to a halt. He lowered his head and smiled viciously. Don't panic, you bastard. I'll cut you to pieces sooner or later. It seemed like he was cursing him, but it was not all that different. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan recovered control over his body. The light before him was blinding. The One Lamp monk charged over viciously as a streak of light. Are you done yet? Demon Suppression Tower. Li Qingshan powered his demon heart, and a colossal demon suppression tower enveloped him. With a boom, the demon suppression tower shook, and the one-lamp monk was sent flying back. The ring of light was forcefully shattered, and blood flowed from his bald head. Li Qingshan sniggered. With how powerful his demonic nature was, if he used the demon suppression tower to defend himself, it really did seem rather indestructible. The one-lamp monk became even more furious. He shook his head, wanting to continue fighting. Suddenly, the ancient Buddha's voice rang out in his head again, urging him to go to the 9th floor of the demon suppression hall. Perhaps the collision had taken effect, but he also began to feel that something was amiss. He looked at the demon suppression tower before him before looking back at the demon suppression statue behind him. For a moment he became hesitant. Below the demon suppression statue, the door to the 9th floor suddenly opened. A great suction force appeared from the pitch-black hole. Fierce winds whistled, sweeping up the one-lamp monk and sending him flying through the door. He was at a loss. He did not know how to resist. He rammed into the door, about to fall into the 9th floor. His body suddenly came to a halt. One of the chains of demon suppression wrapped around the one-lamp monk's legs, while the other end of the chains of demon suppression wrapped around Li Qingshan's hand. He smiled. "Bastard! Don't you dare get away with this." The voice bellowed furiously. "If you don't let go, I'll just rip him in half." If it were anyone else, they might have hesitated, afraid to pull harder. However, what was Li Qingshan's personality? He switched from one hand to two, pulling backwards like a tug of war. "Come on. Who's afraid of who? I'll fight you to the death." He silently crushed the string of prayer beads the unraging monk had given him. He really did not expect the situation to develop like this. Fortunately, he had the spirit turtle's warning, which kept him on guard the entire time. If he was accidentally pulled into the 9th floor, his life would probably be in danger. The guy trapped on the 9th floor was anything but ordinary. With a rip, the one-lamp monk's robes ripped open from his waist. Afterwards, the skin around his waist began to crack too. Blood gushed out like a fountain, swept into the door by the fierce winds. "Sorry, Senior Brother One Lamp, but as a Buddhist disciple, if I don't enter hell, who will? Even if I die, I can't end up in the hands of the demonic cultivators. Don't you agree with that?" Li Qingshan sighed, but he did not loosen his grip at all. If the one-lamp monk fell onto the 9th floor, he would have no chance of surviving either. It was even possible for him to be used as a bargaining chip against the Chan monastery of Devanaga. He was better off taking a gamble and hoping the unraging monk could come to his aid in time. However, as it seemed, he had to think about how he was supposed to explain things to the unraging monk if he did not make it in time. "Master, I've saved half of Senior Brother One Lamp. There's no need to thank me." At this moment, the chains of demon suppression suddenly loosened. Oh no, something's happened. On Great Buddha Mountain, the unraging monk and the dauntless monk conversed. Suddenly, their hearts skipped a beat, and their faces changed drastically. They hurried off to the back of the mountain, arriving on the 8th floor of the demon suppression hall. "Qingshan, what's going on? Why is the lamp in your hands?" Li Qingshan sat in a corner of the hall, fiddling around with the one-lamp monk's lamp. The speck of light had already been extinguished. Before him was a demon suppression tower. "Master, you've finally returned. I've saved Senior Brother One Lamp. It's a whole one." Li Qingshan placed special emphasis on this. With a wave of his hand, he removed the demon suppression tower. The one-lamp monk lay in there, unconscious. He did not seem to be injured at all, except his waist had been stretched out in a particularly slender manner. In the final moment, the lamp on the one-lamp monk suddenly erupted with light. Li Qingshan felt the force on the other side of the door loosen, so he conveniently pulled the one-lamp monk back. When he looked at the lamp again, it had already run out of oil. Who knew whether the one-lamp monk had been roused by the pain, or whether the Buddhist treasure was sentient and automatically protected its master? What's happened? At this moment, the dauntless monk enlightened and rushed over too. Li Qingshan told them everything that had happened and sighed. "If it weren't for me, the Chan monastery of Devanaga would have lost a genius disciple and an arcane treasure. If the abbot still doesn't release him, that would be far too unkind of you." Little said, "Qingshan, the abbot has already agreed. I'll go to the South Sea Commandery with you." "That's fantastic." Li Qingshan was overjoyed. He smiled. The abbot is truly understanding. Even us junior disciples find it inspiring. The dauntless monk shot a glance at him. With a wave of his hand, a swath of golden light scattered down. The one-lamp monk slowly roused. His eyes were still rather blank. The unraging monk suddenly slapped his head. A firm warning. The one-lamp monk shuddered all over and his eyes cleared up. He looked around and recalled everything that had happened, feeling both ashamed and ashamed. He was tempted to smash his head into a pillar and die. He bowed deeply on the ground. A junior brother. It's all because my will wasn't firm enough, which was why the demons took advantage of me. Please punish me, Abbot. The unraging monk said, there's no need for you to blame yourself too much. What's suppressed down there is the soaring locust king, one of the 72 demon kings of the past. His cultivation far surpasses yours. Even I'm not his opponent. You've been cultivating in the Chan monastery of Devanaga since you were young, so your mind is pure. This is both your advantage and your weakness. Just like how the bright are easily tainted, my disciple has always been a rock in a latrine pit, smelly and tough, which is why I have no worries. I never thought it would make you develop a competitive spirit. Chapter 762. You're too kind, Master. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He did not take it to heart. I'm nowhere near as talented as Junior Qingshan. I'm unable to repay you for saving my life, so please accept a bow from one lamp. The one-lamp monk bowed deeply towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan accepted it calmly and smiled. As long as you don't blame me for almost pulling you apart. If I end up in the hands of demons, I'll definitely be in utter misery. Even if I end up dying unfortunately, I still have to thank Junior Brother for helping me. The dauntless monk felt pity again. According to the unraging monk, Li Qingshan had undergone the second heavenly tribulation a few years ago. With his talent and willpower, he was a once-in-a-century genius, definitely not below one will. If he could become a formal disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, he would definitely become a pillar of support. However, he was stubborn and could not be forced. Fortunately, the unraging monk had accepted him as a disciple, sowing karma with the Chan monastery of Devanaga. There was no need to worry about him not contributing in the future. Returning outside the demon suppression hall, the setting sun illuminated the valley, dyeing it bright red. The one-lamp monk sucked in a deep breath. He felt like he had returned to the world of mortals, so the dauntless monk told him to go back and rest. The one-lamp monk thanked Li Qingshan again before turning around and making his way back to Great Buddha Mountain. His footsteps became even more determined. Right when he was about to step into the protective formation of the monastery, an insect egg as tiny as a mustard seed, almost invisible to the naked eye, crawled out of the pores on the back of his neck and landed in the bushes. The one-lamp monk was completely unaware of it. The insect egg hatched very soon, turning into a locust the size of a pinky. It flew through the bushes and rapidly traveled away from Great Buddha Mountain, flying over 50 kilometers away. Just now, it stopped on a large tree and began to chew on the leaves furiously. The locust rapidly grew in size, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual chi of the world strand by strand. Before long, it had become the size of a fist. It flapped its wings and flew off into the distance. The dauntless monk said, "One will, if you insist on leaving, I can't force you to stay either. The Mist Province is different from the Green Province. The South Sea Commandery is extremely dangerous, and it's over 100,000 kilometers away. If there's any danger, even I won't be able to save you in time. You can only rely on yourself." Disciple understands. Little and said. The unraging monk replaced the prayer bead on Li Qingshan's head, but then he said, "Qingshan, just keep it as a souvenir. South Sea Commandery is too far away. I won't go there even if you crush your prayer beads. It's better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. Take care of yourself." "I understand." Li Qingshan curled his lips and cupped his hands, "Then we shall take our leave." Just as he was about to leave, a weak voice called out, "Senior brother." "Doge. Oh, I almost forgot. Here, this is for you. If you borrow one, return two. Don't say that I'm not loyal." Li Qingshan took out 2 Demon Commander demon hearts and handed them to Duoj. No, that's not what I meant." Duoj stuffed a handful of demon hearts into Li Qingshan's hands. "This is?" Li Qingshan was rather surprised. Only then did he discover that the prayer beads around Duoj's neck had become much shorter. The handful of demon hearts in his hands amounted to 30 or 40, shining resplendently and of extremely high quality. "I heard the South Sea is dangerous. These are for you. I don't have any use for them right now anyway," Duoj said in embarrassment. Li Qingshan was very touched. He gave him a bear hug. "Kid, I'll remember this favor of yours." I'll definitely return it twofold in the future. Afterwards he glanced past the dauntless monk and the unraging monk in disdain. Eminent monks of Buddhism? You're not even as enlightened as a measly demon folk. The two eminent monks were obviously unfazed. The dauntless monk had indeed considered bestowing a Buddhist treasure to little Anne, but after some consideration he gave up on the idea. Although he could pour resources onto outstanding disciples, he still had to maintain basic fairness as the abbot of the monastery. Buddhist treasures were of great importance. One had only joined the monastery for far too short a time. She had already received far too much preferential treatment, and she had not contributed anything at all. She had left the monastery willfully this time, so if he bestowed another Buddhist treasure, it would definitely displease the other disciples. The unraging monk chuckled as if he had been expecting Duoj to do something like that. He was extremely satisfied. He also held an arcane treasure in his hand, prepared to give it to Li Qingshan. It was not a Buddhist treasure but a demonic treasure. However, the time was not right yet. It was possible to say that two arcane treasures were already waiting for them. With their talent and cultivation they already possessed the right. All they lacked was experience. This demonstrated the superiority of the Sword Collection Palace. They had the opportunity to obtain a renowned sword on the level of an arcane treasure as soon as they became a formal disciple. As long as they received the sword's recognition, no one could complain. However, the downside was that even if the Sword Collection Palace was about to be destroyed, the palace master could not bestow the sword to a disciple. He could only wait for the master of the sword to appear. Li Qingshan and Little and took off on a cloud, vanishing into the horizon. Woof! 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 In a melon field, a yellow dog barked madly. In a corner of the melon field, a naked man currently hugged a watermelon and gnawed away at it. He ate it without even spitting out the seeds. His body was sturdy and his skin was withered and yellow. His dark brown eyes shone with a fervent light as he ate. His is far too delicious. He's finally out. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga, the unraging monk, Golden Cicada, and Li Qingshan. You're all fucking dead. The farmer in the straw hat heard the barking and emerged from the straw hut with his tools. Son of a bitch, how dare you steal my watermelon? You don't want to live anymore. Who are you? The man suddenly raised his head, and the farmer felt like he had fallen into a cavern of ice, completely immobilized. Countless copies of himself seemed to be reflected in the dark brown eyes. The yellow dog whimpered and fled with its tail between its legs. The man licked his lips. It's been a very long time since I've eaten human flesh. The flesh of demon folk is stinky and sour. It's fucking disgusting. A while later, the man stood up in the melon field and wiped away the blood from the corner of his lips. He gazed at the western sky and the last ray of light dimmed. A demon suppression statue was tattooed on his back, and it was different from any of the statues Li Qingshan had seen in the past. That kid sure has given me some inspiration. Otherwise I won't be able to fool those two monks. When the time comes I'll just let him die a little more painlessly. On the cloud, Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat as if he sensed something. He sat down with his legs crossed and got the spirit turtle to divine again. A while later he opened his eyes and glanced back at Great Buddha Mountain in some confusion. He had clearly already left the demon suppression hall, so why was the strange sense of danger still lingering? Instead, it seemed to be lurking, showing signs of constantly growing and strengthening. What's wrong? Little and asked in concern. Li Qingshan smiled. Nothing. I just feel like the path ahead is a little dangerous. Though, there really haven't been a lot of times along the way that haven't been dangerous. As long as we're together, we'll definitely be able to overcome all difficulties and reach beyond the 9 heavens. Deep underground in the Clear River Prefecture, magma surged and a lake of fire blazed. Fellow Golden Cicada, we've come to complete our agreement. Li Qingshan assumed the form of the North Moon and called out loudly. His voice reverberated through the surroundings. A crystalline skeleton stood beside him. Milky white, half-transparent flames burned in its eye sockets. You finally returned. Chapter 763. I've made you wait. Here, this is the chant of Devanaga you wanted. Li Qingshan took out a jade slip. Little and had already engraved the chant of Devanaga into it. The jade slip was tossed into the lake of lava. A swirl appeared in the lake, extending endlessly downwards as if it was leading to another world. The jade slip landed in there and the swirl vanished. A long while later, the golden cicada spirit king's voice rang out again. Sure enough, thank you. His voice was filled with emotion, not just because he was happy to obtain this supreme cultivation method. Or even now. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave first. Li Qingshan waved his hand and was about to leave. The golden cicada spirit king said, the aura of the phoenix on you is growing heavier and heavier. It said that you were slain by the dragon king of the sea. The reason why you were able to escape alive is because of the phoenix's nerva, right? That's right. That battle was far too dangerous. Had to put it bluntly, I was just fleeing for my life. Do you have any other advice for me, fellow? Don't tell me you have other phoenix feathers on you, fellow? Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. The golden cicada spirit king seemed to be rather familiar with phoenixes. Since he had a phoenix feather, perhaps he had even more. If he could obtain a few more, practicing the phoenix's scripture of Nerva would become extremely easy. The phoenix has already flown away for far too long. I've only kept that phoenix feather as a souvenir. I don't have any more. However, there's a divine Wutong tree on Fire Melt Mountain in the Mist Province. It was once the phoenix's dwelling. If you can cultivate there, it'll be 100 times more effective than cultivating in the lava. Li Qingshan said, Fire Melt Mountain. I think I've heard of it somewhere. I'm about to pay a visit to the south. I'll definitely go and take a look when the time comes. Once I fully comprehend the chant of Devanaga, I'll be able to make up for the final flaw in my cultivation and undergo the fourth heavenly tribulation. I'll leap out of this world. When the time comes, I'll give you one last gift as an exchange. As the golden cicada spirit king said, another item flew out from the lake of lava, landing in Li Qingshan's hand. It was a fiery red piece of jade. A sliver of his soul sense was embedded in it. It did not have any special functions. It was just something to be used as an alarm or a communication during crucial times. Exchange for what? Li Qingshan asked curiously as he played with the jade stone in his hand. An item that could make the golden cicada spirit king treat it so seriously as a gift was definitely not some common item. It might even be more precious than a phoenix feather. However, since it was an exchange, it meant that what he had to give up had to have a corresponding value. A phoenix plume feather for a chant of Devanaga. It was hard to say who was the winner and who was the loser. It was just each taking what they needed. But one thing was for sure, the value of these two items was roughly the same. You'll know when the time comes. The golden cicada spirit king was secretive. Then can you give me the gift in advance like you did with the phoenix feather? I have a lot of difficulties to overcome recently. Li Qingshan had an idea. After this transaction, they should have established the most basic trust between them. It would be good to have more strength. That won't do. I can only give it to you when the time comes. It's not that I don't trust you. I'm even more curious now. I guarantee that the value of this item is definitely not below that of a magical treasure. If it is used properly, I'm afraid it might even surpass it. Alright then. I hope that you can undergo the fourth heavenly tribulation soon, so that you can leave this well and take a look at the other world. After settling one karma and sowing a new one, Li Qingshan and Little and returned to the surface. It was late at night right now and the sky was filled with resplendent stars. For a moment, Li Qingshan had no idea where he should go. He had just gone through a lengthy period of cultivation, followed by a banquet in the tower, and then a great battle in the demon suppression hall. Although he was not exactly tired of it, he still wanted to rest a little and spend some time with this close relative of his that he had not seen in a very long time. As a result, he smiled. Time sure passes quickly. Before I knew it, you've already grown into an adult. Back then you were still so little. Then don't touch my head anymore. Xiaoan used a pair of white hands to grab his big hands, gently clasping them in her palm. Little girl, you've really grown up. You were so obedient in the past, but now I can't even touch your head. If I had known earlier, I really wouldn't have sent you to the Chan monastery of Devanaga. You've been led astray by those bald donkeys. Li Qingshan sighed and lamented. Little and bit her lip and placed his hand on her head again. That's more like it. Li Qingshan laughed aloud and pulled her into his arms. The faint fragrance of sandalwood filled his arms, and his mind was at peace. He said gently, Where do you want to go? What do you want to do first? I'll do whatever you want. I want to go home. Little and raised her head. Go home? You mean the Qingxiao dwelling? Haven't you been in secluded cultivation for so long? Isn't it boring enough? Li Qingshan shook his head. You said it'll be up to me. Little N was serious. Alright then. Li Qingshan said helplessly. In the Qingxiao dwelling, A strand of silver-white moonlight shone in from the ceiling. Li Qingshan lay under the moonlight, gazing at the many stars in the cave. Little Anne lay in his arms quietly, gazing at him without blinking at all. Her seaweed-like hair flowed down like a waterfall, covering the stone platform and draping over the edge. A while later Li Qingshan lowered his head. And then? There's nothing else. That's it. That's it. Little Anne embraced him even more tightly. All right then. You sure are easy to deal with. Li Qingshan sighed with a smile. He also found this to be quite a nice feeling. Then I'll stay a century. Little Anne's eyes shone, even more resplendent than the brightest stars. A century? Here. Yeah. Is it hard to deal with? For once, Little Anne's expression carried a hint of mischief. Only then did it match her appearance as a young girl. You'll get tired of it very soon. Li Qingshan pinched her cheeks, treating it like a child's words. I won't get tired of it. Little Anne paused, then repeated, I won't get tired of it. What she was pursuing was not in the distant other side but right here. Working hard to cultivate was just to stay in this moment for a long time. In this quiet and undisturbed world, with only each other's existence, this was the ultimate happiness. Li Qingshan suddenly had a trace of impulse. Just like what she said, so what if it was a century or 1,000 years? But this impulse was just a flash. Compared to his dream, it was just a breeze that brushed past, hardly leaving any traces. He then felt apologetic. Was it because he wanted too much? Little Anne suddenly smiled. She turned over and wrote on his body. She raised her right hand high, pointed to the depths of the starry sky and said loudly, I want to go above the 9th heaven. At that moment, even Li Qingshan was dazzled by the brilliance that bloomed. He suddenly realized how beautiful she was. Usually she was more like a piece of white paper, a pool of clear water, clear and flawless. But at this moment she was smeared with the most intense and brightest colors. It was a little strange but also a little familiar. Didn't you just say you want to stay for a century? Chapter 764. The two of them lay in each other's arms. Li Qingshan told him about what had happened after they parted, while Little Anne just listened quietly most of the time. The moonlight shifted before vanishing in the end, turning into sunlight. This repeated until the sun and moon alternated. That continued until Han Qiongji came looking for him. Han Qiongji stood at the entrance of her dwelling and gazed at the drifting clouds and mist in the Chain Mountains. She thought to herself, Ru Xian's dwelling isn't far from here, but she's already been in secluded cultivation for several years now. I wonder how she's doing right now. The stone door behind her opened and she turned around, only to see Li Qingshan striding over. However, her gaze could not help but land on Little Anne behind him, and she could not help but become stunned. Even though she was also a woman, she still felt dazzled. Great beauty and white bone, the transition between life and death. Even though it seemed like everything had become empty, it could still manifest the pinnacle of beauty in the world. As her cultivation increased and she grew older, her beauty became even more powerful. It was not the arts of charm, but it surpassed them. If she could truly unleash it to the limit, it would be completely beyond the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty of the sect. She would be a celestial maiden that had transcended this world. Here, Little Anne. Han Qiongji returned to her senses after much difficulty. What, you don't recognize me anymore? Li Qingshan smiled. How can that be? As long as I've seen you once, who can forget you? Han Qiongji said with a smile, but her feelings were rather mixed. She was straightforward and open-minded, so she was not jealous of Little Anne's talent, nor would she be awed by his supreme beauty. And based on her instincts, she believed that there was nothing romantic between them. Otherwise, even if she was not jealous, the Chan monastery of Devanaga would not be able to put up with it. However, they simply stood there, yet they gave off an indescribable sense of harmony. They were two people with completely different appearances and bearings, yet they possessed the closest connection. Even she was unable to get involved with them. She thought this must be the Tao companion that father spoke of. From a certain perspective, she would rather Li Qingshan flirt around. She shook her head and tossed these thoughts to the back of her head. She said to Little Anne, I heard that you've also undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Congratulations. Little Anne nodded slightly and looked at Han Qiongji calmly as if he was looking at a rock or a plant. Unless it was necessary, she did not like to talk to people, let alone etiquette and rules. She would only deal with it when it was necessary. In the past, Han Qiongji had lost her temper because of this attitude, and Li Qingshan had immediately fallen out with her. For her sake, he had made an enemy of Qiu Haitang without the slightest scruple despite only being a measly qi practitioner. Now Han Qiongji knew that she treated everyone the same way, not her. As soon as you came back, you shut yourself in the cave residence. I thought you were going to go into closed-door training again. Last time it was an accident. If I really want to go into seclusion for a long time, I will definitely tell you. However, I have plans to do so recently. Li Qingshan and Little An looked at each other. This was something they had discussed beforehand. After comprehending the 8th layer of the demon suppression statuary, Li Qingshan needed a certain amount of time to settle down and increase his cultivation. With the several dozen demon hearts Duoj had given him, there was even a chance for him to refine the traitorous demon sword into a true demonic treasure. He could even completely recover the strength of his demon body to the limit. Little An was the same. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation, he could take a step further with the path of white bone and great beauty. The skull prayer beads, Buddha slaying sword, blood sea banner, and so on in his possession all needed to be refined again. Li Qingshan had already prepared the required resources for him. He had collected many corpses from the battles over the years. In particular, during the battle on the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall, there had been tens of thousands of demon folk and numerous demon generals and demon commanders. It was enough for her to increase her cultivation further. That way, if the two of them worked together, they would be able to deal with any danger in the South Sea Commandery with composure, even if they did not kill gods and Buddhas who stood in their way. Even if they faced some existences at the third heavenly tribulation, they would not be afraid. Secluded cultivation? Han Qiongji basically had no idea what to say. To cultivators, secluded cultivation was definitely not a bad thing. Unless they had reached a critical juncture in their cultivation, where they needed to focus on breaking through bottlenecks, there was absolutely no need for secluded cultivation. All they had to do was maintain their regular cultivation. However, Li Qingshan entered secluded cultivation far too often, and his cultivation would increase rapidly every time he entered secluded cultivation. It was basically enough to make people feel rather numb to it. Li Qingshan said, "But not now. It's best if we focus on rest for now. We'll probably have to wait until the new appointment arrives and we reach the Mist Province. Cultivation is more important. Just make your own plans. There's no need to specially contact me. I've grown used to it anyway. It's not like we're mortals, so there's no need to be so intimate with each other." Han Qiongji said in a very free and easy manner, but she also felt a hint of helplessness. Before Li Qingshan could answer, she said, "I've come to find you for something else. Qingzan is going to the Sword Collection Palace." After the battle in Moon Court Lake ended, Yin Xiaoqiu did not immediately move on to the next prefecture. Instead, he received an invitation from Wasungzan. That night, neither of them attended the banquet in the brothel. They went to Soaring Afterglow Mountain to drink together. Since Wasungzan wanted to join the Sword Collection Palace, he obviously went out of his way to befriend Yin Xiaoqiu. He had always possessed extraordinary charm. Although Yin Xiaoqiu's cultivation was higher, he spent most of his time in the Sword Collection Palace, focusing on the path of the sword. His experience obviously could not compare to Wasungzan. After a few jars of alcohol, they felt like they were old friends at first sight. When Wasungzan mentioned that he wanted to join the Sword Collection Palace, Yin Xiaoqiu immediately patted his chest and guaranteed that there would definitely be no issues with his talent. He sent a message to the Sword Collection Palace the next day. Perhaps due to the stimulation from the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, the Sword Collection Palace replied before long, asking him to undergo a test in the Sword Collection Palace. That night, the empty halls on Soaring Afterglow Mountain were ablaze with lanterns. To Li Qingshan's surprise, it did not seem like a gathering of guests like he had imagined. Instead, it seemed rather deserted. Logically speaking, Wasungzan had a wide circle of acquaintances, and the Hua family had a deep foundation, so they should have invited many guests for something as important as this. Landing on the terrace at the top of the mountain, he discovered that there were only around a dozen people present, and they were all familiar faces. They did not even set up a proper banquet. They just drank and chatted like it was a regular gathering. Everyone's gazes were drawn away by Little and beside Li Qingshan. For a moment they were all speechless. "Fellow, you must be one Will. I've heard of your great name for a long time. Now that I've seen you today, I finally understand what it means to know someone by reputation is not as good as meeting them in person." Yin Xiaoqiu stood up. His gaze was like a sword, hidden with sword intent. Instinctively he wanted to test her out, but to his shock he discovered that his sword intent was like a rock that had sunk into the ocean, unable to find a foothold. If he really wanted to strike, he actually had no idea how to swing his sword. Only then did he realize the difference in strength was so great that a breaking water sword could not make up for it. Little and said nothing. Li Qingshan ignored Yin Xiaoqiu and asked Hua Sengzan, "Why is there so little? Why didn't you find more people to celebrate?" Hua Sengzan said, "I still haven't become a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace, so what's there to celebrate?" Chapter 765. Don't tell me you're joking, fellow Yin. I'm a disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Li Qingshan was taken aback before smiling uncontrollably. A secular disciple, Yin Xiaoqiu added. Secular disciples possessed very low statuses in the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. They did not even have the right to set foot in the inner courtyard, let alone any great cultivation methods. They did not have any resources either. They only possessed the name of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, which deterred people from taking advantage of them. Then do you know who my master is? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. He was a secular disciple, but he was no regular secular disciple. His master was a great cultivator who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, and he practiced a peak cultivation method too. What right did the Sword Collection Palace have to ask him whether he wanted to join them or not? Who doesn't know about the unraging master? Who doesn't know about him? Then I don't understand. Even if I want to join the Sword Collection Palace, do I really have to get past my master? Li Qingshan asked in surprise. In the cultivation community, the relationship between master and disciple was very important. In particular, when your master came from a large sect and was a great cultivator who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation, a relationship like this was unbreakable. I'm not asking you to become a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace or take someone as your master. Instead, you'll be like Elder Zhou Tong of the Clear River Prefecture, becoming a guest elder, Yin Xiaoqiu explained. Yin Xiaoqiu explained and reported how he had lost to Li Qingshan to the Sword Collection Palace, which raised a great deal of attention. It was not just because of his cultivation, but also because Yin Xiaoqiu had said, "This person's path of the sword surpasses mine." This left the master of the Sword Collection Palace and the elders in disbelief. Yin Xiaoqiu had practiced the sword since he was young, practicing the profound sword techniques of the Sword Collection Palace. He had also inherited the sword intent within the breaking water sword, yet he actually admitted he was not as good as Li Qingshan, which made them interested. Taking in cultivators who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation as guest elders was one of the traditions of the Sword Collection Palace. There was an opportunity regardless of their identity or background. Some guest elders even held the position of sect master of other sections. As long as they became guest elders, they could study the superior cultivation methods and sword techniques of the Sword Collection Palace. However, not all cultivators who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation had the opportunity to become a guest elder of the Sword Collection Palace. They had to wield and practice the sword, and they had to leave their swords on Sword Collection Peak after death. The Sword Collection Palace had not only taken a fancy to the slovenly Taoist priest, Zhou Tong, as a guest elder, but also because of the lightning slaughter sword in his possession. With Zhou Tong's cultivation, living for several centuries would not be a problem at all. As long as he constantly refined it with the techniques of the Sword Collection Palace, even a lump of earth could be reborn, let alone the lightning slaughter sword that was already an arcane artifact. It had a very good chance of becoming a powerful arcane treasure. It was exactly through this method that the Sword Collection Palace constantly gathered the renowned swords of the world. Even an arcane treasure like the soaring dragon sword that cultivators could only dream of could not be counted as one of the 10 renowned swords, which only demonstrated just how deep their foundations were. I see. Li Qingshan came to a realization and asked again, "But you said to change to a good sword, can I also draw a sword from the hidden sword peak?" He had never had a good impression of the Sword Collection Palace. From the soaring dragon elder to Fu Qingjin, they had all forced him into dire straits in the past, but the temptation of an arcane treasure was far too great. He thought to himself, "With my charm, when I get to that hidden sword peak, those 10 famed swords will all come to me. Regular guest elders can't draw a sword from the hidden sword peak, but you don't seem to have a suitable sword on hand, which is why we've made an exception. With your talent for the way of the sword, if you practice the sword techniques of the Sword Collection Palace, you'll definitely be able to reach a whole new level. Yin Xiaoqiu said seriously. Although he had lost to Li Qingshan, he did not hold any grudges towards him. He carried out the mission that the Sword Collection Palace had given him meticulously. This kind of bearing clearly did not come from his age and experience. A large part of it came from the influence of the Breaking Water Sword, which only demonstrated the value of a good sword to the Sword Collection Palace. However, there were some things that he did not make clear. The reason why the Sword Collection Palace was willing to make an exception and allow Li Qingshan to draw a sword from the Hidden Sword Peak was because they had taken a liking to his way of the sword. Just like how, becoming one with the sword, not only did the sword assist the person, but the person also nurtured the heart of the sword. A good swordsman could improve a sword by an extremely large amount. I'll think about it, Li Qingshan said in thought. Please take your time to think about it. Yin Xiaoqiu said nothing more. Apart from Hua Sengzan, everyone present was shocked. Originally, they felt that Li Qingshan had undergone the second heavenly tribulation to be rather unreal, but they could not help but sigh now. Before they knew it, he had already reached this step. A sect like the Sword Collection Palace was something that they could only look up to. Even Hua Sengzan being able to become a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace was something worth celebrating, and he still had to go through a test. However, Li Qingshan had actually been directly invited to become a guest elder. The difference in treatment was truly quite great. They also understood a little why Hua Sengzan did not celebrate on a large scale. Otherwise, Yin Xiaoqiu's words would definitely have stolen the spotlight. Hua Sengzan invited Li Qingshan and the others to take a seat first. He smiled. No matter what happened in the past, no matter what happens tomorrow, we have to drink to our heart's content tonight. All right. Li Qingshan sat down with a smile and sat down beside him. Han Xiongji sighed inside. Just when she was about to find another seat, she suddenly felt her waist tighten, and Li Qingshan had already pulled her into his arms. He asked with a smile, "What are you thinking about, madam?" Han Xiongji's face reddened. "Let go of me." Li Qingshan picked up the jar of alcohol and emptied it in a single gulp. He laughed aloud. "Forgive me for not being able to comply." The smell of alcohol assaulted her face, and Han Xiongji seemed to be slightly tipsy as well. The man who had once made her fall in love at first sight, when she had no idea what love was even more passionate than before. Just a single smile from him was enough to make her fall for him. It was like that in the past and it was still like that now. Even if they could not become partners of cultivation, even if they spent more time apart than together, she felt no regret at all. Everyone laughed. Li Qingshan watched as her face became redder and redder, almost to the point where she could not contain her embarrassment. Only then did he let go of her and let her sit down beside him. He continued to hold on to her waist, preventing her from running away. Han Xiongji elbowed him viciously. She could only give up as she was unable to break free. She was embarrassed and annoyed, but there was a hint of joy in her eyes. The group of people drank and admired the moon. It was quite a good time. "Qingshan, if you can become a guest elder of the Sword Collection Palace, we can travel together," Hua Sengzan said. "If it's possible, I'd obviously like to obtain a renowned sword, but I still need my master's permission. I can't make the decision on my own." Then Li Qingshan glanced at Yin Xiaoqiu. Yin Xiaoqiu was currently pouring himself a cup and drinking by himself, as if he had gone through the vicissitudes of life to drown his sorrows. However, in Li Qingshan's eyes, he was another pretentious peddler. The legacies he obtained from the sword did not truly belong to him at the end of the day. There was a subtle difference. Since this kid is bold enough to mention it, since the Sword Collection Palace is bold enough to mention it, don't tell me they're certain the Chan Monastery of Devanaga will definitely agree to it? Otherwise, wouldn't they be utterly humiliated? Or perhaps the Sword Collection Palace wants to form an alliance with the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, and they want me to serve as a link? Li Qingshan pondered and gradually made up his mind. Suddenly he raised his head. "It's going to rain." Everyone raised their heads. The bright moon hung in the sky. Only a few thin clouds drifted through the inky blue night sky. It did not seem like it was going to rain at all. But very soon, fierce winds arrived, whistling past the top of the mountain like an invisible hand had pulled over a great curtain. The clouds were densely packed, shrouding the entire sky in the blink of an eye. They pressed down heavily on the top of the mountain as if it was within reach. The rising wind before a storm. Li Qingshan said slowly. With the Battle of the Clear River Prefecture over, the 9 provinces gradually fell into turmoil in the past few years. Humans and demons constantly clashed, and demonic sects that had been suppressed for several millennia began to surface once more. They caused a great ruckus in the Cloud, Mist, Frost and Thunder provinces. The Great Xia Empire's control over the various provinces rapidly declined. This could actually be seen from the White Lotus sect. In the past, even if the White Lotus Mother fled to the Mist province, she would have to tuck her tail between her legs and behave herself. How could the Hawkwolf Guard allow her to rebuild their headquarters so openly? Now no one cared at all. And this was the border of the Mist province that was very close to the Green province and even the Dragon province. If it were another 100,000 kilometers to the south, it would be easy to imagine what the South Sea Commandery would be like. Once the order collapsed, it would be time to see who had the strength to plunder. The Sword Collection Palace and the Chan Monastery of Devanaga were both so-called orthodox sections. At a crucial time like this, it only made sense for them to strengthen their alliance. Yeah. Wasungzan's side. None of the people present were stupid. They could tell what Li Qingshan was trying to imply, so they sank into their thoughts. For a moment the platform fell silent. Only the wind whistled past their ears. Everyone had personally experienced the brutality of the Battle of the Clear River Prefecture, but as it seemed now, it was only a small disaster, the mountain breeze before the storm. There was an even greater disaster waiting ahead. Dark clouds obscured the moon and rain poured down. The surroundings were pitch black. The sound of rain rang out, but surprisingly, there was not a single peal of thunder. The halls at the foot of the mountain flickered with lantern light, but they seemed to weaken as well, swaying in the wind and rain. Although the rain could not land on everyone's heads, without the light of the moon and stars, the atmosphere became rather suffocating. The righteous path of the world and the suffering of all living beings require the protection of the swords in our hands. Yin Xiaoqiu stood up sternly. His black hair drifted in the wind as he radiated with awe-inspiring might. With a clang, he drew the breaking water sword from its sheath and swung it at the pitch-black sky. There was a flash of light, like a bolt of lightning that had ripped through the night sky. A crack appeared silently in the clouds. Moonlight spilled through and the stars flickered. Nice sword style. Everyone praised loudly. The clouds seemed close, but they were actually far away. Splitting the clouds with a single strike from such a great distance was truly a remarkable feat. I still have to thank you for the defeat you bestowed upon me the other day. It gave me quite a lot of inspiration, allowing me to gain a new comprehension of the path of the sword. Why don't you widen our horizons? Yin Xiaoqiu turned around and stared at Li Qingshan, both to show off the might of the breaking water sword and vaguely to challenge him. Your cultivation might be a realm higher than mine, but you might not be able to achieve what I can do. I'm not your opponent right now, but once I undergo the second heavenly tribulation, you definitely won't be my opponent. Li Qingshan stood up lazily and tossed the empty jar of alcohol in his hand off the cliff, pushing upwards with both hands. Ocean wielding? The cloud parting form. The clouds rose and fell, moving in all directions. Before long, almost half of the clouds in the sky had been parted, and the moonlight seemed even clearer. Li Qingshan said, "Fellow Yin, I will report this to my master. If he has no objections, I'll accompany you to the Sword Collection Palace." After the banquet, everyone dispersed. Chapter 766. Li Qingshan smiled and gazed at the rustling bamboo forest outside the window. As it seemed, he had guessed correctly. His identity as a secular disciple just happened to be useful for something like this. At the same time, he possessed two identities in two great sects of the Green Province. Although he was not at the core of either sect, his status was not low and he just happened to be a demon. The affairs of the world sure were unpredictable. "Qingshan, are you really going to the Sword Collection Palace to become a guest elder?" Lu Chuanfeng asked from the side. He was careful, as if he was afraid of offending Li Qingshan with the slightest carelessness. Li Qingshan never put on any airs, but after all these years of fighting and killing, he had already established his might. He gave off a natural sense of awe. The Cloud Wisp Association had developed very quickly in the Rui Commandery. Lu Chuanfeng had specially invited Li Qingshan to Cloud Wisp Island today so that he could continue writing. Originally, he wanted him to remember his identity as a disciple of the School of Novels, but he never expected him to actually agree. Li Qingshan had a feeling that the divine talisman of great creation would come in handy one day, so he had brought little and here to relive the feeling of the past. There was no need for him to drink some water of recollection. With his current cultivation, There was nothing he could not remember if he tried to recall. As a result, he became a plagiarist and had little and edited. It was extremely satisfying. How can I turn down someone else's warm invitation? Little and take your time to edit it here. I'll go see that Yin Xiaoqiu again. Li Qingshan stood up. Right when he was about to take off, he glanced at the school of painting nearby and remembered that Chu Danqing had not attended Hua Sengzan's banquet on Soaring Afterglow Mountain. He wondered how the Three Absolutes calligraphy had been repaired, so he landed on the island and grabbed a disciple of the school of painting. He asked, "Where's your patriarch Chu?" "Oh, Commander Li. The patriarch is currently in secluded cultivation. He said that no one is to disturb him." The disciple said in a trembling voice. "You sure have troubled him," Li Qingshan said. He knew that it would not be easy to repair a treasure like the Three Absolutes calligraphy. If there was a chance, he would make up for it. As soon as Li Qingshan took off, a streak of light flew over from the direction of the Clear River Prefecture and landed on Cloud Wisp Island. It was Hua Qinglu. She frowned slightly, struggling to hide her worry. Lu Chuanfeng hurriedly went forward to welcome him. "Commander Hua, why are you here? Is Commander Li here?" "Unfortunately, he just arrived at the Soaring Afterglow Mountain." "Then he should already know." Hua Qinglu let out a long sigh. In the bamboo building, Little and stopped writing and looked out the window. Then he lowered his head again and wrote stroke by stroke without any distractions. "Fellow Taoist Yin, my master has agreed. Let's get ready to go." Li Qingshan came to the Soaring Dawn Mountain again, found Yin Xiaoqiu and went straight to the point. "Fellow Taoist Li, something has changed." Yin Xiaoqiu was not surprised, but there was a hint of embarrassment on his face. "What change? Haven't you seen Qinglu?" Hua Sengzan interrupted. "I haven't. What's wrong with Qinglu?" "So you still don't know. The Hawk Wolf Guard has already appointed you as the White Wolf Commander of the South Sea Commandery of the Mist Province." "The White Wolf Commander?" Li Qingshan frowned. Why was it only the White Wolf Commander? There was actually a White Hawk Commander in a crappy place like the South Sea Commandery? Whatever. He had come to the Mist Province mainly for Ru Xian anyway, as well as to search for the divine Wudong tree. He did not care about his position. But what does that have to do with anything? I'll be in charge for a few days at night, so what can the Hawk Wolf Guard do to me? Li Qingshan suddenly understood. He smiled. "So the Sword Collection Palace is afraid I'll be killed in the South Sea and lose the treasured sword of your palace. Am I right?" "That's right. The South Sea Commandery is a savage, dangerous place. If the sword is lost there, it'll be very difficult for the Sword Collection Palace to find it," Yin Xiaoqiu said calmly. Every single sword on the Sword Collection Peak was a precious treasure that the Sword Collection Palace could not live without. With Li Qingshan's comprehension of the path of the sword, it was very likely for him to draw an arcane treasure sword. That was something the Sword Collection Palace could not afford to lose. Losing the Soaring Dragon Sword had already left the Sword Collection Palace brooding over it. With North Moon's death, they lost all traces of it, unable to find it again. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. It might not be a good thing for you to take an arcane treasure to the South Sea. Yin Xiaoqiu had never imagined that North Moon, who was dead for sure, was currently standing right before him alive and well, discussing how he could retrieve another sword from the Sword Collection Palace. "I understand. Then I'll directly take up my post in the Mist Province. We'll talk about the sword when I return." Li Qingshan did not become angry. He had only agreed to become a guest elder of the Sword Collection Palace to take advantage of them. Even now, he still felt hostility towards the Sword Collection Palace, so he obviously would not ask them to trust him. It was just a sword. It would make no difference whether he took it sooner or later. There was no hurry. With how generous Li Qingshan was, Yin Xiaoqiu instead felt rather embarrassed. He took out a jade slip. "Since you've agreed to become a guest elder of our Sword Collection Palace, please accept this jade slip." Li Qingshan accepted the jade slip and sent his soul sense into it. His eyes gradually lit up and he smiled. "Thank you, fellow Yin. I won't be holding back then." There were over a dozen nameless sword styles recorded in the jade slip. Some were graceful and agile, while others were simple and heavy. All of them were extremely intricate, basically the essence of various sword styles. There were almost 100 sword techniques as well. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that a single 1-meter-long sword could produce so many variations. They really are a sect of sword cultivators after all. They really do have some tricks up their sleeves. Once I study them carefully, my path of the sword will definitely reach a whole new level, and I'll be able to unleash the full power of the demon dragon sword. However, what delighted him the most was not these sword styles and sword techniques, but a cultivation method called the heart of the sword. It was divided into 3 parts: offering the sword, refining the sword, and tempering the sword. It described in detail how to temper the sword and increase the quality of the sword. To the current Li Qingshan, this could be regarded as a timely reign. He just happened to want to refine the traitorous demon sword into a true demonic treasure. Although the traitorous demon sword could devour demon hearts and increase its strength, the rate of increase was relatively slow. Even with several dozen demon commander demon hearts in hand, he was not confident he could succeed. Now that he had this cultivation method, his chances of success had increased drastically. Even if it was not 100%, he was 70 to 80% confident. I've still managed to take advantage of you after all. Li Qingshan was satisfied. Then he asked, when do the 2 of you plan on setting off? Probably in the next day or 2. Hua Sengzan replied. Suddenly he gazed down the mountain. Someone's coming. That's strange. Why has he come to find me? At the foot of the mountain, a man stood in front of the entrance. He was dressed like a farmer and seemed very rustic, but he possessed a bearing that regular farmers did not possess. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and he was built of earth and wood. Beside him stood a teenager dressed in bright clothes. The teenager carried a sword on his back and he seemed to be slightly uncomfortable. They were the leader of the School of Agriculture, Li Long, and Li Qingshan, who had changed his name to Li Xiaoyao, and Li Qingshi. Li Xiaoyao said, Master, why don't we go back? Thump. Li Long rapped Li Long's head. Damn brat, I brought you here because you said you wanted to learn the sword in the Sword Collection Palace. Now that we're here, you're chickening out. What kind of man are you? It's still cultivation. It's the same no matter where. How can it be the same? Our School of Agriculture focuses on farming. We focus on life, so we have to adapt to the changes in life. The sword is a lethal weapon. It focuses on death, so it has to be unyielding and resolute. You're still young right now, so your temperament is still unsettled. If you farm with me for a few more years, it'll be too late even if you want to learn the sword. Will he want me? Li Xiaoyao said uneasily. To those who wanted to learn the Sword Collection Palace could be described as a holy land. Yin Xiaoqiu had defeated the genius cultivators of 22 prefectures consecutively, so he had made a name for himself. He felt quite pressured. How do you know if you don't try? If it doesn't work out, there's still other places. You don't have to be afraid either. He's powerful, but wasn't he still defeated by someone from the same hometown? When Li Qingshan was mentioned, Li Xiaoyao's spirit roused. Sure enough, he became a little bolder. Over the years he had spent with Li Long, his mind had matured quite a lot. He understood many matters of the past and also understood Li Qingshan's difficulties, so he no longer resented him. This second uncle who refused to acknowledge him remained his idol. At this moment, the formation was activated. Li Long pulled Li Xiaoyao to his feet and shrunk the ground beneath his feet, arriving at the top of the mountain in a short while. Seeing that Li Qingshan was there as well, he felt a little more confident. What brings you here, Patriarch Li? Hua Sengzan asked with a smile. Li Long had always focused on the affairs of farming. In the past few years, he had spent most of his time cultivating in seclusion, so they did not have much contact. All he knew was that he was from the same hometown as Li Qingshan. I heard that you're going to the Sword Collection Palace, so I've specially come to see you off. This is just a small gift, but it's not enough. Li Long took out the fruit basket he had prepared. There were apples, pears, and various other fruits. All of them were abundant with spiritual qi and had a bright luster. Hua Sengzan turned it down before accepting it. Only then did Li Long say, I also have a request. This child is my disciple, and he's always been in love with the path of the sword. I wonder if you can take him to the Sword Collection Palace to try it out, fellow Yin? Li Xiaoyao glanced at Li Qingshan and no longer dared to look at him anymore. Afterwards, he raised his head and looked at Yin Xiaoqiu with a broken water sword on his waist. His face was filled with respect and yearning. If he wants to become a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace, he needs to undergo a strict test. It's not something I can decide with a single word. This child's talent is mediocre, and he lacks courage and resolution. He's not suited to walk the path of a sword cultivator, so it's best if he continues cultivating in the School of Agriculture. Yin Xiaoqiu had inherited the sword intent of the past masters of the broken water sword, so he had some ability to judge people. It was already very difficult for this child to embark on the path of cultivation. The chances of him undergoing the first heavenly tribulation were very small. However, to the Sword Collection Palace, this was the most basic requirement, or he would not even be a formal disciple. Li Xiaoyao lowered his head. His face alternated between red and white. He's still young and he's inexperienced. He does have some kindness in his heart, but he's completely focused on becoming a sword wielder. Even I can't persuade him otherwise. Li Long sighed gently and rubbed Li Xiaoyao's head, but he looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Just let him try, fellow Yin. If he can't pass the Sword Collection Palace's test, then there's no need to mention anything else. Just send him back. I didn't seem to have any extraordinary talent or courage back then." "Really? I found you extraordinary the moment I saw you. This child's surname is Li too. Is he a relative from your hometown?" Hua Sengzan smiled. Li Qingshan only smiled. "I must learn the sword." Li Xiaoyao suddenly raised his head and said loudly. "Oh, what?" Yin Xiaoqiu asked. "My parents were both killed by evil people. You want to avenge them?" Li Long shook his head. "That evil person died a long time ago. Then why?" Chapter 767. Li Xiaoyao clenched his fist firmly. Within his weakness, there was actually a sense of determination. Li Qingshan nodded secretly. At least he had not been contaminated by his parents' foolishness and cunning. "If that's the case, I'll take you along. However, whether you can become a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace or not will be up to your fate," said Yin Xiaoqiu. "Yeah." Li Xiaoyao nodded firmly, overjoyed. Then he looked at Li Long and became reluctant to part with him. Li Long said, "Stop acting like a little girl. Learn the sword properly. Don't embarrass our Crouching Ox village." "Yes, master." Li Xiaoyao glanced at Li Qingshan again and secretly made up his mind. His talent was mediocre, but he believed there was hope as long as he worked hard. Then Yin Xiaoqiu said to Hua Sengzan, "There's no need to linger around. Let's set off right now. I'll be in secluded cultivation for a while after I return to the Sword Collection Palace. Once I undergo the second heavenly tribulation, I'll definitely challenge fellow Li No Elder Li again." "All right, but I'll have to draw a good sword from the Sword Collection Peak first." Although Li Qingshan was hostile towards the Sword Collection Palace, he could not help but admire their heritage. Both Fu Qingjin and Yin Xiaoqiu were heroes among men, possessing extraordinary courage. Even the Soaring Dragon Elder was firm and resolute. It was not without reason that he had managed to last for so many years. Hua Sengzan said, "It's a pity that I can't see you off, Qingshan. There's no need to be so polite. The mountains never change and the rivers never stop flowing. We'll meet again." Li Qingshan clasped his hands and bade farewell. He watched the three of them vanish into the horizon before turning around and saying to Li Long, "It's been hard on you these past few years. It's only natural for my own disciples to work a little harder. How far I can go in the future will be up to me." Li Qingshan returned to Clear River City and arrived at the entrance of the Hawkwolf Guard, gazing up. Upstairs, Hua Qinglu currently leaned against the back of the chair and gazed out the window. She furrowed her brows in thought as she gently tapped the armrest with her slender fingers. Ever since he had come out of his closed-door training, although they had only met a few times in a hurry, there were many ripples in her heart. However, since it was already too late, she could only accept this outcome calmly. She was not a little girl, nor was she Hua Sengzan. She did not want to be entangled with the word, love. It was fine to see him once in a while. It was fine to be teased by him a few times. But now, even that was impossible as he was going to the Mist Province. It would have been fine if it was just separation, but it just had to be the most dangerous South Sea county. How could she not worry about his safety? At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of the window and said with a smile, "What are you thinking about?" "Brotherly." Hua Qinglu stood up. Her red lips parted as she considered how she should inform him of this bad news. "I already know. Where's the transfer order?" Li Qingshan stepped into the room and said with a smile when he saw how troubled she was. Hua Qinglu took out the transfer order, and Li Qingshan stowed it away after a single glance. It really was the White Wolf commander. "All right, Qinglu, your elder brother has set off just now." "Sigh, didn't he say it would take another day or two?" "Probably because he doesn't want to make a scene like sending him off. He's going to the Sword Collection Palace, so it's time for me to set off too." Li Qingshan gazed out the window with a smile. The sky that had just cleared up after the rain was so blue that it was almost transparent. His heart had already drifted away, no, to the South Sea commandery that he had never met hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. He imagined the boundless South Sea. What are you frowning for? I've been promoted. Aren't you going to hug me in celebration? Li Qingshan spread his arms. Brother Li, aren't you worried at all? That's the South Sea commandery, the southernmost region of the 9 provinces. It's a land of wilderness among wilderness. Not only do the Hawkwolf Guard not have any special privileges there, but they'll even receive hostility, yet you're still in the mood to joke around. Hua Qinglu panicked. If I'm not joking around, am I supposed to cry? Li Qingshan was rather touched by how concerned she was for him. Go find Commander Gu and get her to help you out. And your master. You're a disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga after all, and the Sword Collection Palace. Don't they want to make you a guest elder? Anyway, you definitely can't accept this job. Tsai, it must be that bastard Si Qing who's pulling the strings. He's using his identity as a prince to run amok. Hua Qinglu said furiously. Thank you, but I've already made up my mind. The South Sea commandery is indeed a land of wilderness among wilderness. It'll definitely be riddled with danger. It's exactly because of that it's worth going. If I don't go to the ends of the world and the corners of the ocean, wouldn't I be wasting my life? As for that kid, Si Qing, there'll be a time for him to cry. Li Qingshan said proudly. He did not take Si Qing seriously at all. He could just find an opportunity to settle this small grievance in the future. Big brother Li. Now that you've said that, even I want to go and have a look. I still haven't seen the real ocean. If it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid of dragging you down, I even want to go with you and become a White Wolf Guard. Hua Qinglu was infected by his lofty sentiments, and her worries vanished. Why would she need to worry about this man? He was Li Qingshan. She could not help but fantasize about the South Sea of the Mist Province. Ever since she was young, she had never been one to settle down. As a matter of fact, she even had an urge to go to the South Sea with him regardless of the consequences. Come. It won't drag you down at all. Li Qingshan studied Hua Qinglu with a smile. After a few years, the little girl had become even more enchanting. Her features were picturesque, her figure was graceful, and her figure was slender and well-proportioned. If she gained a little more, she would be fat, and if she lost a little, she would be thin. She radiated with a delicate beauty. If I really go with you, Big Sister Han will curse me to death. Hua Qinglu's face reddened under his gaze and she stuck out her tongue. Why would she curse you? What do you want to do to me? Li Qingshan took a step back and said in great surprise. Big brother Li. I'm just joking. You're still very young. The path ahead of you is still very long. The greatest benefit of the cultivation community is that you'll never be able to imagine just how far you'll be able to go. Although you have to deal with the matters of the Hawkwolf Guard, you don't have to worry too much about it. As long as you constantly increase your cultivation, there'll be a day when you can go anywhere in the 9 provinces. Li Qingshan patted Hua Qinglu's shoulder and said earnestly. Yeah, I'll work hard on cultivation. I heard that the merfolk of the South Sea are all extremely beautiful, and their voices are bewitching. If the people sailing on the sea hear the songs of the merfolk, they'll jump into the water without any regard and drown to death. Don't be enchanted by them, Big Brother Li, Hua Qinglu said. However, she refused to believe that there was a woman who could enchant him with her beauty. In particular, after seeing Little and a few days ago, she was even more certain of this. That kind of inhuman beauty was something that even she was amazed by. Sai, there's nothing I can do about it. You know that I've always been enchanted by beauty. I even saw my fellow countryman Li Long on soaring Afterglow Mountain earlier. We only spoke a few words before bidding farewell, yet I accidentally told you so much. Your warning is very reasonable. I need to learn from it. I'm going. Li Qingshan laid out his hands helplessly. Speaking of which, he had basically been enchanted by a merfolk, and it was not some enchanting song, but her poisonous words. What's the rush? You're going so far away, so you need to hold a farewell banquet. Hua Qinglu said in surprise. Forget it. We just had a gathering a few days ago. It'll be boring if there are too many banquets. Not to mention, it's not like I'm going somewhere nice. If I make it seem like I'm going to never return, how boring would that be? Li Qingshan waved his hand and turned her down. He said, take care, before turning around and making his way out the window. Hua Qinglu watched him leave. She was filled with mixed feelings. Who knew how many years it would be before they could meet again, and who knew how many dangers lay ahead? Big Brother Li. Is there anything else? Li Qingshan turned around, but before he could even finish, Hua Qinglu rushed over and kissed him on the lips. Afterwards, they immediately parted as if she had been electrocuted. She lowered her head and said softly, "Be careful on the way." "Girl, what's the meaning of this?" Li Qingshan licked his lips. The gentle and immature feeling remained. He raised her chin, and her delicate face was flushed with an intoxicating red. Her long eyelashes trembled, afraid to look into his eyes. What? Hua Qinglu's gaze drifted about. She began to feel deep regret. Just now she had really been too impulsive. Li Qingshan said nothing more. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist and pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head and kissed her soft, pink lips before making his way in. He opened her teeth and held her tongue, savoring it without restraint. Hua Qinglu's eyes widened before closing them firmly again. This was the first time in her life that a man had kissed her like this. She felt like she was being violated, but she was powerless to resist. Her body was tense, but as he kissed and caressed her, she gradually relaxed, falling limp in his arms. Now this is called a kiss. Only after quite a while did Li Qingshan smile. When he saw how she was in a daze, allowing him to do whatever he wanted, he began to burn with desire. In the past he probably would have been tempted to swallow her whole. However, after so many years of experience, he was no longer as lustful as before, so he let go of her gently. "Big brother?" Hua Qinglu was moved. "This is the first time, so I'll punish you slightly. I hope you learn from this. If there's a next time, it won't be so simple." Li Qingshan joked around, but he was very serious. He had never been some kind of gentleman who could remain unperturbed. As a matter of fact, it could even be said that he did not turn down anyone. There was no reason for him not to eat the meat that was already in his mouth. However, Hua Qinglu had saved him before and called him big brother for so many years. Their relationship was extraordinary, so he could not do as he pleased. "I'll tell big sister Han that you're bullying me." Hua Qinglu wiped her mouth forcefully and glared at him viciously. All her years of growth and experience seemed to vanish. She became that girl who was in her teens again. "You're still bold enough to play the blame game? Alright, let's go talk to her right now and see who's in the right." Li Qingshan grabbed Hua Qinglu's wrist and made his way out. "No." Hua Qinglu struggled in a hurry and broke free with great difficulty. She rubbed her wrist and said furiously, "Big brother, you're shameless." Li Qingshan laughed aloud. "Big brother Li, you still owe me something," said Hua Qinglu. "I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. Think about it properly while I'm in the South Sea." Li Qingshan left, and Hua Qinglu returned to her seat. She continued to think, but she was troubled by something else. Chapter 768. They had only just begun their journey after flying through the mountains. Finally, they arrived at the border of the Green Province again. The boundless blue sea extended south to the ends of the world. Li Qingshan took out the mental map of the Mist Province and glanced at it. His gaze landed on a range of mountains. This was Firemelt Mountain, where the divine Wutong tree resided. He specially asked the Banyan Tree King for guidance, but the matter was rather troublesome, as Firemelt Mountain was where the royal court of the Fire Devourers currently resided, while the divine Wutong tree was the divine tree of the race. It was completely unapproachable. There was nothing strange about this. Everyone wanted a good place. In the end, it would definitely belong to the strong. After the phoenix had flown away, anyone who could become the new master of the divine Wutong tree would definitely not be weak. Li Qingshan said to Little and beside him, "Let's go to Cloud Dream Marsh first and see how Ru Xan is doing." All right. The great marsh of Cloud Dream was shrouded in clouds and mist, rising and falling. The marsh was filled with dense spiritual qi, vaguely condensing together. The vast expanse of light was controlled by a tiny water god seal. "She seems to be cultivating," Li Qingshan sensed. "Why don't we wait until we reach the South Sea Commandery and clear away the danger before letting her go over?" Littleland said. "That works too. We'll let her properly cultivate here for a while." Li Qingshan nodded. Controlling such a large region of water was a rare opportunity for her with the bloodline of merfolk. Compared to cultivation, everything else could be set aside for later. As a result, the two of them flew over Cloud Dream Marsh and continued south. Their destination was not the South Sea Commandery, but the Mist Capital. The Mist Capital was located in the center of the Mist Province, where the Lord's estate of the Mist Province resided. It was the capital city of the King of Southern Yu, the second largest city in the Mist Province. The headquarters of the Hawkwolf Guard of the Mist Province was nearby. Under the gloomy sky, a huge, golden hawk with a wingspan of several hundred meters gripped the mountain firmly with its talons. Its eyes gazed at the mist capital in the distance, giving off a heavy sense of surveillance and warning. The Hawkwolf Guard had always been an important force that the Empire used to deter the outskirts of the wilderness. However, after several thousand years of trials and tribulations, even the golden hawk that had been refined with great effort seemed to pale in comparison. The Great Xia Empire had already lost control over the Mist Province. All that remained now was submission in name. As for the Hawkwolf Guard that was originally awe-inspiring, it had instead become a target of public criticism. Not a single organization welcomed it. It basically only had the organization of commanderies left in the Mist Province, and they were all cowering away. At this time, Li Qingshan and Little N were standing at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the golden eagle standing proudly at the top of the mountain. After being reported, under the guidance of an attendant, he set foot on the mountain. The vegetation on the mountain was lush, and the trees formed a forest. The scenery was beautiful. The pavilions, terraces, and buildings were all grand, and they were not influenced by the customs of the Mist Province. Instead, they bore the strong imprint of the Dragon Province. However, there weren't many people around, making it seem rather deserted. Occasionally he would see a few people, but they were all chi practitioners who were not much stronger than mortals. They served as attendants and maintained the basic operations of this place. Li Qingshan arrived at the top of the mountain. There was a chain of halls here, splendid and magnificent. However, after walking around there, he did not see the Golden Eagle commander. He learned he was in secluded cultivation. In the end, under the guidance of an attendant in black, he collected his uniform and waist tablet as a White Wolf commander. Afterwards, he did not receive any special treatment, so he descended the mountain again. He felt rather confused. He was a White Wolf commander after all. That was an important figure in the Green Province. He could be regarded as one of the upper echelons of the Hawkwolf Guard, yet he was actually treated so coldly in the Mist Province. However, he had already understood the underlying meaning. No matter what kind of trouble you encounter, don't expect anyone to stand up for you. Even if someone kills you, no one will avenge you. Got it? Li Qingshan smiled and said to Little N, "If there's no place for me here, there'll definitely be a place for me. Let's go." As a result, he did not linger in the Mist capital at all. He immediately made his way to the South Sea Commandery. The two of them moved and stopped from time to time. After over a dozen days of flying, they finally arrived at the commandery city of South Sea at dusk. The air became hotter and more humid. When they breathed in, they felt like they had inhaled water vapor into their lungs. Huge trees that stood several dozen meters tall could be seen everywhere, and trees over 300 meters tall were not rare either. If this were his past life, they would be skyscrapers that stood 100 stories tall, forming a primitive and three-dimensional world, and the commandery city of South Sea was built in there. More accurately, it was a huge tree that stood almost 1,500 meters tall. The trunk was covered in holes and there were plank paths built around the trunk. People in strange attires moved in and out of the holes, walking on the plank paths like tiny ants. Incomparably thick branches propped up buildings and strongholds. People walked on the bridges woven from vines, moving between the branches. It was bustling and bustling, no different from an ordinary human city. Before he made Li Qingshan come to the South Sea Commandery, he had done some homework. He knew that the closer they were to the south, the taller and thicker the trees were. People all lived in the trees, and unless it was necessary, they would never go to the ground. Some people had never even set foot in their entire lives. It was very difficult for sunlight to penetrate the dense canopy, so there was no daylight on the ground. Thick mist constantly drifted about. That was a fatal miasma. Layers of fallen leaves piled up, forming a terrain similar to a swamp. That was a paradise for various demonic beasts and venomous insects. Even the plants that lived in the shadows all year round were filled with aggression. In such an extreme environment, let alone mortals, even cultivators were in danger. It was impossible for barbarian tribes composed of mortals to exist. Only powerful shaman tribes could survive, but they were forced to face the test of death at all times. As a result, the lines of good and evil became extremely blurry here. Only survival came first. Most people who survived in such an environment possessed indomitable, cruel, and cunning natures. For the sake of survival, they would do anything. Whether they were men or women, young or old, they all crazily pursued power. Demonic arts and evil arts that could rapidly increase their strength were widespread, no matter how bloody the cultivation method was or how severe the consequences were. A neutral and peaceful method of cultivation would never work here. If they could not even survive today, how were they supposed to think about 10 years later? Gambling with one's life went without saying. Life was worthless, whether it was someone else's or their own. The more people treasured their lives, the less they could live. As a result, regardless of whether demonic cultivators were powerful or weak, they could never be eradicated. No matter what cultivation method they practiced, the powerful cultivators who emerged from this land would all bear the deep imprint of demonic cultivators. From today onwards, we'll be spending our days in a place like this. Feels pretty nice. It's a pity that we're still very far away from the sea. Once we pass through the Hawkwolf Guard, let's go to the seaside and have a look. Li Qingshan said eagerly. He had practiced the arts of the boundless ocean for all these years, but he had never seen the sea of this world before. The true sea surged with great waves, boundless and boundless. As a symbol of the Hawkwolf Guard, a silver-white hawk stood on a thick branch high up on the huge tree. At first glance, it seemed rather balanced, just like a regular hawk perched on the top of a tree. Li Qingshan flew over and attracted countless gazes. An alert voice rang out from the Hawkwolf Guard. Who is it? Chapter 769. On the tree branches at the feet of the White Eagle statue, there were many buildings. They were all book houses that grew out of the tree branches. There were also huge baskets made of vines hanging under the branches, and there were figures moving about in them. A tree branch had been completely transformed into a garden in the sky. It was filled with a wonderful and exotic atmosphere. A group of white wolf guards wearing white clothes with white wolves embroidered on them walked out of a strangely shaped building. Although they were all cultivators who had passed the first heavenly tribulation, the handsome clothes they were wearing looked like stolen clothes no matter how one looked at them. They either rolled up their sleeves or tied their clothes around their waists. Most of them were barefooted. 8 out of 10 of them were looking at little and beside Li Qingshan. They didn't look like cultivators at all. They looked like lechers who had never seen a woman in 8 lifetimes. As for the remaining 2, one of them was gloating as if it had nothing to do with him and was just watching the show. The last one was full of surprise and said in a strange tone, "White Wolf Commander? Where's the White Wolf Commander?" "Of course it's the White Wolf Commander of the South Sea Commandery. Get your White Eagle Commander to see me." Li Qingshan was also a little surprised. He had been appointed as the White Wolf Commander, but this group of White Wolf Guards did not know, or were they deliberately pretending not to know? "Your Excellency, you sure talk big. You're just a White Wolf Commander. You should be the one paying a visit to our commander," a sloppy White Wolf Guard said. His ears and nostrils were pierced with countless rings, and his face was painted with dark green paint. It was obvious that he was from the witch tribe, and his expression was full of disdain. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that?" Li Qingshan frowned. A mere White Wolf Guard dared to provoke him, so he must have something to rely on. Could it be that the White Eagle Commander was testing him? Or perhaps he had some powerful background. Seeing that he had such a cultivation at such a young age, he must have had a master's legacy. Perhaps he was from a demonic cultivator sect. "You will naturally know my name in the future. Lord Commander, why don't you tell us the name of the beauty beside you?" The White Wolf Guard had a lazy expression on his face. He did not take Li Qingshan seriously at all. Little and glanced at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled. His figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of the White Wolf Guard. He reached out and grabbed. "You?" The White Wolf Guards did not expect this either. Li Qingshan was a newcomer. He actually dared to make a move just like that. Green smoke rose from his body, and a fishy smell assailed the nostrils. It was obvious that he was highly toxic. Li Qingshan ignored the poisonous smoke. She grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. "Do you know who my master is?" The White Wolf Guard's face was as red as a pig's liver. His legs struggled, but his expression was still fierce. "If you dare to hurt a single hair of mine, you won't be able to move an inch in the South Sea. When he comes to take revenge on me, I will naturally know. Besides, it's not like I'm going to walk, so what's there to be afraid of?" Li Qingshan said with a smile. There was no killing intent or hostility. This kind of guy was not worthy of him being serious. "This lowly one is Qinjunyan. I beg Lord Commander to be magnanimous and spare this lowly one's life. This lowly one will not dare to do it again. From today onwards, I will be your slave and follow you wherever you go." I am most familiar with South Sea Commandery. To Li Qingshan's surprise, the White Wolf Guard, who had a fierce expression just now, suddenly changed his expression and loudly begged for mercy. He did not care that so many of his colleagues were watching, and his expression was extremely fawning. He cursed in his heart, this unlucky guy who was sent to the South Sea is not joking. He really wants to kill me. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. After today's disaster, he will suffer in the future. He still doesn't know how to behave after coming to South Sea Commandery. Does he really think that he is invincible after transcending the second heavenly tribulation? Hey, your name is quite elegant. Today, Commander will send you on your way. Li Qingshan was unmoved and swung him up. Stay your hand. A streak of light flew over from the dense canopy above, turning into a skinny, withered old man with triangular eyes. His white clothes were embroidered with a white hawk spreading its wings. He happened to be the White Hawk Commander of the South Sea Commandery. Greetings from subordinate Li Qingshan, Commander. May I ask for Commander's name? Li Qingshan said without the slightest hint of respect on his face. He continued to hold the White Wolf Guard in his hand. This old bastard was clearly watching from above. Perhaps he was the one who had orchestrated everything today. I'm Huang Xiqin and you're Li Qingshan. I've been looking forward to meeting you. Huang Xiqin studied Li Qingshan before glancing at Little and beside him. The information he had received from Prince Xiqing a few days ago surfaced in his mind again. The two genius disciples of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga were both under the age of 30, having undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Their futures were limitless. Because he had offended Prince Xiqing, he had been sent here. Prince Xiqing wanted him dead, promising to reward him heavily afterwards. He could even transfer him back to the Dragon Province. Huang Xiqin had no interest in returning to the Dragon Province. After being sent here many years ago, he had already completely adapted to life here. He maintained contact with the various organizations in the South Sea Commandery, and he even served as a guest elder for a few sects in private. Now that the empire had declined and the demonic path had risen, his status had risen with it. No matter who wanted to unite the demonic cultivators of the South Sea Commandery, they would need him to liaise with them. Even the Mist Capital needed him. Having lost the motivation to attempt the third heavenly tribulation, he had used almost a century to weave a web of connections. Here he possessed extraordinary power. When it mattered, he could even make great cultivators who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation take action for him. He did not care too much about Prince Xiqing's heavy gratitude, but he still decided to help him with this matter. Their identities were far too eye-catching. Since they had come to the South Sea, the more talented they were, the more they could forget about leaving this place alive. The arrival of two righteous disciples here was basically like throwing two embers into the boundless ocean. No matter how powerful they were, they could not avoid the fate of being extinguished. He was just going with the flow. Of course, there was always a way out. He also left the two of them with a chance of survival. As long as they obeyed his orders, understood their limits, and behaved like two good dogs who knew how to wag their tails, he did not mind helping them out and showing them a path of survival. He could also completely ignore Prince Xiqing's wrath. Everything depended on the benefits. But as it seemed now, the two of them really did not know how to behave properly. They had missed the great opportunity he had given them. In particular, that Li Qingshan was actually bold enough to directly attack his subordinates. He really was reckless. Huang Xiqin felt pity for them inside. Since they insist on walking down the path of death, I can't stop them either. This Li Qingshan was arrogant and staunch, so he was easy to deal with. Instead, the woman with the Dharma name was unfathomable, and she was unbelievably beautiful. He was tempted when he saw her. However, this was all a small matter. Although the Chan Monastery of Devanaga was tens of thousands of kilometers away, the people standing behind the two of them were monk kings who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation after all. He still had to be careful and avoid drawing trouble to himself. Huang Xiqin made up his mind and smiled. I didn't think you'd come so quickly. I never told these kids. Release him and come with me. I'll arrange a banquet right away to welcome you. The Mist Province is a land of wilderness, but it has its own charm. All right. Li Qingshan threw Qin Junyan on the ground in his hand, using around 20% of his strength. With a thump, a living person was smashed to a pulp. Blood sprayed everywhere. He did not even have the time to cry out. All he said was a few words of disrespect. Aren't you going a little too far? Huang Xiqin's face changed drastically. He never thought he would actually kill him, and he would do it right in front of him. It was basically a slap to his face. As for the woman, she remained expressionless. Was she really a Buddhist disciple? Then you better watch your words in the future, Commander, Li Qingshan said. He had not come to the South Sea Commandery to compromise. The fifth layer of the tiger demon had not become a low-key existence. Instead, it had become a result of slaughter. The more enemies he had, the better. If he were still in the Green Province, he would not be able to slaughter White Wolf Guards so easily. The Mist Province was a lawless land, which was instead a good thing for him. He wanted to force Huang Xiqin to turn against him, and then he could be promoted to White Hawk Commander. Do you know who his master is? Huang Xiqin asked with a sunken face. When he comes for revenge, he'll obviously find out. Don't you think so, Commander Huang? Li Qingshan stared at Huang Xiqin and smiled. Then do you know that even a mighty dragon cannot crush a snake in its own territory? Huang Xiqin originally planned on expressing goodwill first and winning over Li Qingshan. Then he would use his identity as a White Hawk commander to arrange various dangerous missions for him. If he died, he could not blame him, but if he survived, it would be equivalent to gaining a powerful lackey. However, he never expected Li Qingshan to not take him seriously at all, nor did he have any intentions of befriending him. As a result, all of his plans fell through. Shut your mouth. I can tell with a single glance that you're up to no good, you old bastard. I, Li Qingshan, have come to the South Sea Commandery and become the White Wolf Commander not to waste my breath with you, but to purge demons and uphold justice. Those who submit to me prosper, and those who oppose me die. Ah! Li Qingshan's wild laughter echoed through the forest, reaching the ears of everyone in the commandery city of South Sea. They all looked over, wondering just who was bold enough to speak like that. Was he mad? Although he wanted to appear righteous and awe-inspiring, his words and actions were full of villains. Huang Xiqin was dumbfounded. He could not imagine how the famous Buddhist holy land of Qingzhou could produce such a disciple. He did not understand any reason and did not follow any rules. Huang Xiqin, as the White Hawk commander, not only do you hold a position without doing anything, but you also collude with demons to harm the common people. Today your crimes are unpardonable and you cannot escape death. What else do you have to say? Li Qingshan stopped laughing and pointed at Huang Xiqin, shouting angrily. His eyes revealed a magnificent red light, and his body exuded a monstrous demonic aura. Although he did not know whether Huang Xiqin colluded with demons or not, who cared? He could be promoted if he killed him. In the future, when he saw that wretched woman, we would be on the same level. What evidence do you have? You're slandering me? Huang Xiqin was furious, and a great sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. Chapter 770. Li Qingshan rebuked righteously. The surging demon chi suddenly shrank and condensed, turning into a demon commander. With the traitorous demon sword in hand, he stared straight at Huang Xiqin with a single demonic eye, completely fixated on him. Who the fuck is the demonic cultivator here? All of the White Wolf Guards cursed inside. Normally speaking, demonic cultivator was just a general term. Those who practiced demonic arts and evil arts were demonic cultivators, and those who disobeyed the laws of morality were also demonic cultivators. However, whether it was the cultivation method or the way Li Qingshan behaved, it was basically a classic commentary for the term, demonic cultivator. Yet, a person like that was actually accusing others of being demonic cultivators. Even though none of the people present were kind-hearted, they all felt the urge to curse out loud. Huang Xiqin had basically understood. This bastard had never planned on making things easy for anyone right from the beginning. He had come to cause trouble. Li Qingshan, are you bold enough to look down on me just because you have two people on your side? When I underwent the second heavenly tribulation, you weren't even born yet. Huang Xiqin's voice was old and hoarse in the beginning, but towards the end, it had already become as resounding and majestic as a bell. His figure swelled up and fangs protruded from his mouth. White fur grew all over his body, and a tail extended from behind him. A while later he went from a skinny old man to a half-human, half-ape. His two thick arms supported him from the ground as he stared at Li Qingshan murderously. He actually possessed the bloodline of demons. Many races lived together in the Mist Province. It was not like the Green Province, where humans and demons were clearly separated. Demons and humans, or even other folk and humans, procreating happened from time to time. As a result, many humans possessed the bloodline of demons. Some people's fathers or ancestors were humans, but in times of danger, they would actually activate the bloodline of demons. This was because some of their ancestors had intermarried with demons and passed down their bloodline. As they multiplied through the generations, they hid themselves. As a result, there was a saying that the south of the Mist Province no longer had pure humans. There would never be a large-scale war between humans and demons like the Clear River Prefecture. Or in other words, the war had never stopped, but it was only a battle for survival and a struggle for profit. Possessing the bloodline of demons was not a form of humiliation in the Mist Province. Instead, it was a form of pride. To be able to produce offspring with a human, one had to be at least a demon general of the powerful demon clan. Their bloodline could allow a mortal to enter the demon clan. He quickly gained a powerful physique. There were even some wonderful powers. Huang Xiqin let out a wild roar. A powerful aura mixed with demonic chi soared into the sky, and the thousands of green leaves on the treetops swayed and rustled. If the two of you wish to fight, then don't. Please go to another place, don't hurt Tree City. At this moment, a streak of light flew down from the crown of the tree, turning into a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes with a tall crown on his head. Li Qingshan found his attire to be rather familiar, which made him think of the Marquis of Rui Jianghu. Although there were many differences in the details, with the patterns and decorations being more similar to the south, the overall design was basically the same. "Are you the South Sea Commandery Chief, Marquis of Serene Sea?" Li Qingshan said. This was the uniform of the kings and marquises of the Great Xia Empire. It was similar to the uniform of the Hawkwolf Guard, both to display their status and to express their allegiance. However, just from the changes to the uniform, it was clear that there was not much of their allegiance left. "That's right," the Marquis of Serene Sea said coldly. Originally, he had been watching on from high up in the Marquis estate. He felt delighted that someone could make Huang Xiqin suffer, but when he heard Li Qingshan's arrogant words, he frowned deeply. Now that he saw how rude he was, he became even more displeased. Not only was he the ruler of the South Sea Commandery in name, but he also possessed a considerable foundation of strength, which was why he was able to sit firmly in this position. Several thousand years ago, the founding emperor had originally chosen experts who could hold their own in the various regions when he appointed the kings and marquises of the world. After several thousand years of succession, they had all become aristocratic clans that ruled over a region. As the lord of a territory, how could he allow other wild beasts to roar before him? However, he did not take Li Qingshan seriously at all. He called him a genius, but he was just a kid who had an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities. It was no wonder that he had been relegated here. On the other hand, he was more interested in Shaoan, who stood silently to the side. He had never heard of such a beauty before, and her talent and cultivation went without saying. If he could take her as his wife, it would definitely increase the prestige of his clan. He could think of a way. "You don't have to worry. I'll be very quick. You just have to watch from one side." A smile appeared on Li Qingshan's curved mask, and he waved his hand like he was shooing away a fly. "You." The Marquis of Serene Sea blanked out in anger. He had already begun to suspect that there was something wrong with his head. "Marquis, let's work together and kill this madman." Huang Xiqin was eager to drag the Marquis of Serene Sea into this. Although he was confident in his own strength, fighting against two people alone was still troublesome. "The matters between the two of you are the Hawkwolf Guard's business. I have no right to judge either. You're more than welcome to go elsewhere and settle things. No one is allowed to interfere." The Marquis of Serene Sea was not stupid enough to take the blame for Huang Xiqin, but out of consideration for their usual relationship, he would still lend him a hand. On the surface, he acted like he was impartial, saying that no one was allowed to interfere, but he was vaguely keeping little and out, depriving Li Qingshan of a powerful ally. Huang Xiqin rejoiced inside. It was worth it for him to spend so much effort on befriending him. It was just a pity that this kid had come too quickly and acted out too violently. He did not have the time to gather any helpers at all, or he definitely would have scared Li Qingshan to the point of pissing himself. "You're the mighty Marquis of Serene Sea, yet you're colluding with demonic cultivators? That's a crime punishable by death." Li Qingshan turned around and said in some surprise. Killing intent silently permeated the air. The Marquis of Serene Sea was dumbfounded. Who was this person? He actually left no room for negotiation, directly threatening him. No, this was no longer a threat. Instead, he was blatantly asking him, "Do you want to die?" By the time he returned to his senses, he was utterly furious. Just how many years had it been since someone dared to speak to him like that? You kill that one and I'll kill this one. Little Lin spoke calmly, pointing at Huang Xiqin and then at the Marquis of Serene Sea. It was as if he was not talking about two important figures whose names shook South Sea Commandery, but two nobodies that could be squashed to death at any moment. The Marquis of Serene Sea was enraged, and his killing intent continued to rise. In the next moment he was about to launch an attack like a raging wave. No need. I'm going to use them to hone my swordsmanship. Over the past few days, Li Qingshan had studied the jade slip that Yin Xiaoqiu had given him quite a bit. He had gained some insight into swordsmanship and was lacking actual combat experience. These words were like a bucket of ice water poured over the Marquis of Serene Sea's head, extinguishing his rage and clearing his mind. He actually rejected his companions and wanted to fight against the two of us alone. He was either a madman or an idiot, or he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Based on the fact that he could cultivate to such a level at such a young age, it was clearly more likely that the latter was the case. I have no grudges with them, so why should I get involved in this mess? Even if I kill them, I'll just be in trouble. As a result, the Marquis of Serene Sea withdrew his aura. You're lying, fellow. Under the orders of the Imperial Court, I've guarded the South Sea for generations to come. Why would I collude with demonic cultivators? He said to Little and gently, May I ask for your name, fellow? It was as if his killing intent just now was all fake, making it clear that he would not be fighting. Li Qingshan smacked his lips in pity. Huang Xiqin sensed that something was amiss too. He cursed the Marquis of Serene Sea inside, but he let out a long sigh. All right, Li Qingshan. I can see that you're young and inexperienced, so I won't lower myself to your level. Just now I'll pretend I never heard that. We're both members of the Hawkwolf Guard, so we still need to resolve our differences and work together sincerely. Don't you think? Li Qingshan interrupted him. Then do you want me to say it again? You old monkey of the demonic path. Cut the crap. Today you'll die whether you want to die or not. Do it. Don't push me too far. Huang Xiqin bellowed at the sky. He wanted to take a step back and be at peace, waiting to gather helpers before striking out viciously. However, Li Qingshan did not give him the opportunity at all. I'm determined to kill you today. I'm still in a hurry to become a White Hawk commander. Before he knew it, Huang Xiqin's original confidence had completely vanished. He no longer had any confidence in victory. He even considered taking a step back first. Before he had even struck, his bearing had already been completely overwhelmed by Li Qingshan's. Li Qingshan formed a seal with his hand and extended a finger. The traitorous demon sword turned into a streak of light that whistled over. Huang Xiqin also drew a large, glossy, green blade. The hilt was engraved with a vicious ghost head. He swung it down and landed viciously on the streak of light. Clang. With an extremely sharp clang, the traitorous demon sword spun and flew back, splitting into three in the air before flying back. Under the control of Li Qingshan's soul sense, they constantly slashed at Huang Xiqin. Clang, 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 clang. Huang Xiqin brandished the ghost head blade into a circle of astral blades, constantly knocking away the traitorous demon sword. It was unable to get close at all. He relaxed inwardly. This kid talks big, but his strength is only SOSO. I was nearly fooled by him. Li Qingshan focused and constantly channeled his sword seal. The traitorous demon sword would occasionally transform into a streak of sword light that swam about and occasionally spit out sword chi. Clearly he was using all his strength and was not deliberately showing weakness. The spectating Marquis of Serene Sea also let out a sigh of relief. His sword kinesis is not bad, and his comprehension of the way of the sword can be said to be exquisite. For his age he can already be considered a genius. Unfortunately, the sword can only be considered an arcane artifact. There are only a few sword techniques he can use. It's a fool's dream to think he can kill Huang Xiqin with this. Kid, hand over your life. Huang Xiqin was certain that this was all that Li Qingshan was capable of. He knocked away the traitorous demon sword with a swing of his blade and leapt up, conjuring a huge ghost that wielded a dark green blade aura over 30 meters long and swinging it at Li Qingshan. Not only was the slash extremely swift and fierce, sealing off all of Li Qingshan's room to dodge or maneuver, but the huge ghost let out a howl at the same time. It was soul-stirring. Having lost his sword, Li Qingshan seemed to be affected for a moment. He seemed rather lost. Seeing how the blade was about to land on Li Qingshan's head, Huang Xiqin instead hesitated. It was not because he had suddenly become kind, but because he was worried. Although the forces of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga could not reach the South Sea, If a monk king took action and targeted him, everything he had established in the Mist Province would fall apart even if he managed to survive. Originally, I wanted to keep you around a little longer, but you don't even have the determination to kill me personally? Such a weak opponent is really disappointing. Die for me. Chapter 771. The silhouette of a dragon coiled around Li Qingshan's right arm until it reached his fingertip and whistled through the air. Aside from the mighty dragon's cry, not many people could see its true appearance. At the same time, the traitorous demon sword that had been sent flying spun in the air. The demonic eye on the hilt stared fixedly at Huang Xiqin as if it wanted to see through his entire body. It glowed with demonic light. Huang Xiqin's heart leapt into his throat. A sense of death enveloped him, and he suddenly let out a wild roar. The white hair on his body stood on end and surged with spiritual light, forming an impenetrable barrier. The silhouette of a dragon flashed past, piercing through the giant ghost, piercing through the spiritual light, and piercing through Huang Xiqin's head, leaving behind a frozen and stunned face. In that instant, the vast sword intent completely destroyed his sea of consciousness. He did not even have the time to self-destruct and perish together with Li Qingshan. The silhouette of the dragon returned to Li Qingshan's hand and silently coiled around it. This was the power of an arcane treasure, and it was a purely offensive arcane treasure at that. However, Li Qingshan had not only relied on an arcane treasure to kill Huang Xiqin in a single strike. Huang Xiqin's cultivation was very deep, at least at the mid or late stage. Who knew how many hidden techniques he had up his sleeves? If he only relied on the power of the demon suppression statuary, it would not be easy to kill him. At their level, it had always been very difficult to kill an opponent. However, he had lost the confidence to win from the very beginning, and he had recovered due to Li Qingshan's weakness. At the very last moment he had hesitated again. This constant change in his emotions was fatal, especially his hesitation at the very end. It was practically suicidal. The traitorous demon sword had seen through his weakness with a single glance, and the demon dragon sword had killed him in a single strike. It was only a matter of course. When Huang Xiqin's corpse fell to the ground, Li Qingshan immediately went forward and searched his 100 treasures pouch. He also took out a strange golden core from his body. It was frosty white and oval in shape, like an insect's egg. It contained a powerful force. Presumably, it was a special golden core condensed by the southern border with the help of witchcraft. Finally, Li Qingshan placed Huang Xiqin's corpse into his Sumeru ring. This white eagle commander of the southern border, who was insufferably arrogant, had disappeared from the world just like that. It was a pity that he still had many tricks up his sleeves. He had died just like that. He truly died with his eyes wide open. For a moment, there was not a single sound on the giant branch. All the white wolf guards were stunned. The cultivators who were qualified to live in the canopy and watch the battle subconsciously held their breaths. There was a faint clamor coming from below. People looked up and guessed what was going on. The Marquis of Serene Sea shuddered. He knew just how strong Huang Xiqin was. He did not have the confidence to defeat him, but now he had been so casually killed. He did not even have the time to react, much less escape. He suddenly realized that he had taken a stroll on the edge of death. If he had acted rashly just now, he would probably have suffered the same fate. He had just arrived and dared to kill his superior, much less the Marquis of Serene Sea. He was not arrogant but strong. He was not a fierce dragon that did not cross the river. Li Qingshan coughed twice. His voice was like two claps of thunder, jolting everyone awake. "Well done," the Marquis of Serene Sea praised loudly. "Oh, well done in what way?" Li Qingshan dispersed his demon commander's demonification and teased. "This Huang Xiqin has colluded with the demonic path and wreaked havoc on my South Sea commandery for many years. No one has been able to eliminate him. It's all thanks to you, fellow Taoist. You descended like a divine soldier from the heavens, upholding justice and supporting the righteous path. It's simply wonderful," the Marquis of Serene Sea said sincerely. "Haha, eliminating demons and upholding justice is my duty. Prefectural governor, you flatter me." "What prefectural governor? If you don't mind, you can just call me by my name." "I'm called—" "There's no need for that," Li Qingshan interrupted with a smile. His meaning was clear. "I don't want to know your name at all." The Marquis of Serene Sea said awkwardly, all right. Commander, please have a seat in the manor. Let me do my duty as a host and welcome you." "All right." Li Qingshan then turned around and said to the White Wolf guards, "Is there a way to communicate with the higher-ups here?" "Yes, there's a voice transmission room." "Then help me send a voice transmission." White Hawk Commander Huang Xiqin colluded with the demonic path and has already been killed by White Wolf Commander Li Qingshan. We're still investigating whether the others are colluding with the demonic path. Li Qingshan paused and swept his gaze around. All the White Wolf guards shuddered before continuing. "Don't forget to ask the commander to promote me to White Hawk Commander." The corner of the Marquis of Serene Sea's eyes twitched. That was way too blatant. The Marquis of Serene Sea invited Li Qingshan and Little Ant to the top of the gigantic tree. There was a pavilion made of twigs where they could look down on the sea of trees. A heavenly breeze blew and birds chirped. The scenery was extremely beautiful. As Li Qingshan sampled the delicacies and fine wine, he enjoyed the amorous song and dance. Everything was filled with the unique characteristics of the southern border and was exotic. At the banquet, the Marquis of Serene Sea apologized to Li Qingshan once more. Li Qingshan then magnanimously forgave him, expressing that he did not look like someone who colluded with fiendish cultivators. The Marquis of Serene Sea smiled apologetically and carefully investigated Li Qingshan's background. Actually, what he wanted to ask the most was whether that flash of a dragon earlier was an arcane treasure or not. However, after some thought he did not ask that question. He was afraid of offending Li Qingshan, but he also had an answer. If it was not an arcane treasure, how could it have penetrated Huang Xiqin's defenses so easily? As expected of a genius from a major sect in the Green Province. He even has an arcane treasure. As the Marquis of Serene Sea, only the seal of mountains and rivers looks like an arcane treasure. If news of this spreads, he'll definitely become the target of public criticism. Everyone will come to snatch it from him. However, the Marquis of Serene Sea thought about it again and decided to keep his mouth shut. If he was faced with an ordinary person, all he had to do was to deny it. They would not fall out with him just because they suspected him. However, this unreasonable murderer, Li Qingshan, would probably not listen to his explanation at all. As long as he had the slightest suspicion, he would be bold enough to kill him just because he said, "You look like you colluded with fiendish cultivators." In short, this person is too sharp. I'd better avoid him for now and wait for the day he seeks his own death. Outside the Mist Capital in the Hawkwolf Guard. An attendant hurried to the back of the mountain, arriving before a towering tree. The tree stood over 1,000 meters tall, not particularly eye-catching in the forest. However, the attendant bowed towards the tree politely. "Commander, the South Sea Commandery has sent a message." "What is it?" The tree suddenly opened its eyes. A tiny golden hawk tablet hung from the top of the tree, shining brightly. "The South Sea Commandery has sent a message. The White Hawk Commander, Huang Xiqin, colluded with demonic cultivators and has already been executed by Li Qingshan. The others are still under investigation. They request to be promoted to White Hawk Commander." "Oh? Looks like he suits the South very well." If this were the Green Province, a White Wolf Commander killing a White Hawk Commander would definitely lead to a great uproar. It was even possible for the headquarters of the Hawk Wolf Guard in the Dragon Province to investigate it. However, this was the Mist Province. The South Sea Commandery was the southernmost part of the Mist Province, a land of chaos. Huang Xiqin was not a loyal White Hawk Commander of the Hawk Wolf Guard either. There was no need to investigate him colluding with fiendish cultivators at all. This was a secret that everyone in the South knew. Even in the Green Province this would be a great crime, but it was nothing in the Mist Province. Agree to his request. As a result, Li Qingshan had already been promoted at a startling speed, becoming the new White Hawk Commander of the South Sea Commandery. Hey, if you want to be an official, you have to commit murder and arson to receive amnesty. Li Qingshan changed into the uniform of a White Hawk Commander, standing tall and graceful. He also wore a tiny silver hawk on his waist as he smiled at Little Anne. Afterwards, all he needed to do was wait for the various people to charge over and enjoy the warmth of the natives of the South Sea. However, no matter how he waited, he did not even see the shadow of his enemies. Even the master of the White Wolf Guard he had thrown to his death did not come to avenge his disciple. His days here were basically even more peaceful than in the Green Province. Li Qingshan was perplexed. Was this still the extremely dangerous South? He felt like he had gotten something wrong, so he returned to the Marquis of Serene Sea's estate. "Congratulations on becoming a White Hawk Commander, Commander. May I ask why you've graced us with your presence today?" The Marquis of Serene Sea asked carefully. "Commandery Governor, tell me, why hasn't anyone come to kill me?" Li Qingshan sat down without any politeness and asked with a frown. The Marquis of Serene Sea was stunned. What kind of question was that? He even seemed very troubled, asking carefully, "Why has anyone come to kill you?" "Look, I come from a renowned Orthodox sect. That day, I even said I was going to purge demonic hordes and purge them for the sake of righteousness. Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. That should have spread. What are those demonic cultivators waiting for instead of killing me?" "You want them to kill you?" the Marquis of Serene Sea said in disbelief. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I say those things? Hee, how embarrassing." "What's that for?" The Marquis of Serene Sea looked at Li Qingshan like he was looking at a monster. As it turned out, he had said those things intentionally to mock the demonic cultivators of the South Sea Commandery and draw their hatred to kill him. What was wrong with him? "I want to kill someone. It doesn't have to be a person. Anything will do," Li Qingshan said calmly. Now that it had come to this, he no longer wanted to hide his true intentions. He no longer wanted to say some nonsense about upholding justice. His main objective in coming to the South Sea Commandery was to fight to his heart's content. He wanted to satisfy the tiger demon's lust for slaughter to its fullest. Isn't the first precept of Buddhism the abstinence from killing? The Marquis of Serene Sea was taken aback for quite a while. Li Qingshan sniggered. "Purge demons for the sake of righteousness. Purge demons for the sake of righteousness." The Marquis of Serene Sea was very tempted to say, "You don't need to explain any more. You've probably been stifled in the Chan monastery of Devanaga." The south that others viewed as a land of danger was a place he had come to find an outlet. As a result, he let out a long sigh. "Probably no one will come to kill you for now." "What? I heard that Huang Xiqin has quite a lot of friends? Isn't there a single one that's loyal?" The Marquis of Serene Sea coughed dryly. He could be regarded as one of Huang Xiqin's friends. After some indirect questioning, Li Qingshan finally understood why no one had come to make trouble for him. First of all, the powerful strength he had displayed when he killed Huang Xiqin was enough to intimidate the vast majority of demonic cultivators. Huang Xiqin certainly had a network of connections, but a dead person was like an extinguished lamp. This was the South and no one would work for a dead person. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan's words and actions, which he thought could draw hatred, had completely backfired. Such arrogance and tyranny, killing without batting an eyelid, he was clearly a demon. Even the cultivation technique he cultivated was full of demonic qi. Even if he was a disciple of a famous Orthodox sect, he was still one of his kind in hiding. As a result, the demonic cultivators and demonic cultivator forces that had the ability to threaten Li Qingshan felt that they could befriend and rope him in. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.